Wall wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. Good morning, traders. Welcome back to the Market Madness. Hope you guys are enjoying the madness out there, and we're excited to keep it going here. It's been exciting times to start the competition. I don't know if I'm too excited just yet, but I'm feeling good this morning about Microsoft, about VST, about AMD, those three ticking green here, and looking to see if we can get Unipath going. That's going to be the next major one to watch for. But you guys see all my positions on there. There's about 2 in the red and 3 in the green there, so at least the balance is there. We'll see if we can get Unipath to just come up a little bit. We're only down about 20 cents there, so it seems like it's a lot worse than what it is. It's the biggest position, so we'll see what happens in the Market Madness. Did you pick the right coach? Did you pick Money Mitch? That's what I want to hear in the chat. Then, of course, we'll get to some trade ideas, the playbook, and the sunrise report this morning. It's good to see all you guys out there this morning. Let me know in the chat how your competition is going. Did you pick a starting 5? Be great to hear from you guys. Of course, we'll take a look into the leaderboard once we get our traders on. I'll bring it up. We'll kind of talk about it. We can talk about different positions that we have in. But let's kick things off this morning. Let's get to this morning's playbook action to see what we can find. All right, the first playbook action that we want to take a look into today is going to be VST, long power breakout watch. Looking for an independent power run here. And you guys can see I'm already getting a nice little move, and this is part of my picks here. And I think we have the right timing now. You know, yesterday we had a nice little sideways action day. We're kind of like slowly trickling up here. And you can see the upward trend line that we're starting to respect. As long as we can hold pullbacks today to 161, can break out above 165, this leaves room for a run there towards 170. We'll look to see if we get that run. If we do, we won't be looking too bad. We'll be up a pretty good amount there on the trade idea. Let's see what happens there in VST. Can we get a lift in some independent power producers? All right, we'll see what happens. 170 on the target. Let's see if we can do that even just today. Be a nice little gainer here. All right, let's go to another trade ideas here. And this one was a little bit of a boop. Call out there for the robot watchers out there. Did you guys see NVIDIA yesterday? Crazy picture that I'll bring up during the show. We'll talk about some different robots that were available there. We can even get into which robot does what during the show. I've already done the deep dive research, so stick around for that. And that conversation will blow your mind away, guys. But Agent AI spike is what I'm looking for here. And I'm talking, of course, Path. That's why I'm betting on it in the competition. So I'll bet on it in the playbook today. We'll see if this can go higher here. One of the things I'll be looking at is look at this 4-hour chart, right? So 4-hour chart, this stock was rising, then just recently just had a little bit of a pullback. If you think about it, if you just draw a trend line from here, it seems like you've been trying to get back up above the 1180s. You have done a dip there towards the 1080s. So looking to see if we can get just a quick move back up towards this 1080 and then break above the 12s. If we can break into the 12s, I think that can give us a nice little squeeze action. Will software get the lift today, or will it get the dip? We'll keep watching. Of course, Agent AI conversation in the NVIDIA conference is really kicking off, and I think that itself could help get this move a little bit higher. We'll see what happens there in Unipath. All right, let's go in with, of course, some little drone action as we talk about the drone breakout attempt in the long on ONDS. So that's our next trade here on ONDS. Of course, you guys can take a look at the action. We'll see if this can go back above 11s. I've been in this trade for a while now. This has been in my funded account. Been kind of slowly trickling up. Every time it pops into like the 1080s, 1090s, seems like a sell. Yesterday, what I did was I bought the dip after this pulled back on me, came all the way back down. I actually added on this move and then was able to sell half of it in the after hours. So that gave me the ability to at least take some gain and now look for the big gain, right? I still have a pretty size position, over 400 shares of this left, looking for this to get back above the 1090s and the 11s. Let's see if we can actually get this to climb now. So I think I'm going to give it a very short leash. I'm not going to let it go into the red, of course, but I'm letting this try to get that run there through the 11. And if it can do the 11, I think we can really get going here. And that's when I'll be looking at the daily outlook. Daily outlook, once we get through 11, could be a push to 12. I mean, if we just zoom back a little bit here, you can see kind of the trend line approach here as it comes into play here. I think we have a great opportunity to look for this nice little breakout, right? So you can see the trend line. You can see how we've been kind of holding in here. Now we just need to come back into this area. This zone is going to be important. If we can get back into this zone that's above, let's say, the 1160s into the 12s, and that's where we could really start to squeeze out some shorts. Of course, this is a heavily shorted name also, and I think that if we can clear that 1250, then we could actually be clear for a bigger move towards 1450. We'll see. Can we finally get some trend ideas, right? Some actual ones that can trend higher and kind of fly higher? Well, this would be one of them that I could see take off. It's a drone play. Ha! Pun intended. We'll keep it going. All right, guys, some different themes, of course, to take a look at out there. Power and energy infrastructure. That's why I'm adding some of these. The XLU is looking great, right? I always give you guys a little bit of some added bonus. So take a look into the XLU. That's pushing higher. That can be your names like Nextera Energy, right? That could be like your Duke, right? Your Excel. Right, we'll see what happens in these names. Can they make another move higher? Will GEV just make another move higher? These are the names that I'll be talking about. NRG, right? CEG. You'll hear me mention them, right? And of course, I took VST, but CEG looks great too. I had this on the swing just a day ago, and I cut it break even, but it looks good. If it can recover 310, maybe we can get a run to 330 with this name. So we'll keep it on alert for maybe some day trade action in the evals. Since the positions are on in the market madness, I'll be able to do a little bit more day trading in between this. But we'll see what happens with this action here to see what we can do in the competition. We're trying to win, baby. You know who you're voting for. It's Money Mitch. I'm getting after it. Let's kick it over now as we get towards, of course, the sunrise report this morning. I'm excited to take a look to see what's going on in the market. What did you guys catch yesterday in that NVIDIA conference that might have caught you by surprise? I'll take a look in the comments. You guys smash the like, and let's keep it going right here on Trade the Pool. All right, guys, let's start it off with just a little bit of the SPY action. Let's take a look here on the hourly. You guys can see how we're starting to climb here. We are doing a little bit of a rally here. This tells me to look for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the one that I wanted to look at for a nice little rally today. It's already getting the rally. I wanted to be a little bit later. This morning, I was thinking about buying it at the 81s. Now we're towards the 81, 83s, so yeah, maybe, hindsight 2020, it looks a little bit better now, but I'm going to be watching for this nice little breakout above. So just another trade idea even before we get through the sunrise. But I wanted to give you guys that because I already see this move moving. And by the time we get towards the conversation and I get done with the sunrise, I wouldn't be surprised. You see some further breakout. That's going to help the Microsoft trade. That's going to help the tech trade. Looks like we're able to hold on this morning. Can we get some liftoff? We'll find out. Let's get to the sunrise report. Let's talk about what's moving in the market this morning and why. Of course, oil refusing to stay down after Monday's dip below 100 gave bulls a little bit of a brief reprieve, right? Crude prices are climbing again Tuesday morning, dragging the futures lower and reminding traders that the Iran conflict remains the dominant force in this market, with a Brent pushing back towards 103 a barrel and fresh kind of conversation out there about what's going to happen around U.S.-led tanker escort plan through the Strait of Hormuz. The energy trade is once again front and center. The futures outlook here, we're kind of dipping a little bit flatline, but now, of course, you guys see the spike that's going on in the SPY. That's going to help us. Look at NVIDIA start to go, I'll be watching different names to see how they get to move. AMD's on my radar. AMD's getting the lift already. We are seeing a nice little spike there and some action. We'll see what happens if we can see that continued lift. Even in AMD looks great there for me. We'll see what we can get more, right? Of course, crude resuming its march higher. Geopolitical still holding the gravel. The Iran conflict still dictating the market rhythm right now. Every headline around, of course, the Persian Gulf right now is just sending ripples through commodity bonds and equities. And you just got to keep an eye out, right? We'll see what happens. But U.S. diesel topping $5 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as the inflationary blowback from the elevated energy prices is becoming harder for the Fed and the consumer to ignore, of course. Market hates uncertainty, and right now, crude is right in that script, front and center. We'll see what happens as we get this climb in the SPY. It's a nice little breakout. Look at that nice little move. We are seeing a nice continued climb since 8 a.m. I had that feeling that we could get a little bit of a day two rally, and it looks like we're getting it. That's going to help us. And what's taking front and center? Of course, NVIDIA at GTC. All eyes were on NVIDIA last night, and we're going to look to see if NVIDIA can get the rally today. This week, as the chip maker, of course, kicked off its annual GTC conference, CEO Jensen Huang set the tone by stating that he expects orders from NVIDIA's Blackwell and Vera Rubin chip to reach $1 trillion through 2027. The demand narratives around agentic AI infrastructure continues to intensify, and some industry watchers are warning that NVIDIA's CPUs could face a supply crisis. The stock, of course, edged higher in pre-market trading, and the GTC keynote later this week could be a major catalyst for the broader tech sector. We'll see what happens there. Some really good information being brought up, but one thing I definitely saw, more and more talk of agentic AI, and that's why I'm taking a bet on Unipath. That's why I'm thinking it's NVIDIA day. NVIDIA's having a day already this morning. Look at that action. It just keeps going up higher, guys. It's almost like, to tell you the truth, guys, if I didn't have to do a show right now, I'd be on my phone or I'd be taking a trade in the swing account right now. But I'm going to keep it calm. Let's do the show. Let's rock here. Let's talk about it for you guys. Let's get into, of course, what's going on in pre-market movers. Of course, NVIDIA is slightly higher with that conversation in, of course. Another thing, though, to keep in mind, right? He does have another conference kind of keynote speech, right? Later this week. Hung is expected to unveil new details about next generation AI infrastructure. So keep your eyes on that. The demand for NVIDIA's agentic AI optimized processors continue to outpace supply, keeping the bull case firmly intact here. Let's go to Delta and take a look to see what's going on there, as Delta is up more than 4% this morning as it surged in pre-market after raising its first quarter revenue guidance there. It got a nice little boost there. It's in the high single digits expansion. The upbeat revision signals resilient travel demand heading into the spring season. Even as higher fuel costs weigh on the airline industry, the move makes Delta one of the biggest gainers in Tuesday's pre-market session. It could, of course, lift the sentiment across the broader airline space. So we'll see what happens there in Delta and, let's say, UAL, LUV, AAL. All these names will be on the radar for a little bit of a relief rally. And the only question is, though, they still has that overhanging crude price at that price up there. Can they keep doing it? Can Delta keep rocking these kind of revenue growth guidance with oil at this price? For right now, it seems like they can. We'll see what the price action tells us today. ExxonMobil, let's go to the oil name here and take a look here, as this is up more than 1% this morning, climbing, of course, as crude prices resume their upward trajectory. Traders are casting, of course, doubts, though, about the effectiveness of the U.S.-backed plan to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, keeping, of course, the energy supply risk premium elevated here. The integrated oil majors continue to benefit from Brent crude holding above $100 a barrel. Let's take a look at Oxy. Oxy getting a nice little lift. And who was talking about Oxy all last week? You guys know your boy Money Mitch was trying to talk about this name, was getting in there into the 53s and scratching my head here as I didn't stay in it. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes. But all I can do is bring the names. You got to do the trading, right? Up to 1.4% as it joined the energy rally, as Tuesday's prices, of course, continuing to dip and push there above the 100. The producer stands to benefit directly from higher crude realizations and the broader geopolitical uncertainty around Iran's conflict. And if you take a look here on the daily, this is why I like this stock. If you look at the weekly, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back in time here. Let's bring it back a couple of years so that you guys can see that action. We are coming right back there for the Warren put. The Warren was right around this 58. That's what I was thinking. If I could get in below Warren and get in that 53s, I know I didn't get the bottom. I didn't get 40, but I'm better priced than Warren, and I could look for a lift off through the 72s. I mean, that's not a bad outlook to see. We'll see what happens there in, of course, Oxy. Now, of course, Microsoft taking another move higher. That looks pretty good there. We'll see if I was able to get the bottom in Microsoft. I also have MSFU in the swing account. We'll look to see if that can keep rocking to the upside. Let's keep it moving, guys. Let's do one more here. Let's do Eli Lilly. The reason why I want to do this one, I want to throw a little wrench at Michael Noss. He's in the competition. Of course, he has Eli Lilly. And will it get the move higher? Of course, he has the leverage name, cheater. We won't call him a cheater, but I will. But we'll look to see if it goes back to the upside here. The pharmaceutical heavyweight slipped after HSBC downgraded the stock to reduce from hold. The downgrade comes as Eli Lilly's valuation has stretched amid, of course, GLP-1 obesity drug frenzy. The analyst move suggests some of the street sees limited near-term upside from the current levels. The stock remains one of the top performers over the past 2 years, but faces the growing questions about whether the premium is sustainable here. We'll see what happens there in Eli Lilly. The setup for, of course, Tuesday's session. Oil volatility is back in Monday's brief retrieval. Brent crude pushing right back up towards 103. Geopolitical uncertainty around the Strait of Hormuz still driving the bank here. Still talking about everyone. That's what everyone's going to keep your eyes open. The Empire State Manufacturing Survey came in soft, adding to stagflation concerns. NVIDIA's GTC conference kicking off and continuing to provide potential catalysts for tech and health, because I did see some health names move off of that. So just to add a little bit of a nice little thing to look at, I saw like ISRG, Intuit Surgical. I saw the Johnson & Johnson robot health. That actually looked good. We'll see if maybe some healthcare can get the lead, as yesterday it was the leading sector to the upside. Can it get a day 2 rally? Only one way to find out. Stick around for the open, of course. Of course, we'll see what happens in the tug of war between energy-driven inflation fears and AI-fueled tech optimism as it defies this market right now. Monday proved that stocks can rally, though, when oil gives even a small opening. But Tuesday's crude bounce should show how fragile the relief is. Traders will look into, of course, NVIDIA's GTC keynote later this week for a reason to buy, but the oil charts may have, of course, the final word here. That's going to do it for our sunrise report, of course, this morning. Like always, you guys can get this report where? You guys can get it in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, you're missing out. Get over to the Discord side of things so that way you guys can keep up with all the action there. All right, we'll keep taking a look to see what's going on in the market. It's 8:51. We got a lot more for you guys to do today. And man, I gotta work on my Claude bot. My Claude bot is working in the background. Doing pretty good this morning, and I think we're doing pretty good. Let's take a look to see NVIDIA continue to climb here. NVIDIA now 184.27. Just a little while ago, we were looking at this, and where was it? It was down here, guys, and now look, We're already getting that next push towards the 185. This is why I was talking about it this morning, that it looked good there around the 181 level. I woke up there at 4 a.m., was watching it, was like, ooh, this looks good to maybe get the run right back up. It's getting the run there. You can also look at the leverage name like NVDL, was watching that at the 81 spot there. It's already up there to the 82. It's starting to move. That's going to help names like AMD. That's going to help names in, of course, the semiconductors get the lift. Let's see if TSM can get a little bit of a drive. TSM. We'll see if some other names can get a drive there today. Can Google get a drive right back up, right? You can see it driving already this morning. Amazon was recently hot. We'll take a look at Amazon. I think you have all these names in play today. And as long as the tech rally can hold here, I don't mind playing some of this action. We'll see what happens there in Amazon. Already up there to 212s this morning. We're getting the rip right before the bell, though. I always talk about this. We could see the action that we're looking for out the gates coming in right now as we speak. We'll see what happens in some other names. Need to get this path to start going. Need to get NVAX, a health name, to just not crush me. And then, of course, you got Unipath. We'll see what happens. The fun part is I can't get out. They can only just go up to help me. So we'll be watching to see what happens there out the gates there for Path. Let's go to some small names really quickly just to kind of cover them. We got this LULU NVDA stock making a big rip, a 56-cent stock there. Then you got this 15 cents JTAI making a big rip. You got LIDR. I love this name. It's a LiDAR play. It has made a couple spikes up, a pullback, another spike. It looks really good now. It's holding in at the $2 spot. Could make a run back there towards 240s. This one could have some news. I have to check it right now. But this is looking pretty good, at least just on the price action. FlyX, another one, looking interesting this morning. Looks like it's starting to get going here. Looks like it could pop above the threes. It has made a couple of pops into the threes and failed there. Maybe you get one more attempt towards 270s and then the lift off to 3. But doesn't look bad there for Fly Exclusive this morning. All right, there's another one here, ISPC. I've seen that one before. We'll see if that one can make a move. That's a little bit of a small name. Was up there to 44 cents, now down back towards 25. All right, nothing else really there that stands out to me that we got to talk about, but we can talk, of course, about some different action in the market. Yesterday, of course, we had some healthcare names do really well. Cyclicals bounced back. Industrials had a bounce back. We got to keep an eye to see what happens with that industrial trade and to see what happens with some of the oil trade. All right, guys, I got to restart here, so we'll talk a little bit about what's going on in the market, and we can take a look into some of the NVIDIA action there. So let's, of course, keep things going here. Let me go ahead and get to the full screen here. Just 1 second. I'm a little zoomed in here on the Edge Life. I had to change browser, man. Chrome was just giving me the fits. It might be still giving me the fits here. All right, just give me 1 second. There we go. Good old penny stocks. I don't know why, but penny stocks don't like me on Trade the Pool. I think they know. I think they know. You know, I think they know that I can't be trading all these penny stock life. I used to do it. I used to do it a lot more, guys, but it might give you gray hair. All right, guys, we'll keep it going, guys. Of course, we're in the second day of the tournament. The coach bracket is, of course, doing great. Led by my man, of course, Kevin. Kevin, man, he's killing it out there with his trade, of course. And BTAL, we'll talk a little bit about that one. That one's continuing to go down this pre-market. That one went down from $19 down there, about like a 24% move down, and it looks like it's dropping a little bit further today. We need that thing to come back, because if not, Michael Noss is he's gonna battle all he wants, but he ain't gonna get it to come back there. So we'll see what happens, of course. And just give me a second here. Still battling with the program, but we'll get it back up here in just a second here, guys. But BATL, definitely one of those names that has been driving the competition. There's also a lot of action out there with different ones. There's names that are in the green, and there's names that are in the red. So that's one thing I will say. there was, of course, the guy that I'm competing with, Josh. Yeah, you're going down, my friend. But yeah, right now he's on the downside. I'm hoping that nothing changes today. I'm still winning right now. So if you picked me, you're still winning right now. We got to compete, and we got to have a good day today, right? It's 1 week at least for the battle between Josh and I. Still got a little bit more for this competition to kind of get into. All right, just give me 1 second here. Trying to get this going here. Just keep running into an issue here with ISPC. Yeah, I don't like this stock. It doesn't like me right now. But we'll get that fixed up here in just a second here, guys. Just having a little bit of some platform issues here. But should get it fixed here in just a second. This is what happens when you open a penny stock that doesn't like you. It doesn't like me right now, and it doesn't want to work. But I'll get it back up in just a second here, guys. We'll be joined by our traders in just a second, almost 9 o'clock here. Let's see if we get, of course, Michael Noss in the house in just a second here. And I'll be looking to maybe get my man Steve on the show. Steve, I hope you're out there, man. Hope you're doing well. Excited to hear more about the coach's highlights. All right, we'll see what happens out there. Looks like there is some voting going on out there. Let's see, what did they vote for me? Oh, man, 50-50 on who wins between Money Mitch and Josh Smith. Uh-oh. They're not believing in me out there, fam. Oh, what's going on? All right, guys, we'll keep things going. We'll try to get this running here. But just looking into the market madness to pull some numbers there. What's going on, Smoke Tuna? How we doing out there? Bonjour, my friend. BTAL down from 15. Yeah, let's see where it goes to, Smoke Tuna. You keep hitting this one. All we need is a playbook and coffee. Yes. Coffee. Amen, my friend. Amen to you out there, Barney. We'll see what happens out there, guys. We'll keep it going. It's going to be a fun day indeed. Ready to kick it into the competition, go to the next level. Let's keep things going. Let's get to Microsoft, right? Let's take a look at some of those names, right? Trying to get to it. Yeah. I'm going to have some issues here with ISPC. I can't even get out of it. So we'll see. I'll have to fix this up here, guys, and figure out what I can do to fix up ISPC. But let's keep it going, guys. We'll talk a little bit about the market, looking around to see what else is going on here. QBTS trying to recover, looking around. The SPY still continuing to drive up there. So we'll look to see what happens there in the Qs today, as I'm feeling we're getting a little bit of a second day rally here, a little bit of a quick one here, and it's coming in fast. Qs continuing to drive, almost making a new high now in the Qs. I talked about NVIDIA could be that name today, this morning, to drive, and it is on that drive mission. Has been moving about a buck from this morning's action around 8. Just getting the lift there. It's now towards 184.50. Remember, I talked about it. It'd probably get towards 185 by the time I was done getting towards the open. It's almost there already. We'll see what happens there in NVIDIA. Continues going higher. All right, let's bring in, of course, Airplane Jane flying in. How we doing this morning? It's good to see you.
I'm good. But did you see those bank rates in Australia? Did you see what they did?
And what happened in Australia? Fulfill me in, because I need to know. What happened?
Well, as being an American in Canada, I look to see what's happening with the other crown corporation countries. And that is Australia. Australia Central Bank raised interest rates here this morning. So I'm feeling like we saw Japan do it. We saw Australia do it. Are you ready for that to be coming to a central bank near you?
I will see what happens. I don't know if they would be willing to do it, but they're definitely going to have their eyes raised as the oil continues to climb. Diesel now hitting $5 a gallon from the first time since 2022, and inflation concerns coming in. But it's not the inflation that I'm concerned about with oil, Jane, that I'm concerned about. It's more the inflation with food supplies that I'm concerned about, and commodities and the farmers, right? Jane, you know how important it is for seeding in springtime and seasonality, right? Well, the problem is this is hitting at the wrong time, right? Like if it hit in deep in the middle of summer, it wouldn't affect the farmers as much. But being right now, the time where they need to buy the fertilizer, when they need to buy seeding, when they need to be worried about their crops, right? Well, now they have a big issue, right? So food prices are going
100%.
up higher. Of course, we know that fertilizer is to do fertilizer, right? You need natural gas. A majority of the natural gas comes from Qatar, so we have that issue that's coming into play. That starts going into everything into agriculture, which could lead to more food supply issues, right? And inflation that leaks into that, whether it be Archer Daniel Midland or names like that, right? Those are names that I'm continuing to watch. That is not an obvious play, I think, of the war, but something that we could see continue to move higher.
For sure. And that was a big concern when everything broke out in Ukraine. They were the big producers of fertilizer as well, the potash. I want to say it's Nutanix as well, is another company, but all of those fertilizers and definitely the food supply. We also saw with this shutdown, the Strait of Hormuz, this is similar to the COVID shutdown, to the Suez Canal shutdown. It does create that temporary inflation pump, and I think you're very smart to look at the food supplies. It's not just going to be food supplies, though. It's going to be everything with the price of oil going up. That transportation cost is going to be built into everything and profit margins. So I think we're going to see a rough quarter next quarter because of this holdup that's happening. 100 boats a day due to go through, and it's trickling like 1 to 2 boats a day. That's 2% of the supply that normally travels through there that
Yeah.
is now being held up. And that's going to create a definite downward spiral next quarter. Are they going to price it in right now? I don't think so. I think all eyes are really on the FOMC tomorrow to see what happens.
Yeah, that's one thing we got to keep in mind too, right? We are getting this move right now, but I think that's why a little part of me is thinking we're getting the rally this morning already. So sometimes you get to miss the boat because you're not trading in the pre-market. I think we're missing the boat right now because it's SPY continuing to break new highs, Q's breaking new highs. We're seeing some names make a lift off. And I think, I'm just keeping that in the back of my mind is that they're probably not going to put in too much big positions today, right? Of course, the meeting tomorrow. I think you want to hear what the Fed is thinking. To see what's going to happen next, right? Everyone's going to be wondering what is said, what are they willing to talk about, right? Well, we'll wait and find out there, guys.
Yeah. And keeping that weekly chart in your mind to see where have we really gone from last week,
Yeah,
right? Where have we really moved from last week? We're up just a touch, but we're in a gap from the week before. So it is somewhat sideways price action, which is completely normal before the Fed meeting because they are positioning. They took it, they we're seeing pre-market spikes, sell it open. So it seems like the tune has switched from buy the dip to sell the rip. So we'll see if that's going to continue today. But I think that we have to keep in mind it's like an earnings event that you got to kind of wait for that news and then trade that momentum. That's the way I like to do it. How about you, Mitch?
Yeah, I think we gotta just ride the wave right now and ride it, sell the rips, right? So right now you're getting those rips. So I'd be riding the waves and just being short term. It seems like we can't get any long term move, but for right now, the SPY is continuing to climb here now towards 671.38. We are seeing that move there in NVIDIA now. What? 184.68. You guys heard me when the show opened. I said NVIDIA 185. We're almost there. And that continues to climb there. We'll look to see if that helps out my AMD trade. AMD starting to get in the green there for me. Microsoft continuing to the upside. I got this bad boy. Will I get the softy right at the bottom? I won't be
I
mad.
know, and Market Madness too, right? You got that in
Market
Market Madness?
Madness. I got it at 397.23 with 885 shares. Jane, can you imagine having that position right now? Put it this way. We talked about yesterday, if there's one position you would like to have on and it was in your real account, which one would it be? Looking back, 100% Microsoft, right? Because yeah, it's what, $351,000 in this position, but to tell you the truth, I wouldn't feel too bad about it with this chart the way it's looking right now. I know that Microsoft have been really beaten down, but if you look at the monthly has beautiful trend lines that can come right back up. If this just comes back even halfway of that move, that's 67 points higher. Jane, that is an insane win, right? I mean, we're almost talking 1,000 shares, 67. That's a big, big win. And this is what I think, as you get higher money in an account, like let's say more money and you're starting to trade with like say hundreds of thousands of dollars, let's be honest, Jane, you can't be looking at your penny stocks anymore to just keep piling in. You affect price too much because you become a money mover yourself, right? Now you're
that market
moving
maker.
money. Yep. And you don't realize it until you start playing that game, and then you're like, oh, I can't do these trades anymore, right? There's
And
only a
that's where
limited amount of
iceberg orders
capital.
are important too, because if you put that full position on the book, everybody's going to see you buying all those shares,
Yep. This
buying
is
those
when
hundreds of millions of shares.
Yep, this is how we see the gurus do it, right? The you'll start seeing the dark pulling action is the only thing that makes sense here. It's the only way that I can hide my order enough to work my way in, right? To work my way in so people kind of don't see me, right? That's what it is in the dark pool. It's kind of like putting a mask on and you're like acting like a ghost. You're just walking by as a ghost. You're like, you didn't see me. But yeah, I see you wearing the sheet, dude. So you're not sneaking by me there. And that's what happens with the penny stocks. And of course, dark pulling is expensive, right? It's not cheap. And so usually it's the cheaper names that this gets done with, but it also happens with the big names. Jane, you talk about it all the time, the positioning that's going on underneath the hood with institutionals and different like bigger book orders that are just sitting out there. I think these are important to understand. These are ways that you guys can learn off of institutional style trading and trade like that in retail game. That's what I like doing too, Jane. Maybe not specifically in that way, but I'm always trying to do what? Trade with rotation, right? Essentially thinking like the institutions do, but trading like that as a retail trader. This is what I think can work for a lot of traders out there. Think about how the institutions do it, right? How did the trading desk do it? And just do it like them with more ability to be flexible, right? I don't have to go to anybody and be like, hey, I'm going to go buy AMD today. Am I allowed to buy AMD today?
Yeah.
And then I don't have
And
to
your
give
life
them.
doesn't depend on it. Your job doesn't depend on it. You're not about to get kicked out the door because you made a poor decision.
Yeah, my 10-page report isn't going to get burned on the desk in front of me because they didn't value it enough, and they're just like, "This is trash, dude." Shredder. No, I'm sure, and I can just imagine. This is the reason why I didn't want to join the whole financial analyst game, and a whole bunch of my friends that were studying finance with me. They were all like, "I want to go work for this bank and this bank." I was like, "Yo, man, have fun at it, dude. have fun. That's not for me, but I will learn the game and try to do it myself. That's what I try to do every single day, and that's why we have other traders like Jane, Nas here to give you guys the insights, right, of how other traders are doing it and winning, right? So if you guys are looking for more of that conversation, keep dropping in the chat. Let us know what you guys are looking to add to the show.
We
All right,
also
guys.
have T-Cent. They got decimated on earnings. And we've got Corningware as well that's down big. Nokia, BATL, Kevin killing it on that illegal position. And Irene.
Oh yeah, killing it indeed is he is. I'll be bringing up the competition screen in just a
The
second here.
leaderboard. Yeah,
Yep.
71,000. Killing it with that short. The rug pullers.
That's for sure. The rug pullers are pulling the rug, and it's pulling the rug on BATL, of course. So we'll see what happens there to see what happens in the leaderboard today. Who's gonna take the lead? Find out right here. All right, guys, let's go to my screen here. Let's talk about the leaderboard. Let's take a look here to see the coaches bracket. Of course, the way it works, right? We'll keep it simple. I'll just tell you guys right off the back. It's all about the competition versus each other. Right now, we're not all competing against each other. We're competing against our matchup. So our matchups, you'll see them clearly stated here. Of course, Dane getting after it also here, going after Steve. Who's going to win there? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at how traders are doing right now. Of course, these will be getting updated. They're a little bit delayed here, but let's take a look at how things are looking right now. Kevin with the lead, $71,000 up there. I mean, you can't imagine that. But of course, that's of course led by that BATL. We'll see what happens on Kevin Avery to see if he can continue in the lead. Second place, Chris H. Shout out to him. Team CLS up $43,000. Doing really well on that action here. We'll see what happens there with Team CLS. Then we got Coach Tony B in the house. You guys know him. He was here yesterday. Shout out to my man out there. Long TSLL. That's going to help him today. That's looking great right now. And he's not going to be looking too mad about that. The fun part is he also has, of course, NVIDIA, AVGO, Fastly, BBAI. He has some trades on. I think BBAI was the one thing that was kind of holding him back a little bit. But if that gets to lift above 4 today, which doesn't look bad, man, Tony B is going to be taking his spot against the one-eye man, Joe, out there. Let's talk about some other traders here. Let's keep it going in the coaches. You got Valerie in the portfolio managers. Meow out there, $23,000. Not looking too bad. Valerie is going, of course, against Annette here. We'll see what happens. Really doing well. Then, of course, Steve up at 3,000. We got Airplane Jane at 1,000. It's going to be a battle. Who's going to win? The Bulls on the parade or the Cougars coming in? Rawr. We'll find out what's going on there, guys. We'll be keeping an eye to see what happens. And then the battle of we're going to say the best loser.
Yeah.
You like this one, Jane? The best loser competition.
What's going on with you down there? What's that? Here's the thing, though.
Josh
Tomorrow
Smith.
could be that like underdog day where the underdogs just get the resurgence because everything shifts in the market.
At least the only guy that I can go against and probably win is the guy that has the worst account right now, which is Josh. So I guess right now, who could screw it up the most? Is it going to be Josh or I? We'll find out, of course. We'll keep an eye out to see what happens there. To tell you the truth,
right now you're winning, so that's good.
My account is not doing bad. It's just one position that's holding me back, right? So we'll continue to watch to see what happens to that position. But it's a position that I like. It's Path, right? If Path can just go up through 20 cents, I'm back in the green, right? So I'm only 20 cents down. It's just I have like 39,000 shares. So yeah, that might be the reason why I'm down, right? I might have gone a little too big in Path, but I had this strategy, Jane. My strategy was I'm going to go really big in 2 names, a really high bar name like Microsoft, right? Mega cap, big blue chip, don't have to worry about parking majority of my money there, right?
Right.
And then I had to take one speculative name, right? It was either going to be loading the boat in NVAX or Unipath. I said Unipath because of all this agentic AI conversation coming out of NVIDIA, right? So, of course, what the traders are going to do? They're going to do like me. They're going to look around, they're going to hear all this talk about agentic AI, and they're going to be like, well, let me go look at the agentic AI player to see if that gets going. So I think today is a big day to see if Path finally makes the move for me. And if it even just goes slightly green,
Right.
I'm going to start to rocket into the green, right? Because Microsoft doing well, AMD doing well, all the other positions pretty much doing well there. Let's see if Microsoft can keep holding the bar for me, right? It's at like 3,000. That's why I'm not down double digits, right? That's what's keeping me in the position. That's why you always want to be thinking like that as a portfolio manager. You can
What's
add a
also
risky
hard,
one, but
I
have some
find, with
safety.
this is that you can't exit where you might want to lock the profit. You have to let
Yes.
it ride the whole week. And that I find is the difficult. Buy market at open and
Mhm.
hold all week until 4 o'clock on Friday. So
Well,
it's,
welcome to the hedge fund life,
yeah,
Airplane Jane. We are hedge funds right now. That's the way we need to be thinking. And hedge funds can't just get in and out. They kind of have to hold on for a certain amount of time and things like that. So your decision making needs to be a little bit different, right? Now, I
yep.
do wish that we had, and I'll think about it for next competition. I think we should have had maybe all Monday to fill. You had to be in by the end of Monday. So that
Or
gives us
in by
more of
10
like,
o'clock. I think fairness would be
oh, oh,
within the first 30 minutes because you're not obligated to a market order
just
at open.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Jane. Use some of our day trading skills, right? Out trade the other trader. But
If somebody else wants to do it, they have free will. But
we,
if we are obligated, that is a different sort of,
hey,
we train
I
ourselves
was
not to do that
I was
necessarily.
late. I was late to getting the fills in, remember? And my fills were actually worse because of that. So it doesn't always turn out better, right? My fills were actually away from the open and it was actually on the upside. So I kind of like, bought the rip. But hey, that's another reason why I think I was down in Path. I bought it as it was already up 20 cents. If I got
Yeah,
the
you got it.
opening price yesterday, I think it
Yeah.
would be different, right? I didn't get opening price. So just to kind of state why I think another reason opening price yesterday was 1051. I have 1079, right? So
Uh,
it's trading right now at 57. I'd be up 6 cents, right? So just yeah, it's okay, guys.
It
That
would
was
have
my
worked in
fault.
that scenario. I
That was
also
my
want to let
fault.
everyone know, you guys know every morning I also check out the inverse indicators for the ETFs, UVXY, fear, everything like that. And it is still showing to me red across the board for the indexes as well. I am seeing on our commodities. One thing that's catching to me that is like one of them is lying is that the dollar is up and so are all of the inverse ETFs. So when I see that they are both somewhat they're going in the same direction, one is lying and one is going to reverse. So I think that we might see a big move with the dollar tomorrow, as well as oil numbers coming out, because oil numbers come out at 10:30 on Wednesdays. So when we look at that, we're going to potentially see a big catalyst. This morning, there's no crazy announcements. We have weekly employment change, that's a yellow. Pending home sales at 10 a.m. That is an orange. That might give us an effect. That was predicted to be down 1.2%. We have CB leading index, that's a yellow, and then weekly statistical bulletin looks just like a fluff release. But tomorrow, all day, 8:30, 10 a.m., 10:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30. So tomorrow is going to be that volatile catalyst of the week. So just keep that in mind for your positions as well. You guys are not obligated like we are with Market Madness, holding it all week long. So keep that in mind.
Yep, keep that in mind indeed, guys. We'll see what happens out there. Here you guys see it. Was able to pull it up here for us so that we can see into my account here and see into that rip of NVIDIA. NVIDIA now trading 185.22. Who gave you that trade this morning? You guys know why you come here. It's only
Good
one
job, man.
man, one guy that's going to take over Kramer's job one day. I'm gonna take over Kramer. I'll tell Kramer. I'll give him a good retirement gift.
Well,
Don't
he
worry,
will kick the
guys.
bucket someday.
He
Sorry,
has to,
it's just
right? I
not
have
the
time.
life.
Time's on my side, Jane. Time
There
is
you go.
on
There you
my
go.
side.
You got to start working the producers now. There you go.
Hey, you got to put it out there. You got to put it out there, right?
For
Trust me,
sure. For
they're
sure.
they're
You got
gonna
to put
pay
it in
up.
writing too. You got to write it down. Things happen in writing.
Oh, don't worry. We'll keep rocking the trade the pool hat right there on CNBC. They'll be all jealous, but we'll keep rocking it out there, guys. Let's keep going out there. And today, guys, I brought in my Miami Heat jersey because this guy scored 83 points, beat Kobe Bryant's record. And I'm feeling like that today. I'm feeling like 83 points. I'm trying to win the record out there. Smash the like. Let's catch up with some of the chat conversation. What's going on out there, Tack? What's going on out there? Smoked tuna. What are you guys taking a look at? Rando. What's going on,
Morning,
man?
morning,
Spy
all.
ripping a bit. It's just a day two rally. And it has nothing to do with news here and has everything to do with just it wants to rally. But is it going to be just a morning rally? That's the only problem, right? Will we get to the
Something else,
open?
and something else I'm seeing is as the market is rallying, we're seeing a dip on crypto. So is this going to be a sell the open, buy the like buy the dip on crypto? Is that where our money rotation is going on? So for the moment, people held in the stock market, but they weren't holding in crypto, and now it's going to rotate over. Uh, I see overall that the big money is below on crypto, so I feel like a bull move is setting up. And the one that had the intraday corresponding and correlating to moving up was Ethereum. All the rest of them were dipping a bit. So it could be buying opportunities for those that are crypto traders as well.
We will see what happens there. Just keeping an eye on the market here as we get a little pullback before the gates here. We'll see what happens towards the gates, what we can play. Spy up a significant amount already. This is what I was thinking. And that's why I wanted to maybe just buy the 4 a.m. open. Look at the 4 a.m. open. Down here, it was just kind of going sideways and trickling down. We were trading at 666. We've already made a 6-point move. Don't
Mhm.
forget, one of the things that I've been mentioning is the ATR on the SPY has been about 10 or 11. So we've already gotten more than 50% of the expected ATR for the day, right?
Sounds like we've hit that 61% golden fib. So
Yep.
maybe it should turn around when we're
Yep.
hitting that fib level.
That's the key here. That's why I want to tell traders the key, stay on a swivel, right? Everything's been sell the rip, sell the rip, sell the rip. We'll see what happens if that tune finally changes. But that's what's been working, right? Now the question is, does it remain working? That's trading, right? That's why it's day trading too, and why you can have yourself on a flip-flop action. I always talk about Kramer's flip-floppy, but the truth is, as day traders, you need to be flip-floppy. As swing traders, you can hang in a little bit more, and as investment thesis kind of guys, yeah, those are the guys that you know grill down and say, I want more Adobe here. It's cheap. It's cheap. Well, you never know what's going to happen, right? But that's just the truth, right? That's why there's always what I call different traders' hats, right? There's
Hmm.
day traders, there's swing traders, there's investors. Know what hat you're wearing today and how you should be trading according to that, right? Because
For
I
sure.
think that's very important, and it's hard to switch hats, also, right? It's hard to think like an investor, but then think like a day trader at the same time. Those are completely two different worlds. And the thinking and the trade idea, like idea generation, should be far from each other, right? If I'm thinking about investments, yeah, I actually care about some fundamentals, right? Long term, I kind of need to know what the company's doing, right? If the company is just losing money constantly, well, that could be a warning sign, right?
Well,
You
that's
know what
not a
I
good
mean?
swing trade then.
Yeah,
And when
yeah.
you see it going up and it's losing money, Oh, be cautious. There might be a reason behind that.
But Jane, just like everybody else, if there's a penny stock that's making a move and that stock is losing money, well, guess what? That doesn't really matter a lot of times for penny stocks
Well,
because
that's, yeah, day trade. But
because
overall swing trade, yeah, might want to be careful.
yeah, and that's what those are the things that I talk about. Know the hat that you're wearing and where you're trading with, right?
For sure.
Time
For
frames are
those
important.
that are trading metals, I found a pretty cool
Let's talk about it.
cool website. Let me share it actually. I'm going to share this. It is not a trade the pool one, but I feel that it is an important one for some traders that are trading metals to check out, just as a global perspective. If you don't mind sharing that, there we go.
Yes.
We got it. All right, so it's over here. It is metalscharts.org/metals. And so if you go to gold right here, what I find interesting is we've got the US spot price right here, the futures price, but we also have the Shanghai price right here. So you get to see, hey, Shanghai for gold is just 0.47. So it's pretty much coupled, right? We can agree that's pretty much the same. And then we look at India, and it's a 4% premium over in India, the spot price, right? So then we come on to silver. So we look at silver, US spot price is 81. Shanghai is at 91. We've got a 13% premium in Shanghai and a 4% premium in India, almost 4.7. So right now you see around the world that silver is trading at different prices. So being aware of what's going on with the bigger global picture of something can also illuminate that, hey, that US spot price is not maybe necessarily where it should be. Does it mean that those banks, Jane Street, the manipulation is going to change? Or is this something that the physical is going to be worth more because you could sell it to Chinese at a higher price? Just being aware of it, I think, is important for those metal traders so that you can see, hey, I looked also at copper. Copper doesn't have the futures around the world. When we look at palladium, we don't have it. When we look at platinum, we don't have it. So it's really gold and silver that are measured with the coupling of the other markets. Awesome. Just want to share that out.
All right.
You good?
I
You setting up a
hate.
trade?
No, I just hate ISPC. It's been causing my computer the fits. Yeah, ISPC, you're in the ban list. You're in the ban list, and you know why. All right, at least Unipath's starting to come back, trickling back. We're getting there towards 1160s. Of course, Microsoft holding 400 today, going to be a big watch, right? That's what I'm going to be looking at right out the gates to see how that kind of holds
And
up there.
30 seconds to open.
You see the hourly right here. I don't want to see any move to 398 here. I just want to see break off of the 400. Go to like 405 right out the gates. Go drive. Go give us a nice little $5,000-$6,000. Let's go make up the loss that we have in Path before we even get into the green. So that way when Path kicks green, we're killing it, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see what happens here out the gates here. Markets opening up. Ding, ding, ding is right. You got that right. Let's get after it.
All right, let's
Dip into
see.
399 here for Microsoft. We'll look to see what else is leading. I'll let you guys know what's leading the market right out the gates. I see financial services leading the gates. Energy with a big climb. Basic materials climbing here. Basic materials had a good day yesterday in certain areas. Silver climbing right out the gates there. Chemicals getting a nice little jump again. So look to see what happens there and different names. Gold getting another jump. Of course, second day rally there. Building materials, steel, a little bit of a bounce back, and I look to see if aluminum can finally make a nice big clean breakout. Alcoa, one of those names that I'll be looking at there. FCX, there goes Microsoft holding the 400. Can it hold it? We'll be watching it right out the gates here. And 5 minute Looking like it's holding right now. We'll look to see if we get that lift off there in Microsoft. Here comes Path, at least getting a little bit of a spike there. Now only down 4,000. And of course, with the action that's going off in Microsoft, should be getting back to break even pretty soon here. Let's see what happens. There we go. That's what
Also, watching
we
the
in
dollar
UPath.
dropping with
Cool.
this open as well. Um, if we see UPP, right? So the dollar bullish go below 27.38, I think we're going to see a bigger run up on the commodities. We're starting to see, we had almost a bearish engulfing on the dollar yesterday. And it was interesting. Michael Noss was saying, hey, I want to see a fund where it's equal weighted as opposed to just dollar biased. And right now we're seeing that that dollar biased is starting to pull back. So
Mm-hmm.
we also need to keep in mind tomorrow night is a very powerful night in Iran. It is the end of their year. So there is a New Year celebration that's going to be happening. So that could also be a catalyst going into Thursday morning. So we have a lot of volatility riding on the market tomorrow.
Definitely agree with that, and we got to keep an eye out to see what happens there. Right now, watching Ondas pull back a little bit, just setting a stop there for my swing. Got to make sure at least to cash on that. If anything, just look to open up new positions today. Have a pretty good position size in that. Looking to see if I can ride that up today. Setting a stop around the 1030s right now. That would get me out, but hey, right now I'm looking to see if this can climb right back here and get the lift here. We'll see what happens right out the gates. And Path now taking off there, now towards 1179. This is the reason why I'm looking at this, is because I'm looking at maybe taking a trade in Path, even in my swing account, because I really like this name overall. Of course, Energetic AI kind of getting that lift there. There's the lift off now there. Look at that, all in the green, guys. This is what I was talking about. Now we're really
Beautiful
starting to take
trade.
off there. And
Look at the calculator.
looking to see if we can kind of take off here a little bit more. I'm going to go ahead and just take a little bit of a swing here. I took Path yesterday, took a little bit of a haircut. We'll do the same kind of trade right here. It's a really small trade, risk off the 1149s. And the key is for Path, it needs to be like a big run in the long run. For me to kind of hold on to this name. So let's see if we can get a bigger run today. Took a little bit of a trade there. Microsoft, though, taking off there, now up a good amount on the swing. Look at the account there, now up 4,000. Talked about a run there. Now that's going to really help me. Now I'm up on the account, right? Now I'm up 5,000. So I don't know where Josh is, but Josh, you better come at me, baby. I told you 83 points coming in hot today. Let's get it. VST now taking $1,000 up. So
There's no chance to catch Kevin. Well, here's the thing, the Crow, is that
is
he
there
kind
really?
of broke the rules with 75% of his account in one trade
Is there
and
really no
locked
way?
50,000 profit. So that was that's kind of dirty.
Oh, with BAL going down today, it might. Yeah, there might be no way. If he didn't keep winning, then maybe yeah. But he's continuing to win. So Michael Noss, you can just give up, buddy. But hey, that's not my competition. I'm worried about my competition, and Microsoft doing well there for me. VST doing well. AMD going into the green. Red to green action in AMD. Let's see if that takes off there. Let's go to the screen here, and what am I seeing? All green light go, guys. Every single sector in the green, led by financial services, consumer cyclical, real estate, basic, energy, industrials, healthcare, technology, utilities, communications, and defensives, all in the green. You heard that right. Every single thing in the green here. Green light city. Let's see what happens. Green light city, man. It's good to see it. It definitely is. Man,
Check it out. We've got some loan ETFs with some bigger volume as well. BKLN. We've got SRLN. So seeing some loans, getting some big money flowing into them. Could that be an indication that they know something about interest rates, that they want to get into those loans? They want to maybe rotate out of the market and go into income producing, right? The guaranteed income producing.
You got that right.
See what XLF is doing too on this. So we see XLF curling off of the bottom. down here. So that's going to be good for the banks. It starts to look like maybe we could see that they are going to take a position to take those up with interest rates, potentially, if they go up, generating more revenue.
All right, looking at CEG, looking at CEGX for the swing trade here. CEG doing really well, but the only thing is that the low volume here makes me want to run. So I'd have to go to actually CEG to make that trade. But just watching that name is doing really well up there to 309. Looking to see, of course, Microsoft continuing the strength now. Hold 400. Just hold 400. Look at Path. Look at Path go, baby. We're coming right back up. And remember, if this was the original 1151, I'd be up 30 cents on 35,000 shares, right? I'd be pretty up already.
Of course.
But I have a pretty good amount, right? 34,500 shares there, Path. Let's see if Path can give me a nice dollar run, and then we can start to compete with Kevin for sure. We get a dollar run, and we'll be looking pretty good there. Let's see what happens today. NVAX, another one that's doing well for me. I have a big position in NVAX. It's 4,000 shares. It still can make me a pretty good amount. I like this as a health trade. We'll see what happens today. All right, pretty green lights around there, guys. Basic materials doing pretty well. I'm going to be looking to see if copper can start to take off. FCX, one of those trades that I could probably take today on a day trade, just off of a nice look off 57 yesterday. I might take that shot here. I like that FCX trade.
Yeah, that's got a nice downward trend breakout to
Let me pull it up
and
here.
bigger money below it. I give you the green light too.
Yeah, I can't blame you.
Green flag, like in a racetrack. Go ahead, you're clear.
You're clear. You're clear for takeoff.
Yeah. Dollar is dropping. Some commodities are rising. Watching the futures over here. Yeah, and today I'll be on with the fivers at 10. All about the futures.
Yeah, it's all about it.
It's all about
into the future. Into the future.
So we've got GROW and IPI. They are two potash stocks as well. So let's check those out.
Looks like there's a leverage FCX, but it's very low share size.
Yeah.
This is the
You don't want
problem.
to be the only trader in the room when you're trading a stock.
Yeah, that's where the leverage ones can get you into trouble versus help you, right? So, all right, guys, going to take a shot here to see if I can get some FCX to really start to kind of climb here. I'm going to go small first, see if it starts to get the bigger move here, and then I can look for an add here. I'm right off the support, so that's the idea here. Let me let it undercut a little bit. It's trying to undercut and then rally off of the 58s here.
And it's also St. Patrick's Day, so happy St. Patty's Day to all.
There we go. Took a little bit there of FCX. Now I want to start to see it climb. I'll show you guys that right now. Let's go to the 1 minute here. So you see that undercut right now. You see how it did that harmy. I can use that harmy to take risk here. Maybe risk 57.88s, but really looking for this to get hot back through 58s and take out this 58.20. Let's see if we get the move really quickly and look at those positions go. Look at path now towards 1190s. Microsoft going now. Now we're up 7,000, right? We were down 6. We just did a nice $12,000 swing, baby. Let's go.
Very nice.
Let's go. Now we're up a pretty good amount there with the 1,200 and this kind of back and forth action. We're looking pretty good here with path now starting to go. Microsoft really leading, and I'm far away from Microsoft now. Right? Like I'm down here, guys, and continuing to climb. That's why I told you guys, if I could have that position, right, $300-something thousand right now.
That's your one.
Let's just say, Jane, you could throw that in my account. We won't be mad.
Oh, yeah.
I know you got that.
I'm just waiting for my BITO to take off. I'm just waiting for BITO to go on up, take a nice 20% there.
All right, there you guys have it. FCX now starting to get into the green there. Recovered that 58s now in a second here. If I can get it back above 58.20s, I'll go for an add there. I think this is one of the important things that I need to get back to, right, is adding on the winners. I got away from that at the beginning part of the year because I felt like the uncertainty kept chopping me out. But that's also part of my strategy, right? Is to add on winners, right? So we'll look to see if we get that move back up above the 58s. But this gives me ability to risk and then look for the kind of the rip higher. We'll look to see what happens there at FCX. Path in the green there for me, Microsoft in the green there for me, ONDS in the green there for me. So now just trying to ride the green in the swings, trying to ride the greens in the Market Madness account. There we go. Now we're up more than $8,000 here. Let's go. Let's go. It's looking good. We're starting to change tunes. I need
Very
an
nice, very
update.
nice. My hurting position is snap. That was my short, and that one is
We're gonna change
definitely
this
hurting
up.
me now.
We're
It
gonna
is up
change this
on the
up.
day. I think it's got to update. It hasn't received the opening trades yet. BATL continuing down for Kevin. That is just killing it for his account.
All right, FCX now starting to come up there, 58.12s now. Let's see if we start to get that lift, and I get the ad there, guys. I talked about that. Now we're getting FCX getting that lift there, and I'm taking trades out there, looking to make some moves, looking to make some trades. Can't be afraid when the money starts to run. We got to go running with it. Right now, money looking pretty good. SPY up there to 673s. If you look at it from the bottom action, what is that telling me? We're almost reaching the ATR on the day, which is around there to the 676. We got about 2 points left there. So maybe we're starting to run out of some steam here, but some names continuing to drive. Another telling sign, the VIX meltdown back down to 3168 on the VXX, and really starting to see some shift. And overall, there's nothing to be scared about right now. Everything, every sector in the green. You don't see that too often. That's called green lights, baby. Green light go. Green light go right now. I talked about NVIDIA being a name that you wanted to look at today. I almost can close my eyes. Let's see if this starts to come back up, guys.
It hit that 185 threshold, though, and it has pulled back at the moment.
That was the trade this morning. It was already there. It made the trade.
Micron, too. Micron's second day of topping out up at 454 and starting to pull back a bit. So
Ooh, I like that one. Josh has this
AMD.
one. Josh has MU, just to let you guys know. So I'm here like, yeah, keep going down, MU. Keep going down. And he bought it yesterday on the gap up, so I'm just like, yeah.
I know, it's so hard. That's the hard part.
Still the gap.
I like PLTR here if it can get up above 158. Got some bigger volume at that 158 resistance zone.
Path is doing really well, guys. Path almost breaking 12 now, guys. I'm up $5,000 just on Path. Just on Path, guys. So we're looking pretty good here. QBTS starting to make a move there. Guys, I'm seeing the quantum name starting to move. I'm seeing a growth name. I'm seeing the growth day. Yes, I dare say it right now. Who knows how long that lasts? But I'm going to go to the list here, and I'm going to give you what's leading here from the open. And you guys take a look. Look at UMAC just ripping here. UMAC is just taking off here, guys. Unusual machines pulling back to the 9 EMA. Beautiful entry at the 19 if you got that today. Outster getting a little bit of a lift there. So just going through some list on the watch list here that's kind of giving you guys some quick looks. I can try to put the tickers up, but I'm just going to run through them. Outster, big lift there.
Also checking all of the Qs, right? A lot of the Qs are up. Pretty much like a minimum of 1 to 2%. There's a couple that are not, like Starbucks is lagging. We've got Gilead that's lagging, Comcast, but most of them are all green. So to me, here's the other thought, is that when they're absolutely all green, there's got to be somewhere that they're selling, or it's positioning. I'm not 100% convinced. We're now just 15 minutes in. Is the reversal going to start to take over? So is this going to be that top? We topped out almost at 605 for the Qs. I'm starting to see that some selling is coming in. And is that 605.14 going to be the high, which is a pivot right there? Or are we going to see this continue? We do have a divergence on that volume, Mitch. on the 5-minute candles for the Qs. So what are we thinking? Is this going to continue to scream higher and squeeze those shorts? Or are we going to start to see a pullback?
We'll see, but we're at least getting a good rip in the TQQQ, and that's been running since the morning around 47, got there to 48.50s. So if you were able to make some money on this morning's tech trade and you came here early, I talked about it, it just looked like that. And guess what, guys? We are green light go in the account now. Every single position in the green. Not a bad thing to look on the screen and see, guys. So now every single one going in the green, NVAX going in the green there. And when NVAX runs, it has a tendency of continuing to run. So I'll be looking to maybe climb and trade on this one. Wouldn't mind any pullback in NVAX to make a trade there. VST continuing now. AMD now starting to lift off. Now Path continuing to hold up here. We got Microsoft running to 403. We are looking good on the screen here. Josh, I am sorry, buddy, but guess what? I came in flexing today, baby. Sorry, Josh.
I'm like an XLE. I'm happy to have that one. That one's my golden runner so far. Not that much, but it's ready to break out.
LIDR, we talked about that one this morning. We talked about how it was pulling back there, looking for the move to kind of hold the $2.
Mitch.
What happened?
Microsoft is pulling back.
No, that's a tiny bit. That's a tiny bit.
You looked so concerned there for a second.
I was like, what happened? No, Microsoft is ripping. It's almost 403 now. I don't know what you're talking about. That's almost $5,000 up on that position. And I'll tell you, I have it on the swing. I like it. LiDAR, though, looking good here. I'm with you on that one. I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to make a decision on it. Let me see if I can kind of make a decision here really quickly to see if this is the spot here. It's been struggling here. It's getting the volume there, but you'd have to risk right off that $2 spot there. See if it starts to really kind of give you a lift off there. Quick pullback out the gate.
LITE added to the S&P 500 and it pulled back. Now we have a nice downward trend. If you put that 33 on, we've got a bit of a triangle.
Ooh,
here.
I don't want that to go moving. That's Josh's stock. You bring that stock
but
down.
if it goes above 635, well, now remember, it goes into the full-on position on the 23rd. So that's going to probably see some bigger buying. They might have brought it down. And now the big guys are going to add it at a lower price. They wanted that discount.
Software liftoff, guys. Software lifting off today, guys. So software shaking all that down. Look, Datadog leading the action there, and some of the action that I'm seeing. Shopify, big lift into it. ServiceNow. It just seems to me like a big, nice little opening breakout day. We'll see how long it lasts, but right now it's looking good here, and you're seeing some names run. Leading the technology names is software and application names, and look at the rip there in Microsoft. Now we're doing it. Now we're getting it, guys. Now we're up almost $13,000 already on the day. Path now up almost $8,000. That was down $6,000 to start the day. So just add that up, right? We're almost talking about a swing of $10,000 here, more than 10,000 into the 11,000, and 12 starting to go here and looking good. We'll see what happens on the positions. Also got to focus in on the cash, right? It's not looking too bad out there. Let's go, baby. Green light in the swing account too, guys. Of course, if you guys don't have your mobile app, get your mobile app, because this is the only way that I'm continuing to focus on everything. And we got FCX to make the rip. This was a brand new one that we just gave you guys this morning. Look at FCX now starting to make the push. And I'm liking that LiDAR holding in there. Let's see if we can get some of that LiDAR play here. Let me attach this. This is on the day trade account here. So TQQQ, another lift off there, guys. So that's continuing to push here. And we're having some names really kind of push here. Let me look at the scanner, see if there's any other pennies that are kind of starting to make a nice little big breakout. BIAF, research name, up there to 285 now. We'll see how that one can continue going. ALDX looks like the fader of the day. OCG is getting a little bit of a lift, and LNAI, biotech name, has AI in the ticker. That's usually all that's needed sometimes. We'll see what happens on that one.
That's like the .com bubble era. everything with .com or AI starts to surge.
Oh, you know how that one works. We'll see what happens. LiDAR is now coming down there to 206, but there are other LiDAR plays that are doing well, like Ouster and things like that. I think this is off the heels of the NVIDIA conference, and that's why you're seeing the rip.
Also, the Qs did hit a pivot right up there, as well as the NQ futures. So are we going to continue, or is this going to be the spot of reversal? We shall see. We shall see.
All right, path breaking 12 there now. It's thinking about taking a little bit of a small ad here and then looking to go break even and see if it can start to rally here, or maybe just a slight risk here. So any pullbacks towards 12, I'll get the ad there and look to start holding. Boom. Have the ad out there to try to add. Of course, not in the market madness. I would if I could. Look at that, $10,000, baby.
It's a difficult mentality because it's a one and done trade. What's going on with CRM with that massive debacle? Now it's coming back from the bottom. We have a nice cup and handle there, Mitch. You check out that cup and handle on CRM. Up above 205, potential move up for, I'd say, 30 points. Pull it out on that weekly chart.
Yeah, you have a lot. Look at service now. Look at this.
Yep.
Right, so the poster childs are getting the move. App is probably going to be looking a little bit better today. Of course, this is one of Josh's stocks too, so I got to start getting going here as the app starts to get a nice little push. He also has LITE, so I got to make some money today. Because if not, he's gonna come back. He's gonna be making some money today. He was down 30 something. So yeah, you have to keep an eye on those positions.
To look directly at my competition.
There's path continuing to hold.
Oh man, I'm in the dark. That's doing well today.
All right, looks like we might have an update. Let me go check to see if the update is active here. And boom, boom, boom. We got to take a look here. We have an update, team. We have an update coming in here. Coming in hot. Let's take a look to see who's taking the lead right now. Kevin Avery is, of course, continuing the lead here with the gold at 125. Yes, you heard that right. $125,000 up is my man Kevin. And then Valerie, you can come run my portfolio. I won't be mad at you. Up $18,000 there. Chris H, $88,000. Chris H, killing it. Trying to load up his picks there. His picks are taking a little bit, but let me see if I can get him to load up. But yeah, really good action there, guys. And then now you guys see it. Tony B there at 16. Michael Noss at 14. But Nasa is going to have to be climbing a lot longer. Steve at 8,000 and Jane at 3,000. Steve, I think, has some bigger positions.
Yeah, he's got leveraged PLTZ, NVDL.
Oh, NVDL is probably the one kind of lifting him off, right? We'll see what happens. Oh, he has ONDS too? So yeah. We'll see what happens there.
ONDS isn't doing much. It's NVDL. So what I would like to see is tomorrow NVIDIA go. This is based off of this competition, right? I'd like to see NVIDIA drop. But now NVDL is it's dropping actually. That was a great position for him, but that was up at 82.80. Now it's down to 81. That is one that I am ready to see continue to move to the downside for him for this competition. Not everybody's a portfolio. And PLTZ. Oh yeah.
All right, getting the pullback now on path. Got that added fill there for the swing. Now risking down to the 1177. Is going to look to see if that can continue to hold. ONDS, though, lift off there. Now towards the 1070s. A little part of me thinking, oh, Mitch, you should have held on to the bigger position that you had. But, man, I've been up on this position so much that I had to take some profits yesterday. Jane, it's normally in these bigger positions, I can, dig down and just hold, grin my teeth. But this market's just been too tough. There's been too many profits where I have not gotten the gain because I'm doing my normal hold. And so in this case, I said, you know what? You did a really nice ad yesterday. Take half the shares, pay yourself.
There's nothing wrong with paying yourself, right?
Nothing wrong.
That's the biggest complaint with people when they go to work. They don't get the money that they're worth. Well, when you pay yourself with a trade every day, you can stay in 20%, 40%, whatever. But when you pay yourself, it's easier to stay in that trade psychologically.
All right, we'll see what happens there. Path kind of continuing. It got up there towards 1209, now pulling back to 1190s. We'll look to see if it makes the next move. I was up there almost 10,000 as it starts to get above the 12, so we'll look to see if that can continue to climb. Now we're seeing that little bit of a pullback. Where did the SPY get to? The SPY got to 674.44s, so finally starting to see a little bit of some slowdown in the action. We'll see if we get some pullback really to come in here. But there are some names continuing to hold. I'll continue to take a look to see what's leading in the last kind of like 15 minutes here to tell you guys what's holding and what's pulling back. Utilities pulling back, defensives pulling back, industrial, healthcare. What's leading in the last 15 minutes? You got energy, cyclicals, technology. Basic materials still continuing to hold. All green lights and basic materials tells me this could continue to run today. CF, another name. I talked about it, the food names. Why didn't I have some Mosaic today? Yell at me, Jane. I was talking about the idea this morning, and they had gotten 2 days pullback. Mosaic today off that 28 looks amazing there. There's names in here that I would take a look at. ICL. CTAV, because why CTAV? Why would they want Corteva? Well, they want Corteva because of the seeds that they have. So a lot of farmers are trying to secure up seeds here. And what are they trying to secure? They're trying to secure that it has that genetic kind of background, right? That's going to defeat and go against the need for so much fertilizer and kind of, let's say, insecticides and things like that, right? So we'll see what happens here. Corteva getting that rip above the 80 looked really good on the daily. I talked about how that name looked awesome back down here at the 78s. Now it's already up there towards 80.41, looking to break the 81 and go higher on Corteva. That's a CTVA.
You know what? Check out. Yeah, that one is in Steve. So yeah, I don't want that to go up. Because
He has Corteva.
So sorry, Mitch, for this competition. I don't want that going up. But check out Grow. Check out Grow on the weekly. Brazilian potash, right there.
Ooh.
Talking about the use of fertilizers. But I'm also going to step out. Have an amazing day. Hope everybody
You have a good one there.
trades work well. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
All right. Agricultural inputs really taking off there. We'll look to see CF also getting a nice little lift there. We'll look to see what happens on this one. This one came back to the 120s. It's already went back to the 126. So really good looking action there that's starting to lift there. Scott's Miracle Grow starting to push there as we're seeing a nice little lift off in some of these. UAN, another one that you can look at. IPI. I might take a shot at IPI here. Intrepid Potash here, but that's just another name that I'm looking at on the pullback here. Seed, smaller name there. You can also take a look at. Overall, defensives now is starting to go a little bit red, and so is utilities, but it's not an independent power producers. Those are doing well. VST starting to take off there. NRG doing well. TLN doing well. So those names kind of hanging in there now. All right, guys, let's keep going. Let's see what else is out there. All right, we'll see what happens out there. Let's keep going. We'll see what else we can find in the market madness competition. Doing well right now in positions. Got to keep reviewing here a little bit on the swing, a little bit moving back and forth, watching for ONDS to continue going higher. Of course, this is on my cash account, looking for this trade to kind of keep working. This was on the, of course, the playbook this morning. Let's see if it can continue to work higher here. Not looking bad at all as ONDS. And I really like the longer term chart. If you go to the 4-hour chart, this is why I've been talking about the 4-hour chart. It's been really helping me kind of really get away from kind of overreacting on any dips, right? This just looks like it's trying to continue to work. And if it's going to continue to work, well, I'll just continue working, right? I got no problem seeing this kind of continue to work and just waiting to see this when it wants to go ahead and break, right? Because if it breaks back above this, let's say 1126, we could finally start to see a nice little climb, right? So I'm going to be watching for this. We'll see if we can get that continued climb there. All right, let's see what happens on that. Let's see if we get back up into that spot there and really drive today, start to like really climb here. I would love to see a break back towards the 1090s and get through the 11 today in that ONDS. Any break back below, I think the 1050s, and I think it's time to go on that one. But for right now, I'll hang in there. I'm up about $200 there in the swing account, trying to keep going here. Microsoft doing well, FCX doing well, guys. We opened up that position. That got up as high as 5860s here. So going to continue to watch it now as it starts to pull back, but we added on that position. I got a pullback buy, and then I added on the move here. It got back above the 58s, got all the way up as high as 58.68s. Want this now to hold that 58. So that's the risk spot, really, around that 58. Looking for this to kind of continue riding up here, and not a bad trade overall. Already could sell this. So that's going to be one of the trades that I'm just trying to make money on the day. I just got to continue to pay the bills, guys, in this, and I'm having an already good day in ONDS. I'm going to continue riding the flowers and, of course, trimming the weeds. Path, I got that pullback ad there, and I was holding towards 1177s. Now I'm going to hold break even and look for this to really run now. Let's see if Path can run above the 12s here and break out here. I could even add to the position and kind of keep playing this game of adding slowly here to kind of look for a bigger breakout. But I have a decent position. I have about 75. I want to get about like 1,000 shares there. Not 1,000, 100 shares there, but about 1,000 position value there. We'll see if we can get this to lift above the 12s, and I can do another little ad there. But for right now, kind of break even 1186. If I need to get back in, I will. I've been trying to be a little bit more on the safety side of things and just making sure that we're paying ourselves along the way. There's ONDS's breakout, looking really good on that breakout there of ONDS. And I can take some more trades on in just a second. I'll pull up the day trade account and we can do some more trading here. But it's just a busy day and really trying to focus in on the swings and the market madness, which I'm doing pretty well in. Let's go. All right, we'll see what happens out there. Got to continue to win the market madness. You guys know who you should be picking. Money Mitch, of course, going to look to see if this ONDS can continue on the drive there. Got up there towards 1077. Can it just keep driving today? Get through that 1080s, get through the 11, and really continue to climb. I had a big position on this one, about 700 shares going into last night. And I said, let's take some off. Let's pay ourselves well. Now let's let it continue to work. BIAF doing well there. Craig Smart Power, independent power producer, just had a recent spike there. Going to take a look to see what happens on that name. Pulling back there to the 137, but now starting to get hot. Independent power producers are doing well today. Diversified, looking all right. Regulated electric is another area that I'm watching here. That's starting to come back into play. Excel Energy is one of the names that I'm watching in this space. To see if we can get another liftoff in some utility names. ONDS pulling back there a little bit there. We're going to look to see if utilities can make a little bit of a lead here. It's at the bottom side, though. Seeing energy having a pretty good action right now. What's also doing well, communication services starting to lift right back up. So now we're getting Costco to get back into the green. It's holding 1,000 today. So it might be the day to start to dip my toes right back into some discount stores. I do like Target, of course. It's been hanging out here. Now could maybe make a little bit of a rip out. We'll see if we get that rip today. Holding in that 117, trying to make a move into the 118s today. Overall, that's continuing to hold. Packaged foods and farm product, ADM, doing well there, guys. That's one name that I really do like longer term. It's holding the pullback there at 72 and looking good in the farm products. Bungie doing well. TSN doing well. So we'll see if these can continue to climb. Microsoft has pulled back from the 404. It got all the way up there to 404, man. What a breakout that would have been to kind of sell into in a trading action, right? But I'm holding in for the long run, of course. That up to 404 was a $6,000 gain there. So we'll look to see if this can continue to climb up about 3,000 on that. And want to see some continued upside action. Let's go. Let's keep it going here. AMD holding in on a little bit on that pullback. Let's see if it can continue to climb and get some bigger trading action to keep pushing to the next level. All right, guys, it's about 10 o'clock here. Should be joined by some traders here in just a second. I believe we should be getting some traders on. If not, then it's just going to be a bunch of money mitts today, so get ready. We'll see what happens. ALDX continuing to go down as a name that's just continuing to just kind of break down, looking around to see what other names are kind of holding in here. Let's go looking around. Let's see what we can find. All right, let's drink some coffee. Let's take some assessment here, where we're at in the day, and let's keep rocking and rolling, guys. All right, let's go. Let's go. Come on, Microsoft, AMD. Let's go. We're getting a little bit of a sell-off there from the SPY, but it's not a big one. It's just a little one. Just kind of hanging out, pulling back a little bit. We'll see what sectors can lead in the next drive. All right. Utilities now starting to come right back up. So that Excel starting to stand out to me to maybe take a shot there in Excel. Probably take it in the swing account if I do take it. All right, let's look for ONDS to continue to climb, continue to lead the rally there. FCX now coming back a significant amount, back down there to the 5850s, but looking for that to make the next lift off there. So going to hold in and just look for FCX to continue to drive higher here. Let's see if it can make the next breakout through the highs and just keep pushing. FCX, of course, copper. You guys can look at the trade right here as it happens. All right, we'll look to see if we get that next drive there. Path still pulling back a little bit there. Don't want that to go red, so I got it on a break even right now. Looking to see if that can kind of make the drive right back over here. Gonna hold tight with that swing on path. If I get this, it has to be that it runs away, right? It runs. Looking for ONDS to kind of hold in here. It's just holding up around the 1070s level. It needs to kind of drive to the 1080 levels and 1090s. All right, looking around to see what else is going on. All right, guys, just watching the action out there. FCX looking like it wants to break that 58.52. We'll look to see if we get that break there. Let's go to NVIDIA, see if we're starting to get a little bit of a bounce there in NVIDIA. It's been kind of pulling back since this morning. This could be a nice little dip buy opportunity there. I'll take it for the day trade action here. Let's see if I can get that one, and we can get this one to kind of rebound from this area. Also keeping an alert there to see what happens in LIDAR play, LIDR. That looks like it's holding in around the $2. At some point could be making a little bit of a lift there. But NVIDIA, let's go to it. Let's see what we can do. Trying to take a little day trade here. Right, just pulling it up here. It's kind of like holding in at this 182, but now we're getting a little bit more wash on that 182. And down she goes to the 182. We'll look to see if this 182 can hold. Of course, yesterday's low on the driving action was around the 181.40 spot here, so it's about a buck risk here. All right, let's try to get in a little bit here and start to dip buy in here. All right. Okay, just took a little bit there of NVIDIA. I'll show you guys the trade in just a second here. I can even pop it out. Let me just see if I can pop this out. I can't pop it out. It's on another image here, but down a little bit there. Got in there at 182.07, but looking to add here. All right, starting to see that hold of NVIDIA there, so trying to buy the bid here. There we go. Just got a bid add there, 182.07. Starting to see that NVIDIA hold there. There we go. Nice little bounce off that 182. Let's give one more ad there at 182s. Let's see if we can get that ad. I just put it right behind it on the bid. Still looking to buy the bid, and just kind of put some bid support now. There we go. Now starting to see this start to climb there. Looking good there as that continues to work here. See if we can get a little dip buy here in NVIDIA. Call the bottom on the day here. AMD going a little bit in the red there, right? We'll see if that can kind of dip by and then come right back up. SPY and Qs kind of going a little sideways there. There you go. Got that dip by there. Back at 182.08, still sitting there. Looking to see if NVIDIA can drive out of this. Qs overall now starting to really kind of drop there a little bit, so we got to be careful. We'll look to see if it can hold the opening price. So a lot of times you'll come back and you'll test that area. We'll draw that area out here so that you guys can see that. Let's see, it's in this one. So it's going to be into this area, right? Do you just come driving into this box and then drive out of it? We'll see what happens there in the Qs to see if we go into that pullback zone and then get the buy out of there. I'd like to see it hold the 604s here and then just go higher, not even pull back into that zone. But still looking good on the overall day with the net P&L, still holding green, still holding above, still looking good, right? Overall, we're looking fine. All right, still looking good here on this NVIDIA kind of ad here. It just keeps holding at this 182, so it could do a nice little breakout out of here. We'll see what happens there with NVIDIA. All right, let me zoom in a little bit here. All right, now we're looking like we're getting a little bit more of that bottoming here. In a second there, I'm going to go for the ads, and I'm going to take a swing here. This is on the bigger account, the E-Valve, right? So let's see if I can start to win here. There we go. Now starting to throw some bids there. Now really trying to fill in on bids here. There we go. Got some bids here. So if it pulls back, it's filling me. And we're just continuing now to push here in NVIDIA. I'll put the trade up here to show you guys it as I continue to add on some pullbacks here. But looking good here. Now we got an average of 182.10 and looking to see if NVIDIA wants to start to climb. I got more than enough to make a good amount of money now. Now it's just more, can NVIDIA climb? So we'll take a look here at the chart. I'll show you guys it on the 1 minute so that you guys can follow along on the action. Come on. All right, there we go. Of course, I got 182.10, 400 shares. There we go, starting to climb there. 182.20 starting to get back up there. Now we start to climb. Now we get out of that area. Now I'm up almost a pretty good amount already, guys. In a second, I'll be up about 100 as it starts to climb through here. There we go. Now we're up over 100 now. Back towards the 182.40s, back towards the 182.40s. Looking pretty good there from the 182.10s. Now I could essentially just put a stop break even and let this work back to see if it can go higher. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the stop, but below today's action, right? So I'm going to put the stop there back to risk about 140 on this position. So it's going to go towards 181.74 here. And I can just set it and forget it. Look for NVIDIA to start to climb back. And if it could climb back, it could get all the way back there to 184s today. And I can sell back near the opening price of 185. All right, we'll see what happens there on NVIDIA to see what happens. Let's continue to look at different trades that I have on. Just want to continue to watch those trades because I can't keep my eyes on everything today. In the house alone here, we'll say that, and just trying to manage everything. So Path got me stopped out there. Did take a really tiny loss there in the swing account, but that's fine. If we're going to make it in the market madness, that's fine. It's pulled back there to the 1183s. We'll look to see if we get another lift off there. NVIDIA continuing to climb there now back towards 182.60, up almost $200 on that trade that you guys heard me open up right there at that 182 spot, right? So we'll look to see what happens here as it starts to kind of come back here. Can it hold that low and just continue to climb? Microsoft continuing to pull back there. That's going to be one that I'm going to start protecting here because I don't want it to go red. It did climb up there to 2780s and we're looking really good, but I'm also not just going to get caught just reaching, right? So we'll see what happens there. I got up towards about $70 there, but at the same time, not going to let the trade go red, keeping a very close eye on Microsoft here. And also on FCX. Can't let that one kind of go red at this point. I can hold break even on that to just let it kind of hold in here or start to make the upside breakout. I'm going to hold off of the 58 level there. All right, there's FCX would have moved right back to the upside. So I like that outlook there on FCX. I'll show you guys the outlook that I was watching right now. You guys can see how it's kind of holding in right here. If you guys look at the trend line here, we need to see this trend line hold here. We need to see the sideways angle here of the support kind of hold in and then break out back above towards the 59. All right, traders, what are you guys looking at? I'll check some comments in the chat. What are you guys watching out there? I need to zoom out a little bit here. I'm a little too zoomed in, but there we go. Let's catch up with the chat. Let's see what you guys are watching out there. What are you looking at? Pay yourself. Yes, pay yourself indeed, guys. What's going on? BATL at 12. Oh, my God. It just continues. I know Kevin's probably like, man, if only I had this in the real account. I hope he has it in the real account too. But let's keep going. It's only $5. What's only $5? We'll see what happens. You can hear it in the drop. Yeah. What's going on out there, Crow? How we doing? BATL is $5 now. Oh man. BATL. Oh, it's 12, but it might go down to 5. We'll see. That thing is just dropping like a rock, and just goes to show you, timing is everything, right? This trade, taking it 1 week prior, would have been an ugly one, but that's why my man knows what he was taking here. And some good outlook there. So shout out to Kevin, killing it on BATL. You can take a look here at BATL. Now down there towards what, $12? Yeah, just leak. We'll see if this starts to come back. But definitely, it's been a big leak there, guys. All right, now up about 180 there on the day trade on NVIDIA there. We'll look to see if it can continue climbing back there. Now it's starting to climb a little bit more here, up about 200. So at this point, any pullback, I could add some trades there. And,
What's up?
Look who's here.
What's
if
up,
it
bro?
isn't the man himself.
How we doing?
It's competing against me. The man, the dream team owner here. Coming in the house. What's up, Josh?
What's up, bro? I don't like literally haven't even looked at what I'm even in. I'm such a day trader that I don't really look at that stuff. So I won't look at those stocks literally until Friday again, just so you know.
Don't worry. I won't look, but I will look because I kind of had to dig it in here. I'm winning, baby. You better step it up, Josh. You better kind of flex a little bit because you're gonna need.
I'm worried about
baby.
next year. I'm already worried about next year because if we got to day trade and yesterday on WNW, I would be, no offense, you would be so far down I wouldn't even see you right now. You would be like an ant, and I would be up like Zeus, millions of miles above the earth. Did you see what WWW? I made $1,300 on my own. Imagine if I had $1 million account and I could day trade that up and on the way down, and I'm still in that as of right now. Boy, oh, you listen, you want to talk some smack now? You wait till we actually get to day trade because that's what I am. I'm not no swinger. I don't like to swing. That ain't my kind of thing. I am a baller. I get on the court, I leave. I'm not out there for 2 or 3 or 4 days. Listen, day trader, babe. I'm gonna get you next year. Already,
I know, Josh.
I'll concede this.
You leave the swinging for the weekend. I know. Don't worry. Yeah, man. Just enjoying the action out there. We'll see what's going on. The truth is Kevin. That's what's going on, Josh. This guy, Kevin, dude.
Small caps. Hey, that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm saying if you can day trade, that's where that day trade. Yeah, it was like because that was like a day trade, right? So imagine if we got to do that every single. That's what I'm like. Oh man, listen. Next year when we get to day trade this, and I think we should do it live where it's me versus whoever. We could do it for 2 hours straight, or we do it for a full week. We do it for the full week. We'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
This year, I was going for big momentum plays, and besides a small cap play because Kevin killed that. But the plays I were going for were I was either going to make it or I was going to break it.
Hey, sometimes it's about that. I've been riding my ONDS trade like that, and it's been like make or break on ONDS. I've been riding that for a while now, looking for that to continue here. At least the overall market now it's starting to hold in here. Now we're starting to get another climb here in Microsoft. That makes me feel a little bit more confident. Part of me feeling like stepping up to the plate in Microsoft in the swing department. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling like here. Stepping up in Microsoft to see if this can drive higher. I've already gotten the pullback a little bit here. So I'm going to put a little bit of a pullback ad here on maybe kind of lower 27s, 2710s to see if I get a little bit of a pullback fill. But we need to start to see the Microsoft climb, because if it doesn't, I'll just get rid of it. That's the key here about the swing versus the market madness, right? And market madness, I got to hold on no matter what. But other than that, and yeah, Josh, this is the market madness for me right now. It's green on the screen, baby.
Woo, baby.
Let's
Hey,
go, baby.
love it, man. It's all
Yeah,
green. All
NVAX is one of those names. I don't know if you've ever traded it, man, but when it goes, it goes. And it's definitely one of these names that I kind of like, this smaller $10 names where it's like a small cap, but it's not really a small cap, right? It's not something that's going to go away. But man, this thing has a tendency of consistency when it trades into the green. We'll see if that can lift up today, get back up there closer towards the 11 by the end of the day. And look at that drive. Looks like a nice pattern, though. At least I can say that much.
beautiful, brother. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, green on the board. You got
NVIDIA trade, man. I took it in the $200,000 account there, but got NVIDIA at 182.10 right now. And of course, you guys see the bottom right now of NVIDIA being 181.92. So not a bad little bottom dip buy there at the 182. Let's see if this can continue to climb. Up close to 400 on the account right now. So let's see if this can give you another little boost here. I'm looking for another boost into like the 183s, 184s, and then I can take majority of it off. Let's see what happens there. All right, Josh, let me know. What are you seeing in the markets, man? What are you trading? What has been the hot stocks? Any area that's kind of catching your fancy this morning? A lot of action. I mean, a lot of action.
small caps yesterday after W&W actually got some pretty good movement to date coming back from it, but nothing's really holding up except for BIAF, which I like. BIAF, it's a slower one, but it's good for days like today where you're getting a lot of inconsistent action in the small cap world. We're getting some halting plays because yesterday as well, like UCAR is up today. We've got a few different tickers there that, again, depends on what you're looking to trade. That's my go-to. Find the small cap, find your day trade it. So UCAR's nasty. Missed the third halt up. We know this in small caps. We got 1, 2, 3. She's on down. Now we're have 3 halts, 1, 2, 3 halts down actually. And so this is one of those. I leave it alone now. Leave it alone. SMX. This was one up earlier on the day. Good alert there from Smoke Tuna as well. Had this in his morning alerts and had a nice good squeeze. Waiting for this to settle out these halting plays. But this is my baby for the day. I like these slow and steady eddies, as I call them. Find the slow and steady eddies.
I like that, man. I might trade some of that. That's in a halt right now, SMX?
No, SMX is. Yeah, SMX is in a halt. Yep, SMX is halted. Yes, SMX is live. SMX is live. The one that you were looking at maybe possibly was UCAR. UCAR was the one that was a 3 halt up, 3 halt down. And then we've got BIF, which is my baby on the day. This is my slow and steady eddy. Got a great bounce play earlier, 2.5. Love this 2.2. This was actually a great play on Friday. This is a runner from Friday. It's kind of mid-candle breakout. Yesterday did nothing. Friday now, or Tuesday here back at it. No news on it today. Had a higher move. High from Friday was 270. Well, what are we holding? 270. Absolutely gorgeous sauce right there. So I like 2.5 for the dip. 2.2 is one of those forever orders you can leave in. If it happens today, happens tomorrow, happens next week, you wait for it. This nice, good squeeze pattern over this beautiful, beautiful bull flag takes another leg up. And I love these legs. There's leg 1. We're building leg 2. And what do we know? Mr. Money Mitch talks about it all the time. 3 legs up, my friend. Things of threes. We know that number. The roll of 3 is huge.
Yeah,
so
man.
That's what we're looking for, that third leg up here.
Cash when you can, right? Here it is, guys. The trade on NVIDIA. Cash there, guys. You got the outlook there. And kaboom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Not a bad trade there, guys, on this trade. And should have had more. I see now there's some order issues there that I thought I put 100, but I only put in one, so there could have been another 200 shares, right? This could have been like about $600 trade. Not a bad trade there on Nvidia. It's up there towards 183.50s. It's climbing back. Could keep going higher. We'll see what happens. Josh, trade around, baby. Trade around. A lot of
Working my
trade.
way back to you, babe.
Oh,
For the
baby.
burning love. There we go. There we go. So hold on. We have are you going to be on for the next hour with me, or am I going solo? Am I riding solo next hour?
Hey, it might be the solo show. It might be the Josh show here. So
Oh,
get
me.
ready.
You're good. You're good. Yeah. I know
Get
you gotta
ready.
head out because you got the family. You got the kids. My kids are right here. They're sleeping next to me.
Oh yeah. Gotta keep on rocking on right now. AGRO continuing to go higher. That's one of your penny stocks in the farm products that is just absolutely ripping this morning.
What's that one?
AGRO, up about it's a farm product name.
Yep.
You don't see these move often. BIAF, another one that's hanging out right underneath 3. We'll look to see if that gets going again. Microvast starting to get a little bit of a move. That's your battery player. Not a bad name to look at, but that's in the dirt. So I wouldn't even stress that one.
Yeah, no. Well, I've seen a lot of those battery plays. That's actually the news on UCAR this morning was something to deal with the batteries in Thailand. I've seen a lot of those Chinese plays popping up.
Yeah.
But yeah, those
Yeah.
battery plays have been huge.
Yeah, it's not a bad one to look at, guys. I would definitely keep it in the mindset here. We'll see what happens out there. Path kind of holding in. Will it go for another breakout? We'll see what happens. Looking around to play some plays. Overall, leading the market today, we have energy, basic materials, cyclicals behind that, then technology. So overall, it hasn't been a bad day. The only place really kind of getting hit here is the industrial trade. That's just oil continuing up. Just kind of mentioned.
Oil. Yeah, and speaking of oil, yeah, I just want to look at it. I haven't looked at it yet today. Let's just go over to battle.
Oil.
Oh, battle. That's perfect timing. Because what's funny, he thought battle was going to crack back on off and too soon. And luckily, battle had a good spike back on up there a couple days ago, just in time. Let's just go to auto right here. There we go. Yeah, let's just go back a little bit. When was that spike back on up too, by the way? When was that spike up? Yeah, here last week. Yeah, last week you'd have that spike back on up right here. Go to that 15-minute time frame. I love that. I'm not back far enough here. Let's go back 10 days. Oh, yeah, I am. Okay, yeah, I am. So right here. Here it is. Right here. Yeah. So last week, what was this? Last Wednesday, Thursday, he had this little, because he was worried about picking battle, because me and him, of course, were talking about this ahead of time. And I'm like, man, this is already cracking back. You know, this. He's like, and he was worried about that. Like, don't die on me yet. Don't die on me yet. And sure enough, that's multi-day nil. Oh, look at this beautiful uptrend right here, boss. Look at that right there. Beautiful uptrend channel. Cracks it. And now is just death dying away. Gosh. What a beautiful pick there. And
Ain't that how it goes?
Yeah, that was a perfect pick. Perfect pick.
All right, Microsoft getting a little bit of the bounce here. Thinking about taking the ad here. We'll see if I do. Let's go for it, man. What are we ain't chicken here. Trying to make that money. Ad there on Microsoft here. Now I want to see it start to really take off. Start to hold that 400. At this point, we didn't want it to break that 400. So for me, that's going to be like a level of like 2710s. And that gives me an ability to actually put a stop in the green on this position. But I'm going to put it break even right now. But that just leaves the pressure off, right? If I add, I always want to make sure that I'm not going to add and cry about it later, right? That should be like a rule, right, Josh? If you add, don't cry about it later, right? Yeah. So always know that when you're adding, you're increasing risk. So you got to know where your risk is. You can't just increase it without knowing, right? Because at that point, you're just trying to look at the realized profit, right? You're just trading it because of your net P&L versus the trade itself, right?
Yeah. Cry when you don't know what you're doing, like I did forever ago, and I chased a third halt up. That's that one trade I always talk about to Kevin about.
Yeah, third chase halt. Oof.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, let me just get in. Maybe it'll gap up a little bit, and I'll just get a little profit, and
just a little one. I'm not looking for much.
It gaps down, goes to a halt. Yeah, it was like, what do you do? I didn't know. And then I cry. Yeah, you cried then because you're an idiot and you didn't know what you were doing. You had no risk, no reward. You had nothing going on there.
Nada, not a zilch, not a zeben. I like to say.
Yeah, wife come. Well, she was the fiance at the time. Comes running into the room. What happened? I'm yelling, banging the desk, and what do you think happened? What do you? I'm in here trading. Of course, I took a lot. What do you? Then the dogs are running around, scared of me because I'm yelling and banging desks. And I'm crying. I was like, I'm halfway I'm mad as can be, but I'm also like crying. You know, it's one of those moments where you're so mad when you're crying.
I got one here for you guys that I'm looking at right here. Let's see if we can get it here. On the pullback buy, I'm going with BIAF. Let's see if we go for a $3 breakout here in the day trade account. Just made some money in the NVIDIA trade there, so took there a nice little profit there. I went 1,500 shares, 290s there. There's 295. BIAF. Let's see if I can get there in time for you guys to see the breakout here. Where there's 3, we're looking for like we wanted here. Up about $100 already here. So let's see if we can get this breakout here. I don't mind buying after the breakout. Let's see if we get it 3, and then I'll just put a bid buy out there to go for a little bit of an ad. Let's see if we can get that ad and then really kind of get that nice little push there. There's $3 tapping. Let's see if we can tap 3 again here. Not going to add until we break the 3 there. We got some volume to trade with me, so I'm not too mad about the trade. Let's see what happens here. Can we break 3 and go higher? Little penny name here, BIAF. It's in diagnostics and research name. So let's see it. It needs to break 3. If not, we ain't looking good here. There he goes. And there's some buying stepping right back in here. Now we're looking good to clear 3. Let's see if we can get it. Boom, boom, boom.
Got some pretty big orders right there on that level 2 on the ass side, slapping up against that 3. So if we break through those, this is going to get a good pop.
There it is.
Here it comes.
There it is. Now put the bid out there. Just got the nice little fill on the $3 pullback right now. Now looking for it to hold 290s and break out above 3s. Now I can even set the stop there, 290s. Boom. Just let it work. 3 cents of risk. Look for a breakout. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There's the pullback. I get out right as quick as that, right? Because I can come back in the trade there. I lost 3 cents for a potential trade to make me hundreds, right? So I'm more than willing to lose that right quickly and then come right back in it above 3s. So the re-entry would be recovery of 3 right here. So it needs to hold kind of like 285s and then come right back to 3. If it goes even the 280s, I'm not even looking at the trade. Let's see what happens here. I stepped out really quickly there, and I'm willing to step right back in. I like to explain these sometimes because I think it's important. That's how fast you need to be in penny stocks to kind of determine your risk and return. If not, then you're just stuck on the trade. That's the one place I think a lot of traders get to on these penny stocks that really hurts them. There's a 290 recovery. Now we're looking for it to approach back to 3, and then I can risk 290s. Right? There's nothing wrong with taking risk, but when it's starting to work, there's no reason for me to add the risk right now. Only when it starts to work can I go and jump right back in.
Love it. Yeah, and breaking those down just helps. Your traders have gotten that throughout the years. Like, I love when you actually explain the process because you do stuff so fast, I can't figure out what you're doing if you don't talk.
There's no way. And with penny stocks, I'll just be as honest. If you're talking too much, you can just kind of almost like mess yourself up, right?
Right, yeah. Got Louis Lightning Bug. One of my buddies got the UCAR at the top. Good job there. Good job, Louis.
How's that one doing now?
Yeah, she's dumped right back on down to Nowhereville. Another Chinese play, just pump and dump. Just pump.
Yeah. Yeah, but those aren't too bad to short, right?
Yeah,
afterwards,
exactly.
right? And that's one of the advantages that we have, right? We could go shorting a name like this and then try to take it down, right?
That's what he did. Yeah, that's what he did. He took it down. That's what I did with yesterday with W&W. It got below support, and I said, no one's buying this anymore. I'm adding into this slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, like you guys all talk all the time, like my risk is this to make this much. Sure, why not?
100%. Those we can take all the time. Looking for an ad on FCX here, guys. I'm going to do a really small ad here, but if I can get a little bit of an ad, I don't mind it. Just to try to get this to start moving here and then at least be in a really good position, right? So there's the ad there on FCX, looking for FCX to start moving. Look at path. That looks good there too. Glad I got out in the other trade there, that BIAF. It just can't get going now.
No.
So, that's what you want to do. You're just going to be quick with it. Now I'm looking for FCX to hold this. Remember I talked about this being the support area. We undercut it. Now I can look for it to rip out of here. Of course, now I really wanted to kind of hold and start to break to the upside. If not, I just can let it go. Look at it on the 5 minute. Looks really pretty now on the 5 minute, right? Nice little pullback. If it gets this break to the upside, we're looking good here. FCX.
Craighead,
Copper, baby. Copper.
Oh, copper, yeah. Hey, not bad, not bad. You know, the minerals have been very hot over the last few months, actually few couple of years. My buddy for one of my girls I went to high school with, her husband's big into the gold sector and was trying to get me to buy gold years ago. I'm like, God, I ain't buying no gold. I trade stocks. And then I'm like, why didn't I invest in gold? Yeah.
Buy gold, man.
Yeah. I was like, why didn't I invest into that? Dang it. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an investor. Why didn't I think of it that way? This is exactly what she was trying to, and then she laughs now when I tell her when I was looking back. I was like, oh, sorry. I was just a small cap trader at the time. I didn't really see the big picture and trade large caps and know that was even a thing. And you grow up and become a more experienced stock trader and go, oh, yeah, you were an idiot. But we're so narrow minded early on. You don't think about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, man. Path looking good here to break 12 and continue going. Let's see if that one can make the move. I really like that one in the long term. It's holding the kind of the 5 EMA right now. I could see it break out and get towards like 1240s. I'm going to be calm about it right now, but overall, the competition, it looks good there at least. We'll see what happens there. Market madness, baby.
Yes, sir. I love March. I love me some. Only thing I hate about March is the dust. Like I said, the dust and all the damn thunderstorms and tornadoes you deal with, anymore. But yeah, those
any shakeups in the tournament yet?
Not yet, my man. Not yet, my man.
I used to love like predicting those when I was in college. It used to be like the thing to do, man, and I was pretty good at it. I had a friend that would like literally put the bracket on the wall in the living room, and it was like just walk in that house at any moment in March, and it's a party, dude.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Because it's all day long too, which I love about it.
Yeah, dude. These guys were like, they would plan it out. They would be not even going to class, and oh man, it was wild.
Love it.
The good old college days, man. We'll see what happens with the market kind of hanging in here. What I like is the SPY's barely pulled back today on the hourly, and that tells us more and more the trade is hanging in.
Got CREG for small cap traders out there. Energy play here. Got some, of course, energy. We've seen that run recently as well. So CREG, nice, good move up today. So CREG, like 170 for a dip buy opportunity for you guys that want to trade that off a pre-market high. So I'm going to put some orders in around that 170 mark, see if we can start getting filled into the 160s or possibly as well. And BIAF, it's going to try to hold that 270 Friday's high for a while, 27, 275. But I do like Craig. I call it Craighead. So Craighead here. Watch for a dip buy off of this right here. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I love, these liquidation sweeps, the resistance, the pullbacks right off of them. Then, of course, you get the squeeze and push off of it. So it's not only what you're reacting from the top side down, but then the top side up. So I love this area right through here for a dip buy. So I'm looking at Craighead and then, of course, still BIAF. I've moved my orders up. I don't know how much longer we're going to test this 2.7 area. Could continue to. I love it back down here because we've only retested this once for the day. The second dip off that 50. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, BIAF starting to come right back. We'll see if it wants to make that 3 approach again.
Yeah, and that's the other, and that's the other option. It might squeeze through 3, and that's your other option too.
And Craig does look good there too, hanging up about the 218. Saw that earlier at the 150. That one's been hanging in there. ALDX also continuing on its slow ascent.
The slow ascent. I love it. Who will you choose to win this week's matchup? Money Mitch or Josh? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to lose. I don't know what the score is right now, but I know if I have one hit and he's green across the board, I'm going to go ahead. I'm done. I'm caked.
Open? And who's talking about open over here?
Tack. Who was it? Was it who was it?
Yeah, talking about open.
I like open. Open.
Is it doing anything? I haven't seen open in forever. Yeah, it woke up today. And this is a stock that's been in the gutter, really. But it didn't come down as far down as some people expected it to. There's your BIAF trying to make the move there. Let's see if we can get it this time. It's trying. I'm trying to see if it breaks like 298s, and then I'll take the shot there off the 290s.
I like
trying.
It. It's like It's like we're playing basketball. I'll take a shot off the arc right here. Give me.
That's it. I'm just. You got to know your play, right? And if the play sets up, we run the play.
Yeah.
If the play doesn't set up, then you just wing it. No, you don't wing it. We stay on the sideline and we wait for the play to wait. We wait for the play to set up. Yeah, open, just kind of a rebound, relief rally. I'm sure you're probably seeing it also in Rocket. Yeah, relief rally in finance. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I can clearly see that when I go looking around the positions. All right, let's focus in here. It's about 10:40, guys. We'll see what happens out here. Just focusing in on my positions, especially like ONDS that I need to see continue to work today. Continue to work on the hourly. Make that breakout above the 1080s. Let's get towards 11 today. Need you to get that 11. And then path, you know, that's what's going to win the competition against Josh. It's going to be all about path. We'll see if we get it. This is the one that I'm really looking at to see if we get that nice little break to the upside, ONDS. Will I get it today? It was on the watch list, the playbook. Needs to hold the structure here and get back up there to that 1080. There's this iceberg or overhead supply around like 1080s and 11 that we need to burn through. You need to burn that guy.
Yeah, it's been having trouble there for a minute at that area.
There's somebody there, dude. It's in the 1060s to the 11 range. He has that sell program. Look at these wicks. All right, like every time you get the strength move into it. But that's why I've been trying to hang in. I've had this position now for like, I think since like Thursday, dude. It comes up to like 1080s, it comes right back down. But the higher lows is what kept me in. I did take some out yesterday because I added on the pullback. But man, it's been a tough trade.
Yeah, slower plays there, Harold. Mobs, yeah, MobX and EONR. Those are just multi-day runners, retracement.
BIAF breaking down a little bit there, right back to that high that you talked about. So nothing there. That looks good. Craig pulled back there also. No bueno.
We don't have any
aluminum stocks starting to make a move here. Alcoa looking good here as it starts to break back towards 68. That's yesterday's high, so it's holding the VWAP right now. It doesn't look too bad. Yeah, Alcoa, not a bad one to maybe take a shot on. I can't get too much share size. The 5% rule on that one, but it doesn't look bad, right? So also like CENX in that space. I can show you guys that trade. CENX. The reason why aluminum is doing well is that 5% of the aluminum in the world is being driven offline right now because of what's going on in the Middle East. So these are the types of things that I like to trade off of, right? I know that, and I can trade something like this and look for the continued upside in aluminum plays, and you're seeing it already today. Nice little lift there in CENX. Nice little push back towards the 58s. How did NVIDIA turn out there? Did we get a turnaround on NVIDIA? Ooh, Microsoft not holding in. That tells me yes. Yeah, and NVIDIA pulled back. Remember, I had traded this up there towards 183. It's holding, though. Holding that 183. That's what we need to see. We need to start seeing it drive again. All right, looking good there. Let's go. Let's go. Should we do another NVIDIA trade? Let's do one. NVDL now. Let's do an NVDL. Let's go a little leverage because we're going to go quick on this one. All right.
Were you looking for the break?
Yeah. By the bid here, because we needed to come back a little bit. There we go. About the bid right there. Want to see it hold the 81 on the NVDL. I'll show you guys that. That means hold the 183 on the NVIDIA, right? So you see NVIDIA right there. Let's see if NVDL can hold that 81 now, right? So I can use this 80 as the risk and look to see if this can drive right back up.
Had an order at 174 and 171 for Craig. It did not get filled. So if you got filled, there was your dip buy right back down to that 175 mark. If anyone did get filled there, BIF, I'm still waiting to get filled on it back down at the 2.5s. I like at the 2.5 area. Holding 2.7s though. That 2.7 is not. It's being stubborn. BIF is just being stubborn in that range. 2.7 to 3 over and over and over, like Red Rover there. Gee golly. Yeah, looking at the large.
Red Rover.
Looking at the large, there's looking like we could get that break possibly, but yeah, just stuck in that range, getting whopped down there from the VWAP. SPY's doing the same thing. It's just kind of looking at that same area. It's right over the VWAP, but looking for a break too in that little bit of a channel.
See what you got. See what you got.
Tesla's finally, it's got a nice good move, but again, nothing too crazy today in the large cap sector. I'm not seeing anything that's just blowing my mind.
No, it's just a day two rally, I think, and day two rally that's slowing down. But that's okay. That's okay. We just need some type of consistency, dude. I'm just sick of the ping pong up down, up down, up down, up down, up down, up down, and now at least we've had 2 days up.
Yeah.
Give me 2 days up. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get right now.
Yeah, it's honestly been crazy how we've how long we've been doing the channel mode, but it's been channel mode for quite a while.
And this is what gets traders frustrated the most. It makes them overtrade, and they think they have a trend and they don't. This is why the traders that are winning right now are mean reversion traders, just trading kind of like the trade back, like kind of the way that I traded NVIDIA today, right? Which is buy the dip at the bottom and sell it back to half the range, right? Not sell it back at the top of the range, right? You keep playing that game. Right now, the market's just not doing that, right?
Yeah, it's been talked about that so often over the last few months where we just keep chopping back and forth here. It's like, how long are we going to do it? And I mean, the big boys that are just loving life that keep soaking in back in every time we take these dips are just buying the dip. And of course they get rips back up and then they're selling up top and you can go short back to the bottom. I mean, it's just been back and forth in the 650 to 700 over and over and over. I'm ready for a crack or a break. I don't care which way. Just get out of this area.
VST continuing to work for me. This is actually looking really well in the Market Madness account. Still all green on the screen here for the Market Madness. And NVAX, I talked about that one, how it could hold the 1025, make a move to 1050s and 11, continuing up higher there towards the 1047, looking good there in NVAX. So not looking too bad in, of course, the Market Madness account. The madness here.
Well, let's pull up the leaderboard there for us. So show everybody. I have not looked at it, so let's pull it up. I'm sure you've already showed it off for the day if you want to show it. Though.
Yes. Let's see if we got an update here. Let me see if I got another update for you here. Oh, yes, we have an update here. It looks like Mitch is now up to $8,000, $420 here, and Josh Smith with a impactful down $43,000. Yeah, Josh, you're gonna need to come back, my friend. If you want to beat Timora.
What's killing me? I wonder what the heck's killing me right now. I think I remember a couple of the tickers, but I have to go look. I have to look at them. I have to go see what's. Killing
let's see your picks and which one's killing you. Is it LITE? Oh, LITE is coming back. That's helping you, right? You have LITE, so that might be your comeback story there. App is doing well, right? Is it BW that's killing you? No, it might not be BW. What's killing you? Is it? Oh, you probably have a.
Could be IBM. I think I was short on IBM. That could be it, possibly.
Oh, shorting IBM is definitely hurting you.
MU Long is helping out there. Yeah. App. Okay, gotcha. App's got to come back and Light's got to come back. And IBM. Oh, well, BW is killing me too because I wanted to go. I didn't know if I was going to go long or short on it. Friday killed me because if you look at Friday.
Oh, we went short BW. That's what's destroying. That's the one stock destroying your account.
Yep. So I actually wanted to go long originally in the break of 15 because we were sending up, but then we had that Thursday, Friday pullback. So I'm going, okay, we're going to have a third day pullback right here. And I'll go short thinking we'll have another decent pullback. Maybe we'll get a bounce, but maybe we'll continue. So that play unfortunately kind of hurt me because last Monday when I picked them, I loved it for the long. And then comes, So then that's the one. So, hey, it's kind of funny.
Big day, man. Big day.
I need everyone to go short app right now. Or not app, BW. Everyone go short BW. And that's it's funny because originally I wanted to go long. So imagine if I'm long on BW right now, then yeah, we're in a completely different scenario right now.
I'm grabbing my eval and I'm like, I want a long BW right
Yeah.
now.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Like, I don't care if it costs me $100 on the eval right now. I'm like, just go after Josh.
Everyone, no. Yeah.
Q's getting up there, man. We're starting to push here. Can we make a new high? Can we start to drive again? NVIDIA is going to be really my call there, of course, just sticking around in NVIDIA right now. It's hanging out at the 81 spot, the NVDL. But of course, leading the competition is, of course, you guys see it. It's Kevin Avery continuing up there. But CH, Chris, man, killing it, dude. 109,000.
Look at, I mean, Valerie killing it, to be honest.
I said it. Valerie, you want to come run my portfolio? You know it. You know it. The portfolio managers. You got a thing there, Valerie. And I liked her picks. You know, she went short on IonQ, short Tesla, long EDSA. I think that's what's really giving her a nice big move there. Long 43,000 shares of this bad boy. And this thing is absolutely ripping today off the 90 MA pullback. Pretty good call there. I have to give it up to her because, man, this is just like a perfect timing trade here on this EDSA. Did you see that chart, guys, today? Because that's a rider all day long, continuing to hold the pullbacks. Look at the daily chart. Oh, that's the daily. That is pretty, guys. So shout out to you guys that picked that one, and go BW.
Yeah, well, hey, I had the last pick, so let's just be completely honest. I got the slim pickings over there, okay? Now, so when you're the last pick, that hurt. I
still remember that everyone was all mad because on stream before we did the picks, I was like, yeah, I'm getting the first pick.
Yeah, then you get the first pick.
I'm getting the first pick, so I don't care what you guys say. I'm going to get the first pick. And then he goes and he's like doing like the raffle and like picking through the things. And he's just like, this guy starts with money. And I'm like, you know it, your boy. First pick. Let's go. Hey, too bad it couldn't have been the real draft, right? You get the first pick. That makes a huge difference, man.
Yeah, for sure. Craig had nice bounce off that 175 mark again. I literally got, I had 500 shares to get filled down in that area and I missed it. Nice bounce off that area. Again, team, that's what we talk about. Craig had, that's a beautiful chart right there. Beautiful chart on Craig. So if you guys beautiful.
You guys can see my projected balance at 1,000,009. So we had 9,000. Let's go. Let's go to your charts, Josh. Let's see what you're looking at there. What are you seeing in the market, my friend? And then I'll come back to my wrap.
Yeah, it's just Craig head. I love it. I love this play. I've seen it in the past. Again, it's an energy play, so you're going to see energy plays. But this is it for small caps right now. Yeah, love it. So you got old resistance here. And again, don't always think about, you see the resistance, but what did it do to the bottom side and to the top side up? Like I said, top side down, top side up. So beautiful bounce off that 175 mark. It's probably going to come back up and test this 220. We know Kevin and Avery talks about that magical 220 all the time. So watch for that to pop back up to 220. Again, BIF, I think Paula asked about a short. It's going back up and testing that 3 mark, Paula. So if you want to go for a short on BIF, you can see that main resistance is starting to pull in and shine in right at 3. Watch for a tug back under 270 for the move back down to the 250, 245 mark. And I love this 220 area. The same levels as Friday are being built in today. And then you got your slow and steady Eddie plays out there. I mean, not a bad one. I mean, even just plays like EDSA, this is moving. This has had a nice, good move up for the day here. Love the bottom demand zone here. This is beautiful for a bounce at 640. If you want to go old resistance through support, it tier dropping right there. You can see it off the $7 mark. Nice whole round number. We're going to have a little support there. A little support at 670 and then back it down here. I love that bottom soak zone. But that's it. It's a slower day, again, for small caps, but it's got you good movement. You don't have to have 100, 300, 500% movers every single day to bank in the small cap sector. It's about the base hits, baby. It's always about the base hits.
All right, time to come to me for a little bit of a wrap up here for me, guys. We'll see what happens in the Market Madness competition. Green on the screen is what I wanted to see today, and it came back. I was down about 6,000 to start the day, and now up about 9,500. So not a bad way to kind of turn things around, right? If you think about that, that's a nice like $14,000 flip on the day. We'll keep battling to see what happens and keep pushing Josh to the side because it's my week and I'm ready to keep going in the market madness. I'm trying to make it to the end and gonna have to make some good picks next week, right? I felt the pressure this week because really, I mean, it was a tough market to try to make picks off of, right? Let's be honest. We'll see what happens here and what we can continue to find. Path is going to be really the key. If Path goes red today, I'll still be down. I can tell you guys that, right? It's going to all depend on this kind of path chart to see if this drives over 12 and continues to hold. We'll see what happens on that trade. We'll see what happens in the market madness. Of course, you guys can catch up with it in the competition accounts. Look, you guys can also take a look at the leaderboard. I'm going to throw up the link here in the chat one time for you guys to go over there if you guys haven't done so already. Wish you guys the best of luck in the market madness. I'm going to kick it to Josh to kind of do his thing. Of course, you guys out there, take a look to see what happens and smash the like. Of course, we got a lot more for you guys on Trade the Pool. And Michael Noss, just want to let you guys know his battery pack fell out of his back. You know, the little bot that he is, that battery pack just fell out. So he'll be back tomorrow. I told him to recharge those batteries and be a good bot next time, right? You see, he's also the type that if you say his name 3 times, he just might come after you. So Michael Noss.
Hey,
What happens?
where's Kevin the Coward? I just got power back like 5 seconds ago. I was just gonna come in to call him. I was gonna come in to call him a cheater. And then that's all I got for the day.
You need to go out there and pull that rug from that man because he's definitely short BATL. You're gonna have to hope on some of these other.
Well, here's the thing about that. Is he going to go long then? Because if it dumps so far down, what's he doing next week with battles? The question, or does he go short again on it? That's going to be a big question. And
Well, if he goes, isn't his whole thing is like short only? So
right,
you
so
kind of have to.
so how far down does battle go? So that'll be fun to watch.
Again, I'm still opening my chat room with a whole bunch of robots, and we're gonna go and push it, right? We're gonna get a whole bunch of dudes together. I'm gonna call like a red-haired guy that wears his hair in a ponytail, see if we can get this thing pumped to 300% right before, and then we'll be good to go. But I just wanted to come in.
That's it. Shout out to you, my friend, and we'll see what happens. Get that battery pack recharged, and I'll see you back tomorrow.
Hopefully. It is so windy out there. Like I've got a generator, right? So then I go and I turn it on, and it is so much rain and so much wind. It like inhaled the rain, the water. Like inside, and it started sputtering and it kicked out. It's just crazy. So
oh yeah, man, it's the wild time, man, and you live out there in the boonies for sure. So not much you can do about it, man. But we'll see you back, of course. Everyone's happy to see you come in here.
Yes.
And Craig, looks like you guys are calling it, so we'll let you take off, Josh, and go talk about some Craig action. Have fun in the market madness, traders.
All right, see you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully everything will be back up and normal by then.
Hey, and happy anniversary too, since we didn't get to talk about that. Happy anniversary, brother.
I think it was the other Michael. That's what I was wondering why you were talking about Canada, but it's the other Michael.
Oh, that is hilarious.
I saw that, but it's like it's even when like the phone's working intermittently because I think one of the towers fell down or something. I don't know. But I saw that. I'm like,
oh, good old Josh. You always got to have a Josh in your life, you know.
I love it. Yes, trust me. Yeah. Hey,
but at least he's being nice, right? When we can tease on him.
That's what it's about, right?
For being too nice.
Saying. Right? We need a Josh in our life, right?
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Care, my friend.
I love you guys. Later. That's great stuff. Love Eminem. They're awesome guys. It's like Mike and Mike back in the day. I actually did when I worked for ESPN. They came to town actually for the BCS game. Was it 2014? And they were in town, and somebody was sick, and so I kind of got shoved the job of like being their driver for the day. Oh, it was fun. Yeah, there were some moments in that were because they on the next day I had to watch, right. They did the live Mike and Mike, and then they brought up the story like, and I posted, I had to do a whole video. It's like a 4 or 5 minute story of me driving them around and the moments we had, and I was looking for a place to eat. Like we were looking for a place to eat. I was like, oh, we don't care, just something like a bar and some TVs. Where there's sports on, and I was like, I wonder, have they ever been to Twin Peaks? They'd never been to Twin Peaks before. I don't know. I'm just like, maybe they'll like it. This will open their eyes. I'm like, well, we're just, what? I took them to Twin Peaks. They were just like, we go to Twin Peaks. There's the whole spiel on Twin. And then we go to give one of the coaches. Oh, it's a long story. We got to give one of the coaches like a Mike and Mike stuff, and I left it all in the car. I forgot it. We go in there. Oh, you got that? And they're like, Josh, did you bring that stuff in? I was like, essentially their assistant for the day. Like, Josh, did you bring your? I'm like, no. And so I go in to get the little bag that I brought from the station, and it didn't even have the little thing. It didn't have in there. I guess I don't know what happened. It took it out or something. And they were just like, it was one thing after the other. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't do this. This isn't my job. Oh, man, it's funny stuff there. I got stalking 3 halts up and 1 halt down. Oh, my gosh, nasty. Man, what a great bounce play. And you can see my orders here, too, team, on Craig Head here where I was wanting to get filled. So CREG, look how close my orders are. I mean, like, you've got to be kidding me. You hate when this happens. Hopefully you guys did get filled there. Great alert on my live, but on my with my Discord with Kogu. His name's Kogu. He alerted it out of nowhere. Craig knew high of day. I was like, whoa, what Craig's running? And that's when it popped up earlier. And then I saw this. And again, look at this. This is gorgeous. Old resistance. We reversed really hard off of it back down to 110. So it's got a big move down from it, 50, 60, 70 cents, right? Then again, what do we do from the top side? Well, we go from 175 to 220. All right. So we get about a 50 cent move. So we get 50 to the bottom, 50 to the top. Well, that means that area is very significant. That's going to be a big supply demand zone. I call it a sandwich area. Old resistance becomes new support. And here we go flying a new high of day, and it's hurt so hard. Oh, man. Absolutely. And yeah, my killer for the day, I mean, again, back to yesterday, I wish we could day trade, which would be very nice if we could day trade, would be this W and W. We'll keep it in a 3-minute time frame. Look what this did yesterday. Yeah, look where it's at now. It came out with an offering this morning. So imagine still being in this. And look at this. You're like, Josh, what happened? Josh, what? You're kidding me. Look at this. From 2 to 13.50 back to 50 cents. That's $150,000 in trades right there, Mr. Kevin Avery. I'd probably be right there with him. Again, if he shorted Battle, right? I probably would have been right there with him. I can't believe he's up that much on Battle. But yeah, if I could have day traded, oh, gee, golly, this could have been yesterday. And you can see I'm still in from this short here. It's accumulating. You can see here in this area. I'm like, this is going to crash. No one's going to buy this. Going back at the bids and the ask. And so I slowly started adding in to this area, right at a few hundred shares and just let it crash away. And sure enough, I'm scaling out and holding then, into the next day for the swing account, which was just great. And great. Hey, Valerie, good job, Val. Val, absolutely money. Oh my, no, Craig, where are you going without me? Where are you going, brother? Oh, me, oh my, oh, beautiful alert there. And of course, I think it was the Crow in chat. Yeah, cheers. You agreed with me as well at that 175 area. Absolutely bonkers right now. Now this 220 area becomes a good bounce play. So somewhere right around this 220 mark, I do like this for a dip back on down around 220 into 210. JVA was great. JVA was good earlier. I don't know if is that still moving. And how many earnings plays? I have a team. I've been doing this since 2016. Been doing this for a very long time. That's not really that long. Let's just be honest. But I've been doing it for a while, for at least really concentrating on small caps. Any guru I ever talked to or we ever followed or I ever even knew of, essentially when we would talk about earnings on small caps, it would pop up. Sure, true. but they would never hold up. We can go to plays like, let's just go to it in JVA. We've seen so many of these plays came out with earnings. By now, it would have just dumped over. It would have opened up, dumped, and then cracked, and then just crashed away. We're getting continuation on these plays. I forgot all the rest of them, honestly, that were what were the other ones recently that had earnings? I'd have to go back through. We've had a lot of them that have been holding up and moving into the next day. My point being, I cannot remember a time that has ever happened, ever, where the A move up and then you get and it then becomes a trend where almost all of them continue from after hours into pre-market. Snowman, how do you put the name on the charts? Thank you. Just going. I don't know. My names are always on the chart there when you pull up the ticker for Think or Swim when it's in full screen, especially. I didn't do anything. Is my point. Next competition, we need all-out trading, bro. Well, like we did, essentially like what we did with the... that's what I wanted to do this time. I thought that's what we were going to do. Essentially, that's when, again, I know Carlos will talk about, want to dive into my brain about it. We got to at least do what we did with the Beat Bill Ackerman. I thought we haven't done one of those yet, so I thought we'd do another one of those by now. I thought we were going to do those like every quarter, like every 3 months. We need to do those every 3 months where it's trade all day long. You get and other people can sign up. We get $1 million account. Go trade away all day. Trade as much as you want. Let's see how much you can make. That's what I thought we were going to do. That's what I want to do. Picking something on Friday, Monday, and then letting it ship out, whether it's a long or short, that's hard. You got to be, you got to get kind of a little lucky, and then you got to do a little diving in. Essentially, I really did none. I just found charts that look good, and then when I was like the last pick, which I didn't know what pick I was going to get, like you should have seen all the different tickers that I had to pick from, small cap list. I had all different. I had a list all the way down. I was down to the slim pickings of nothing when I was the last pick. And I thought we were also going to do round robin, which I'm going to promote for 1, then 2, then 3. Just like if you're in a fantasy football draft, right? You get 1 draft pick. You don't draft all 5 players. You draft 1 player, and then and then the next person drafts 1. And then come on, no offense, I'm a little cheated at the bottom with 5 picks that everyone else has picked. The 11 times 5, that's 55. That's 55 tickers I don't get to choose from right now. That's a lot. That's a lot of tickers. That's gone. And that's where people were doing the TSLs of the whatever. But I was just looking for big moves. And the BW, I'm right across the board, I think, with where I'm going to go. But the one that kills me is going to be BW. And what's funny is the fact that I wanted to go long at first and I chose to go short. Let's see, the Crow got filled, but did my, it's what you'd have to do on that on Craighead there back earlier. I mean, I love just putting orders in and just waiting to get filled. It's so, I just love it. So I just do it. And that's why I went a little lower. You can see the high of this candle right there is 174. The high of this candle right there is 174. And that's why I went right at 174. I should have gone like 177, but then I would have only been filled small, but which is still good. It was almost a point move. We called this out. I said, hey, guys, 170 on the live stream multiple times, whatever I said, 170 in the 160s. Crow also alerted it. This is what we're talking about, team. This is it. See this area again. Please find these on charts. When you find this in this huge U shape, and when we reverse and make a double top, but really barely go down and squeeze the new highs, and we really squeeze and go to new highs. Again, the breakout's just as big as the reversal. This is going to become a sandwich, as I call it. Old resistance becomes new support. A bounce play in the waiting. Royal Rumble. Joe, my wife wants to go to a wrestling event so bad now. It is so weird. She watched that WWE thing on Netflix or whatever. I don't know, whatever it's on that has like that 4 or 5 part series. And I think they just did their 2nd season of it. Avery loves that. Avery's loving that. BIAF. I didn't get filled. I'm actually going to cancel my orders here on BIAF, or we can move them down because I want to concentrate. I didn't get filled there. I did. I did get filled on BIAF. Oh, BIAF, I am filled there. Okay, 255. I did not realize that. Okay, so I did get filled there on BIAF. So I am filled there on BIAF. I didn't know I put an order in that high. Well, how about that? I am filled. Okay, cool. So I'm filled there on BIAF, 250 shares. Right now, this play is dying out. I'm going to see if this play can get back up into the green. I'm just going to go ahead and take some profit here on BIAF. And once I get to my 10-cent mark here, which it's having a little trouble with, So what I'm going to do is I don't like that it's having trouble, and I'm going to come down here and cancel some orders here. I'm going to cancel some orders. Those did not get filled, so I want to manage this there. And then we have Craighead coming down, which I don't like this. At least trying to manage 2 trades here on the live stream. So the fact that I did get filled on BIAF, if you want to get filled here, I still like this 220 to 215 mark, but I'm not trying to be in 2 trades at once. I'm trying to just trade Craig. I didn't know I was in BIF. So we got BIF in here. We'll sit here and manage this trade here. Let's see if we can pop back up into that VWAP. I want this back up into this 265 to 270 area. That's where I'm looking to take profit. Stop loss for me is going to be back under this 250 mark. I want this back into here. I can start taking some profit. And if it doesn't get through there, we're going to have some hard issues. And I talked about this earlier. I actually want to come and cancel these orders just because we're now this old 265 support is going to be what? Resistance. You can see I'm all over that. These areas where we're dipping at from earlier are now going to be resistance. And the fact that volume is dying off, it's going to make it a little bit harder to get through that area. I'll leave him in. It's only at small shares. I'm not worried about it. We'll sit here and manage the trade. Good job, Paula. In ladder move. Good job, good job, good job, good job. Trevor, what's up, brother? How we doing, my man? How we doing, my man? Paula, good out of a short. Good job. Yep, Saint. Hey, yeah, Saint. This is your day, St. Patrick's Day. You better be wearing some green, right? I got my green on, repping the green. Got some green on the shorts. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that was beautiful, Louis Lightning Bug. That was absolutely beautiful at 1.7 right there. 1.75 on Craighead on the way back on up. Josh, you can show on the ladder in TTP when I went to sell. I have to sell all position. I cannot sell parts. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I just have an order entry box. So I just have an order entry box right here, man. Just get an order entry box right there and go to the sell side. You know, you can market order out. You can do different ways right here. So you can see all the different ways. Damn it, what the heck? So you can see all the different ways. Trailing, so you can already have that in OCO. So get an order entry box. And that's what I use as an order entry box. This is what I have and it stays on top of my, I have it. So what you can do here, you can click this right here and attach it, or it'll just stay on top. So it's always on top and it just, it's always there for you to just move around. Oh, I don't have the web version. I don't know how to do the web version. I've never used the web. There you go. Thank you, Joe. Did you get ticker name on the chart? Right click, right settings, choose view. Love it, love it, love it. Good job, Joe. Yeah, I don't know in the web version, Joe. If you know on the web version how to scale out, because I'm not a web guy. Anytime I've ever used the web, it's been detrimental a little bit to my trading, I would say. Rock and roll here, though, team. Rocking and rolling. All right, come on, BIF. Get up and move here. Get up and move. Get up and move. Now we have CREG here. So we do have CREG coming back down a little bit. Let's get the watch list back up. Where's my watch list at? There it is. There's my watch list. There's the watch list. We'll go ahead and add Craig to it because it's newer. Good solar energy play running up today. So CREG. Here comes your bounce opportunity in this area. The little soak demand zone, old resistance, new support. You can see it. Starts at about 220, heads down to around 215. This is your bounce area. Now, again, if you want to put a trend line in, you can see here where we run right on up. We got the uptrend channel. This is just a nice uptrend channel play here for CREG, right? We can see a beautiful uptrend. We're starting to break to the top side and get bigger moves here. Beautiful move from CREG. Good alerts from earlier. Who anyone brought this up in chat. Love it, love it, live it, love it. Got to get this move in. Large caps, not in my opinion right now, kind of chopping around. Let me go back to a 5-minute time frame here. Could see a pullback here actually in the small cap or the large cap sector here. Was looking for that break. I know Money Mitchell's talking about it right through this area. I know I'm in a 1 minute. I like to at least look at this in a 3 minute, if not higher time frame, 3, 5, whatever it might be. You can see this M shape. A lot of time when I see the M shape with this right side of the M being a little bit lower, if not a lot lower than the left side, watch for more continuation, right? We're in a downtrend, so watch for this to crack the bottom of the M, their team, and watch for a move here under 71.60 for the move down to 71. Under 71, we head down to 70.50. And that area is going to be challenged, in my opinion. I talked about this today, most likely being trapped and channel out to the right. And it seems like we're holding true to that. NVDA, I know that was one that Money Mitchell was looking at trading. You can see already got that move back on down here. So we are seeing some pullbacks here. Meta had that same look. I was kind of pulling that up for you guys a little bit ago. for that move up. Not, we're seeing the reversals here and coming back on down, some sell-off here. Head over to the Qs and see the same thing. Got that M shape up top. Back below the bottom here, we're going to see more sell-off from across the board. Let's go to names like Tesla. How we looking, Tesla, baby girl? This was the one that had that nice uptrend channel here on the move up, cracking the uptrend channel line. Old resistance here, this old demand support. Supply is trying to come in right around 398. If we crack that, watch for move back down to this 397.40 area. Not big moves from the day. It doesn't seem like from large caps, not going to get them either. Like looking at PLTR sometimes. This was a better mover for the day, PLTR. I don't know, Fred or Aussie Chick, they like to look at this sometimes. I know Fred and Chet, if he's listening. Beautiful bounce area back down here at 154.70 into this 154.35 mark. Beautiful. This old demand. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. That's usually what I'm looking for in a bounce play. If I'm not looking for the top side and it's not clean enough and the bottom side's a cleaner bottom, got to clean that bottom up. Let's get a clean bottom. Get a good bounce play in that area. What's up? How you doing there, Mr. Fred? Always out there lurking, listening. I love it, love it, love it. UCAR, what a nasty move for the day there. And who was that earlier? Gosh almighty, was that Michael D. Ryda? Was that Michael? Was that said that earlier? Ooh, man, you got to leave those plays alone. Got to leave those plays alone. Got to leave those plays alone until you're a very successful trader and you trade all day, every day, Mr. D. Ryder. Those plays, you want to leave them alone. Took the 150. Oh, nice. Good job. PLTR took the 50. Look at you. Fred, my man, coming to that. Did you get it right here, Fred? Is this where you took it? Right there, maybe? Right here? Or into this one of these two areas where I guarantee is where you took it. I'm thinking one of those two areas. Mr. D-Rada. Kind of lonely today with just myself. Hopefully, I know we're kind of looking for one. Kind of looking for one. Just when, money, I said money, man, just when Kevin Avery and I were getting that bond, we're building the bond together. Building the bond. So hopefully we'll get someone to fill in for Kevin. Moving onward. I thought maybe he'd still be here this week. I didn't know exactly when. The bounce play starting to work out for you guys. Bounce play starting to work out. Starting to work out for you guys. Now, again, profit taking if you did get in at the area 220 to 215. I don't know if I fully would have been filled there. I may have. My first target would have been right here. Taking some at this 235 mark. Somewhere in the 230s. Let's trim a little. Let's trim a little there. Let's trim a little in the 245 mark. And then let the rest of it start to run with small scale outs. Small scale outs after that. I shouldn't have canceled the order. I should have just called this I'm not going to get my profit. Too bad. Just take the execution price, right? Because you don't, 8 cents. It shows profit, but overall on your account wouldn't be profit. It wouldn't win. Right here was the winning trade. This was the winning trade. It has the volume still left in it. I wish I would. God, that's so funny. Hey, let me cancel my orders. Oh, I'm filled. Boom, boom, bam, whammy. Beautiful move right back up here. Like I said, make sure you're taking some profit in the 235 to 240 mark. Somewhere in this upper shadow into here, you're going to start to see a little bit of selling pressure coming in. People are going to start taking profit. You might even see shorts trying to come back into the picture right here. Oh, I still have PLTR. I'm looking at the wrong chart. Craig, oh gosh, I'm always thinking I'm my live stream. I'm not looking at my live stream. My gosh golly, Joshua Allen. That's my bad team. That's my bad team. Beautiful, 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 beautiful here. This is what I'm talking about. Old resistance, new support. Where the resistance is going to come in right through this area, right through here, right through there. This upper shadow at 240, this fell structure back on down. There's a micro head and shoulders built in there. If you're in a 1 minute time frame, I don't like to zoom in all the time on these small cap stocks, but it does help you out to see a little bit of where that demand supply is going to come in, where you're going to get some selling pressure, where you're going to get some shorts thinking they know the trick here, and they want to add in possibly as this moves back up to the 265 mark. Absolutely beautiful bounce play. This is why we got the one off the 175 mark, and we're getting one here again off this 215, 220 mark. We're finding these areas. We're finding old resistance that becomes new support. We're finding old supply that becomes new demand. These are the keys to bounce plays in the stock market. Absolutely perfect, okay? If you find these plays, you can just set orders in, or if you don't feel like you're going to get filled, just find the area like Crow does and say, I'm just going to mark it in. This is close enough This is my bounce area. I know it's not right on the dot, but nothing's right on the dot. It doesn't have to be. And the fact that you know the area is good enough, you have your risk and reward already set in. You can see the selling pressure as I talked about, why you'd want to. You never know what when the run is done. And so you want to make sure you're taking pieces of the pie along the way. You never want to hold the whole boat. It's always good to essentially lighten the boat up. You know, your boat's super heavy. Whatever the heaviness is, it's heavy for 100 shares. That's very heavy for a lot of people. Could be 1,000 shares. That gets really heavy for a lot of people. You know, it's crazy that some people can manage 20,000 shares like some can manage 5 to 50 shares, right? So find your weighted boat. What is the weight that you can carry? Then let's start to lessen that weight as we move up. You got to lessen the weight. Beautiful, beautiful there. Oh, let's see. Good job there. Annabelle's back on PLTR. 9:15. No show. Cool. Josh, appreciate it. Miss Elise, how you doing? Kevin is gone. Louis, well, he's moving on with TTP. TTP bot. I forgot what it's called. We talked about it on the Friday live stream with you guys. Gosh, I forgot what it's called. Well, I don't know if they talked about it or if I can even talk about it, so I won't really dive into it. But he's still with us, essentially. But as far as with me, yes, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a little bit. We were just building something special. I got field small shares. Good job, T. Webb. Sterling, there you go. Kogu. What's up, Kogu? Yeah, beautiful job there, Kogu. I gave you the love earlier, bro. If you didn't catch it, thank you. You brought it up on my Discord. Didn't catch it, wasn't looking at it. You know, that's why I love having different chat rooms so that we can see there are different things are spiking and catch them when they do. So you alerted it when it was right here in the high of day. And when I saw this spiking up, first thing I saw, Kogu, was this reversal back down and the fail here. And I said, we're going to bounce it at 175. That's the money sauce. And then boom, we go up 90 cents. Then we find another one in the 220s. You're talking about shorting it, which there were good shorts up top here as well. So you're getting good moves on. I almost called this Kogu. You're getting good moves on Craighead today. I call it Craighead. My dad used to have uncles. Well, my dad and his brothers had a friend called Craig, and he had a big old head, so they called him Craighead. You know, that's just one of those things back in the day. You could call someone Craighead, and they were okay with it. I like the bounce play back at 175. Now, I will say this. Craig does give back gains. CREG is one a lot of the time here going back to past chart history here. We'll go to let's go to the 4 hour. Sure. That'll start to probably show some wicks here, I'd imagine, if we can find any. Wow, not really any from Craighead. Well, there's a couple. There's one right there. So there's a massive upper shadow, 350 all the way back down into the twos there. So Craig really does give back some gains. So just be aware of that when trading CREG. 175 is that line, in my opinion, where you can leave your orders in for the rest of the day and take a bounce play. That 50 is running up off of it too as well. When that VWAP catches a play, we're going to try to hold this 215.20 mark. When that cracks, look for another short back down to this 180 mark. The only thing about this and trusting that it's going to fail back more is the fact that we have this uptrend channel there. You can see we are on that trend line right now. Cracking that trend in the VWAP, selling pressure will come in back to 175. I'm waiting to get out of this BIF trade, and if I can, which I'm still managing it, trying to work my way back on up. I was trying to get filled here earlier when we had more volume. Volume has died, and now this play is starting to die off, and here comes some more selling pressure. I'll give it to around the 250, 248 mark, somewhere in here. Then I'll cut it. Again, I wanted it earlier for the move back up to the 270s, somewhere in here to scale out, then to scale out, essentially getting a 50 cent, 40 cent bounce play overall with, maybe an over, if I would have got, and I had orders, if you missed it, I had orders actually down in to 245. So I wanted to get filled in this area. It only came down, swept me down to this 255 mark and got me filled. I wanted it earlier when we had more volume, and what took it away? Well, the guys in your trade here, which I also canceled orders because I didn't want to be in two trades at once, this was the more profitable trade, and we're still trying to hold the 215 mark. Why is it more profitable, team? Why? It has volume. When you have volume, you have action. When you have action, you have trades. When you have trades, you can actually make money. When you have no volume, your trades do start to go down a little bit there. Your results, so to speak. What's up, Kogu? Yeah, Kogu, how we doing? So what's up, Whoa Skills? How we doing, my man? Love it. Little quote right there. Which breed your dogs are? So Barney, I've got Great Danes. We have 4 Great Danes. We have a Shepherd, a Lab, a Pit, and then 7 little dogs that range from Min Pin, mostly Chihuahuas, Italian Greyhound. But we have 7 little dogs, like little Chihuahua, little guys, 5 to 10 pounds. And then we have 4 Great Danes, 1 Shepherd, 1 Lab, 1 Pit Bull. We have 2 cats, we have 2 turtles, and we have a bunny. And there's the pack. I can go through the names too if you want me to. I got a lot of names to go through. Oh man, Sterling, they're good. Took half. Good job, Josh has video. Yeah. And if Joe, if you're still around, if you want to put my links out there now, we still have quite a few people. What I've just went over, I have plenty of videos, and there's some here on Trade the Pool. So follow us here on Trade the Pool. Subscribe to us. Make sure you're following us every day here on the live stream and what I'm offering. Of course, Mitch and Nas and all the other great traders. And then you see the great videos that we're putting out there. The shorts, long versions of essentially what I would call lessons, so to speak. We have shorts though out there. I have mine are more long form versions. They're more real lessons that are 15, 20 minutes long. So thank you. Yes, go. I have plenty of it. I think from live streams to lessons to recaps to shorts. Well over 1,000 videos, 1,000 plus videos on YouTube. Come on, BIAF. I'm like, come on. I'm waiting. I can see out of nowhere this popping back up to that VWAP. And then I'm going to start scaling out of this a little bit to trim like I said, lighten the boat and the weight of it a little bit. Come on and give me that pop up into the 270. Come on. You know you want it. You know you want it. All right. Well, I'm going to do the magical. Let me get here it comes. Come on. Give it to me, baby. Come on, give it to me. I'm going to do the magical. I need to get water, and then it pops. So watch this. I'm going to get water, and as soon as I come back, it's going to get the pop. Ready? It's going to take me 2 seconds to get water. You ready? Here we go. Let's get water break now. Did you let him out already? You let Murdoch out, please. You can let him back in the office when I'm done. Wait. What I tell you? Come on. I'll take a little. There it is. What I tell you? Let's go. Let's get that water. Woo! Let's get that water. It's water break time. Woo! Water break. Gotta get a water break. Magical water break. Gotta get that water. Give me 280s. Come on, give me one more quick into the 277, 278 mark. Come on. A little bit of water. Give me the water. Get a water break. Water burger. Having some troubles here at the WAP. I'm not scared to just take a little bit more off the boat here. Again, lighten the boat. They told me. I said, I'm going to lighten the boat then. I don't like this. It's been a slow piece of you-know-who. But I love you. Because you got the magical water break, so I still love you, BIF. Don't think I was talking mad trash. Let's scale out a little more there because it might reverse on me. I didn't mean to talk mad trash to her. Come on, baby. You know you want to go for more. Just keep going. Just give me one more pop. One more volume pop. Come on. Do I have to go get more water? Do I need to go get more water? Magical water break. I'm telling you, team. It's all right. Took some profit. We're good. We've lightened that boat. We've lightened the boat down to 70 shares. Lighten the boat to 70 shares. Took majority of profit there. Lighten the boat. Craig is starting to fold. Yeah, it is starting to fold over. Maybe the volume in the mob comes back to BIAF, and it just rips right back up to the 280s, 290s. I would love that. It kind of has that look to it right here, right now. Starting to fold over. Good call there on Craighead. Watch for that 175 dip again. Got to sweet talk it, Josh. I know. Oh, baby. You want to be my lover. Hold on, let's see. What voice could I pull out here? Let me talk to you, sweet like. I'm going to get a little Barry White here. This isn't anywhere close to Barry White, but this is as close as I'm going to get. And I love you, sweet girl. You need to get going. Just to pop a little bit more. Come on. I like it. Just hold into this play. This is what I mean by scaling out. When you see some resistance area, got into the mark that I wanted to, into this 270 watt. Now if we can just get one more pop here through, holding at that VWAP area, really maintaining 265 is key here for me as we can get the move back on up. We are seeing movement back on down from Craighead. CREG is moving down. He does like to give back gains. BIF, she's my baby. She likes to hold on up. She likes to fly to the sky. You're going to get a lot of this with no Kevin around. I'm just going to start singing when I'm in a play. I'm like, come on, baby. Come on, be my baby tonight. We're doing good here. I absolutely like the position we're in right now. Absolutely. Any stocks, and I always say this, any stocks, anything you guys want me to go over, let me know. Let me know. And I'm going to hold this until she may goes down into the dirt. I still have W&W from yesterday holding this from the 4, and I would love to see this die back on off and get below this 45-cent mark. So still holding that play for fun. BIAF is the baby girl, though, right now. Oh, come on, baby girl. Don't be doing me dirty like that, there. This is why I scaled out a lot into that VWAP area. You can see I pretty much, at least in this run, top ticket. I love this soak down. I love it. Long as we hold this 265 mark right through here, this is what I'm talking about. If we hold this, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, if we hold this, we'll pop through the VWAP and hit back to 275 to, I'll go through essentially 278 to 280. If we hold 265, we'll see 280. We'll see 280. We probably might even, once we get through this, most likely once through that, we'll get one of these volume surges again, and we'll see most likely back up to the 290s. It'll be a quick sweep up. Get ready for it, because I'll be ready to scale out once we hit to that, kind of hold to the final share size if we do. Get it? Say it all in the Auger accent. Oh, man. Well, you know, Miss Kevin, he messaged me earlier too. I'll message him back right now. I was like, come, you busy? Come join real quickly. Oh, I'll, again, team, Thursday, figure out, maybe we'll get Joe. Joe, if you're free, Joe, I'd love for you to join. We'll see if Steve can join in the call-in show. I'm good to go for an hour by myself, always during this hour, but at least the call-in show on Thursday. I know last Thursday we had, of course, the draft. And so this Thursday, though, back to, the call-in show, we'll come up with the topic. Definitely, would love to have you on, Joe, or anyone else, TB. If TB's listening, he's, Coach TB, since you're part of the tournament, the people can get to know you a little bit more so. But yeah, this is, I love doing this, love streaming live. So Thursday we'll not only have me again, but then we'll have a call-in show. Friday, I call what's called a dual stream Friday. So Friday, I usually typically, again, back to the YouTube page from earlier, typically I am free on Friday as in a public live stream. Monday through Thursday, it's a paid live stream that I have traders from all over the globe that I teach, from morning alerts to one-on-ones. I've worked with well over, it's hundreds, it's well over 500 now. I don't really know what the number is anymore that I've done one-on-ones with. And we're talking from Australia to Europe, you name it, Asia. I've worked with people in Thailand. I've worked with people all over, Scotland to Ireland, you name it. So if you need help, I do one-on-ones with traders, or an hour-long Zoom session that I do help you get to be a better trader, get a look at your charts. You're looking at what I trade. We're going over levels together. I want to see you chart. We trade live together. Like Aussie chick, we've been killing it the last few one-on-ones. I think she's 3 for 3 the last 3 one-on-ones we've taken on bounce play. Well, one short on PLT. And I trade large caps. Let's freaking go. New high in the run. Let's freaking go. So I shorted PLTR at the high of day. I liked it. It was a double top from the previous day. We both had a line in there. Then we went long on bounce plays and small cap. So I can trade large cap. I can trade small cap. I trade it all. I want to go long. I want to go short. I don't want to be narrow-minded. I want to be what a real ref should be in college basketball. These terrible refs that we have that can't call games anymore. Gee golly. They're just all the money that's involved. I get it, I guess. Appreciate it, Barney. Barney, a promo expert. Appreciate it, bro. I've been doing this for so long now. Just there's really no emotion when it comes to it. It's just like, take the trade, It just gets to where you numb things down, really, for the most part. It's hard at first. But once you get to it, I'm like, dude, I love sports. Or I love Michael Jordan. I'm like, when you played sports, you may have had a little nervousness. Like the most I ever had, maybe like first tee of golf. Because a lot of the time on the first tee, if it's 5 man, you take 5 men in high school, and even same in college, and you'll take the top 4 scores. Well, if you're top 4 men, your top 4, a lot of the time, if you all tee off on the first tee box, 1 will go, then 2 will go, right? And you'll just wait, you'll go in waves. And so if you're like not 5, you have a lot of people around you. Coaches are there, parents are there, other players are there. So that first tee box, a little nerve wracking, right? I always hated that first tee box. But then when I was just playing, basketball, I was never nervous. It was just straight to playing. Football, same thing. Down, set, hut, let's go. There was never that nervous like feeling. I'm like, bro, we got to treat it like that. Let's go. Let's treat it that way. And the more I started treating that way, I started getting rid of it. Is rate cut possible in March? Yeah, in my opinion, I don't see that happen until after JP is JP down? Is he not chair anymore? Is he done? Whenever JP's done is when we'll start seeing some rate cuts. If JP is done, then yes. Is JP done? I don't know. I don't really keep up with those as much. I will say that, at least as much. Here we go. New highs on the run. I told you if we got to the VWAP, we'd see 280-ish or so. Let's get it here, team. Are you scaling out with me, Aussie chick? Are you pleased? Right? You're scaling out with me. You were the one that let me know you got filled, or I got filled. I was like, oh, did I get filled? Oh, I did. I did. I might want to pay attention to that. Love it. Beautiful bounce play. I'll take a little bit more right there. Let's see if we get one more quick squeeze here. Come on, baby. Come on, be my baby tonight. Come on, be my baby. Keep on popping, baby, tonight. I want to get up. I want to get through this 2.8. If we get through 2.8, we're going to surge up to 287 minimum, not up to 285. Hold on. I hear a doorbell ringing.
Good look.
What's up, brother?
I couldn't stay away. I
knew it. I knew I'd get you in here somehow or another. I knew I'd get you in here now. What's up?
Well, you sent the invite. Yeah, figured I'd hang out for a few minutes. What you working? How's chat doing? How you guys doing today?
I got right now working BIAF bounce play at the 255 area. Slowly scaling out of this as it's hitting new highs, back up into this. Hopefully we'll get back up to 290 into 3 here. One quick more squeeze, a little bit of volume burst. So yeah, get working BIF bounce play. You know me, I love some bounce plays. Old resistance becoming new support, and let's freaking go, Kevin. I want you to stick around because I want you to see this pop to 3, and not only see it pop to 3, you could be my good luck charm, baby. Every time you're around, I just bank, and I oh man, I love it. I don't stank, I bank, baby. So how have you been today? What have you been doing? Have you traded?
I took a couple trades. I was looking at SWMR, and then I took a short on UCAR, that other Chinese. After the WNR yesterday, figured it would not live as long today, that Chinese pump. But yeah, I'm just monitoring that IPO. SWMR is halted right now. But been doing some research on the next guest for Chat with Traders. Had an interview last night. It went really well. And working on the next one. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But BIAF, that was on our small cap watch list this morning. Let's go. It became back in play. I mean, they came out with a PR day 3. You know that day 3, Josh, so you get the day 1 and then the first red day, and then you get a lot of shorts on it. I bet they're getting kind of privy to what to do here with PRs, because if you have a couple of them, wait till you accumulate shorts, day 3 come out with PR, and then you get this kind of a move.
Yep. Love it, brother. Oh, and here we go. Keep on going. Keep on going. Rock me in the free roll. That's all right. It's all right, Aussie chick. She got out already. All good. Let's see here. I'm going to just go through the chat, make sure I'm catching up with everybody. Went from green to red, messing with USO. Gotcha. Yeah, Derek, that one can do that to you. Well, Comic Impact Silver. Okay, gotcha. Silver. Gotcha. Yeah, silver. I think silver and gold still long-term is still going to be a continuation. You're going to see that continue to go up, in my opinion. And then all the love. Kevin, I'm glad you came over for a few minutes. And now, what I was literally just talking about, we got to come up with someone that can be my new, Thursday, because I can do this hour, at least for now, by myself. But the call-in show. I got to have someone for the call-in show, man.
Oh man, I felt bad. I really want to keep doing it with you, but I don't know if that's pushing it. Maybe we can ask them. But if you have somebody in mind, that's. We'll figure it out, because they are interviewing a few people to replace me. SWMR is about to open up. Let's see what she's going to do here.
Oh man, and how about WNW? I mean, that one was from yesterday, bro. And the offering this morning, I saw that. When I saw that drop, my mouth dropped with it. Like, oh wow, what I mean, that's VCIG on roids. I mean, that is nasty.
It was. And then to see where it's at today, what's that at? Like 40 or 50 cents. It's at 60 cents. I feel bad for those that look. It's small caps are timing and sizing. That's pretty much what you can boil it down to: timing and sizing. Because I took a loss on it yesterday. If I'm being honest, thankfully recouped it on the today on UCAR. Just pulled out the hammer, Josh. Pulled out. Actually, it was something I learned from the interview last night, which you guys are gonna be. I mean, this is a great interview. A guy who turned a few thousand into a couple million, and he was given some great advice, some that I'm going to apply to my own personal trading. So I'm excited for that to get released on Chat with Traders. Maybe in we'll see. We'll see the timeline on it. I think Chat with Traders still has a couple they're editing before that one comes out. But hey, thank you, Barney, for the love, the love and on the battle. Really, where's battle at? I mean, it's every time I look.
Here's what I talked about earlier. So I asked this. I said, okay, well, what are you doing next week if battle just dumps? So are you going to continue to short it since you're the rug puller? So what are we doing next week if battle can like all week just goes all the way down to like 5, 7, 6? Or we can continue?
Right. Well, time will tell. I mean, we're just going to have to see what the next battle is. Like, for example, if the WNR just took off and stayed afloat, battle held on longer than I thought it was going to. Like, it literally was I got lucky with the timing. The timing was great. It held up right until March Madness, and that's what I was praying for. Maybe
I talked about that too because it had that run up last week back up to 23. Because we were talking about last week on whatever one of the live streams, and you were literally saying like, "Please don't die off now." Give me a little.
I know the man upstairs heard my prayers.
He did. He answered them. He answered them, brother, for sure.
So yeah, battle. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I mean, really, if SMX got a halt spike up this morning, like if that's been a huge fader from a couple weeks ago, 30s down to 10, and then so we'll see. It's really gonna come down to that morning. I'm gonna pretty much review the back burner plays and see what's holding on up for the good candidate. But it can be a coin flip. It can be
100, brother. And the meeting today, I think it's throughout the day. Nguyen, let's see, I'm trying to say your name right. Gosh, this one's gonna kill me because I've seen this NFL player. He had the same last name as you, and I can't remember how it was pronounced. Dang it! But the FOMC, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow is at the 2 p.m. Eastern is when it's released. The actual data is released at 2. And then tomorrow we have JP. If it's still JP, which I think it is, we have him tomorrow at 2:30. So the release of everything is tomorrow at 2, and then 2:30 he'll talk. So today I think the meetings are just going on until tomorrow, and they release the data tomorrow. It's always on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, which it is tomorrow at 2 and then 2:30 Eastern.
Hopium here, Crow. Yeah, Crow. What was the play? There was the 52-week low play this morning too, which Crow's been killing those. I think it was LNAI. Oh man.
Yep.
Still getting those.
Where would I enter on Ingrid? I would go, if you want to do 2.5 again, because we did just get a nice 30 cent bounce or so off of it, pretty good bounce. You could do 255 again. I wouldn't go lower than that. For BIAF, the same area that entry is for last time, or keep the orders in down low and just say, hey, if I get filled at 220 later on today, I still like that at some point for the move back on up. May not be a big bounce, but it'll be definitely, where you can just trust it, leave it in, go get, go run errands or whatever it might be. Yeah, the hopium, baby. Hopium. That's slowly, too, I think. It looking like I haven't seen as many of those 52-week low plays popping on up. So we'll see. One thing I have noticed, we've talked about that, are earnings plays. The plays that, like these small cap plays with earnings that pop up and then hold into the next day and kind of run.
Right.
I've never seen that before at all, but we've seen so much of that over the past few weeks.
Yeah. So yesterday I saw a lot of big traders. Some did very well WNR, some did very poorly. It's just again like trying to avoid front side. I think that's where the FOMO lies. I think the longer you trade, it's you just want to where the story ends, but you really need. Why not just wait till you have kind of a top set, right? Because then oftentimes we're just chasing kind of our profits back anyways. All right, SWMR just opened up. Oh my God, this IPO is halting up again. SWMR.
Are we allowed to trade that on TTP, or is it blocking it off?
Yeah, no.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, good Lord Almighty. This one's nutso. Now, I'm not going to touch this one like a TCGO, but this is kind of one of those type of crazy movers right here. Wow. So new IPO play, Banana Joe's. Now, I just want to bring this back up because we just talked about it earlier, Team Spy. What do we talk about? I said watch for this to crack back on down. This M shape was beautiful. Back underneath here for the short. Already about a point plus move on it. Right a little over a point. And then you just go across the board with it, right? What I talk about? Well, let's go over to the Qs. What do the Qs do with it? Along with it, I said if that comes down, well, so is everything else going to go with it. If I can type in QQQ, I'm having some issues with my fingers today. Right on down. So there was that crack as well. Meta, I know this had a crack back on down. So there's Meta. Continuation on down. Beautiful play right there over the last half hour for your large cap tickers, waiting for this bottom to form. And I talked about this in my morning alerts earlier. I know Fred, you were listening to Aussie Chicken, who else that does trade these. Wait for levels to get built in and trade them. So you find the bottom, go for the double bottom and the bounce. And then 3-4 touches, et cetera, then we're going to start looking for the short. So we get 1 touch, we get 2, we get 3. Well, we know essentially, and then even 4, let's start looking for a short and reversal on the way back on down. And boy, oh, I'll keep my eye on B, which I'm still in, very small shares. I'll let this meander through. Did very well, about as best as I could scaling out. Tried to get some of those 288, 287, 286, 9 fills. I did pretty good. I got one at 285 there, it looks like. Couldn't quite get the top tick in that run, but still overall, pretty nice, good move on
Did
the
anybody catch the Hangover AIRS today?
Airs was good. Yeah, I did not, but I did talk about that for the potential move back on down. And yeah, you talk about back, underneath this little juncture. I'll zoom out a little bit more there, though.
So one thing I learned from my interview last night with the trader was he said, look, you're not doing your due diligence if on your A+ setup you're not sizing into it. Like make yourself uncomfortable in the trade, like to a point where that's how you level up essentially to the next level, is making yourself uncomfortable with a certain size on your A. Of course, you have to know what the A+ is. So airs was that for me. I hit it a little harder this morning, and it's worked out great on the short side. But so these we're going to identify every morning. What I'd like to do moving forward, you guys might have to be the voice for this, but pretty much do a little pre-market analysis. I can't really be here probably for the full 2 hours because I got to do a bunch of research, but maybe like a pre-market analysis, go over these hangovers, go over the morning BIAFs, and then keep the call-in show. But I don't know. It's not up to me.
Or Friday. I already messaged Gil, and I said about, so I already messaged Gil, so we'll see. We'll get something going in the works, my friend. We'll figure it out. I would love to. It's even the Friday thing or whatever it might be. But my man Fred talked about and bounce plays. No offense, I'm gonna say it. They call me the bounce machine, my friend. Look at this, another one for Fred. I called this out earlier for you guys. Fred, I know took it in chat. Said Fred, he said he took it in on the bounce on PLTR. Beautiful bounce. And Fred, he just hit his target. He said 155.50 target. There you go for 75%. There you go. So Fred just got out. Beautiful, or at least most of it, 75% of it. Beautiful bounce play. Look at this. Fred, boom. Comes to the freaking AKNR New Orleans. Eats some of the best food he's ever had. Drove a GT4S around the track 140, 50 miles an hour. Loving, living life. Learning to just wait back, sit back, put orders in for bounce plays. And bada boom, bada bing. He's 2 for 2 on bounce plays today. Absolutely money. Took the one right here, made some profit. Now he's taking another one. Money in the bank. Money in the bank right there.
Shawty, what you think? Yeah, well, I mean, we covered. That's what I love about how we kind of coincide with each other with the bounces and the shorts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just.
And then you got to dump me, and then.
It's a perfect glove that fits. I think OJ knows something about that.
Ooh, OJ, watch out now. So we do have, it's SWMR. So look at swimmer. Essentially, I don't know if that is the ticker's name. SWMR is the new IPO name. So SWMR is it.
Oh yeah, that's where when I saw that, I had to step in because you asked me, and then of course swimmer, the IPO. This is going bananas. As traders, we are hunters of volatility, managers of risk. So 30 seconds potentially on it, but it's been going into 10-minute halts. So what's that for you? Yeah, may go into another halt, another 5 minutes, but we'll see in about 20 seconds.
And what do we have? Resumption price. We got possibly 22.16. 22.16. And that's why I love trading these, at least when I have the feel for them. Right now, the edge on this is not there for me. I don't like this newer IPO. I just don't like it. I don't trade those typically, but that's what I love. When you have these Halton plays that gap up $2 or $1.50. That's where I trade them, because usually, generally, rule of thumb, you get from one halt to second halt. This one's a little all over the place, but if you get in between one halt and two halt, or two halt and third halt, like I did for TCGL, you're guaranteed a gap up and another halt up, most likely, and then you could start managing that trade. You might go forever, but at least you're going to get a gap up with a halt up, and you're already
get another TCGL. That would be fantastic.
Yeah,
But here's the thing. I get what you're saying. It's IPO. There's less edge. I completely agree with that. What I'm waiting for on it is pretty much the death down into a halt, because that's very likely similar to UCAR to be like, for example, UCAR. You could, that trade this morning, just let it run irrationally as long as it wants to. But then when sellers step in and the buyers say bye-bye, you can get involved, because I mean, this thing, where are we going? There's no levels, so that's why there is less edge, like Josh is saying. So maybe what I'm doing is just waiting for the panic down.
I'd still say Craig, CREG is definitely not done for the day. BIAF not done for the day. And Litter, I just thought about that because Smoke Tuna said LIDR. So yeah, those are still plays. In my opinion, we've had this, what we talked about the last few weeks with Kevin. Of course, we know we said this. More horizontal, choppier plays where they make a high, they make a low, and then they chop within that for the rest of the day. Craig's going to do that. BIF is literally doing it. Not only I did it on Friday, it's doing it yet again today. I mean, BIF is literally the exact copy of what it did on Friday. It just went a little higher today. It's doing exactly what it did over and over on Friday. The bounce plays on Friday were at 220 because it only went to 270. Today it goes to 310, so the bounce plays at 250 over and over and over, right? That's just what you're getting. It's that in the small cap sector, which I love. It makes it easier for at least the traders that are struggling or newer traders to not have to go, oh, these plays are going nuts. Which one is it? Which one is it? You know, like prime December to January back to September. That makes it harder for newer, younger traders. This makes it a lot easier to grow, especially your prop firm account into a funded account and get that growing versus let's trade all these crazy random movers that could blow that in an instant. My man, coming back over. I'm glad to tease you for just a minute. Yeah, it's like I said, for yourself, you got to, like I said, pat yourself on the back there. Big doors opening. So,
well, I think the call-in show, I mean, if they're open to it, it would be cool to, I mean, because having these conversations with these traders, it'd be cool to kind of bring that to the conversation for the call-in show. But we'll see. Yeah. We'll see.
Yep. 100%, my man.
Or the Fridays, like you're mentioning.
Yeah.
We'll get it done.
Yeah.
All right. 10-minute halt, likely SWMR. That's what it keeps going from 10 minutes to 10 minutes. So 11:54:03. I'm seeing a resumption of 22:50 right now. And so much of the money's, guys, made in the waiting, not in the action. You can't equate button smashing to profits.
Bro, I mean, yeah, because BIF, here's another time I forgot I was, so I'm looking at Craig, CREG, looking for a bounce play. I put orders in, let's concentrate on it. I was like, oh yeah, BIF, because I saw Aussie chick said, hey, I got filled at the 2.5s. And I was like, oh yeah, I kind of want to cancel those orders now. Yeah, I'm going to cancel these orders on BIF. Oh crap, my top one was filled. I was like, oh no, I got filled. I didn't want to get filled. I want to go. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do 2 trades at once. Craig, here's a trade. And I managed it and kind of worked it through him on the live stream. But I stayed in patiently with BIF, and if you look at it, it took forever to bounce. If you go to where I got filled at, I got filled on this wick, and then here we are meandering around. I've got to wait literally for 20 plus minutes to finally start taking profit here, and now I'm still in the trade. But again, I waited for the longest time patiently, like you said. That's where the money's made in the waiting to get filled, and then waiting to take the profit. It's that. And once I learned that early on. Patience, as we always talk about, spelled with a Y, right? We always talk about that. It was like yeah, duh.
Is that the picture you sent me where you had like a little bit left of
W&W? Yeah.
Yeah. Where you've been doing that so well. Yeah. You've been just leaving some people, no matter the size, just getting in the habit.
It was just like, hey, I just want to see what this does today. And then, you're in it for the offering just to and you're like, wow, they put out imagine that, bro, right before the opening bell. So anyone that was still long for whatever reason just got annihilated.
Yeah. All right. 15 seconds. Swimmer. 24. I'm seeing the resumption.
Yeah. We'll see what we get here.
I know.
I wouldn't be surprised if this does kind of do one of those. It may pull a W and W or VCIG essentially 3.0, where it goes up to whatever, and then we round trip all the way back down to 11.
Oh,
So that's what I would do. I'll wait for that. I'll wait if anything, if I trade it today, would be that W and W backside, just get a portion of this dump move.
Right. Yeah, the hopes and this is going to be probably a random open now, guys. Just the first. Yeah, it will be random because this first halt it went for 16 minutes after it's 16 minutes it opened up, not 15, 16, and I was staring at my phone looking at something when that happened. So my eyes are going to be glued on Swimmer. Make sure I don't miss it. But outside of that, it's good to be back, man. It's good to see you. Good to see you, traders. Hope everybody's doing well in this market madness. And hey, did you take battle? Anybody out there?
Yeah, bro. Because I was like, because I even thought about that. I'm like, did he day trade that over the last couple of days? Because that ended up being a great dumperoonie the last 2 days.
No, I didn't. I didn't want to be over leveraged over there. Just
Okay.
keep it on the. No, I don't know. I'm hardly even looking at it really. I like the short. And that's how I like to trade. I like to identify, for instance, the airs. I just like to identify the decent setups, take the trade, set the levels, and kind of forget about it.
Hey, I will say this: when they better next year, do what hopefully they'll do what we did for the Bill Ackman challenge, where it's like we can actually day trade all day long with that account. It's not just, hey, you're going to swing something for a full week and you only pick one direction. Let's actually face off like the Bill Ackman thing, and we can trade all day long. Because imagine yesterday, I know you would have been short. You would have been killing battle, and then I would have been killing W and W, and then maybe even you. I mean, we would be. Point being, yeah, you're the top of the leaderboard today. But if it was a day trade battle and we have to trade day in, day out, I don't think there's any way that me and you are both at the top of the leaderboard.
I know. It would be fun if we went head to head in a challenge like that. Because the W and W, that could be trouble for me on one of these accounts. Because I will size in on the challenge. I'm going to size in probably front side and start getting kind of heavy. So it could. So we'd be trading against each other for a period of time. That would be fun.
Yeah, we'll have to do that for sure. I got to do that next year for sure. That would be so much fun. And every day, because then on the live stream we're trading. So when we join the live stream, like right now, we'd be facing off. Like, what are you trading? Blah 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 blah. So that would be. We got to do that next year. Instead of just saying, well, here's what I'm in and here's how much I'm up. Well, let's see what you're trading actually day in, day out, and how much are you up. Because now you just have to set it and forget it. I don't want to set it and forget it. I want to trade, baby. I'm a day trader. I like.
We're open. We're open, Swimmer.
Yep, right around 24. Let's see if we don't bounce off this halt strategy area. If we maintain anywhere between this 2075 and this, which we're going to try to hold this first right here, this lower shadow, 23. So it's going to wick into it. A lot of buying is going to come into this. If we hold that, this play's going. If we hold that, this play's most likely going. So my point being, if we hold in between this area, she can still spike. If she cracks back below this, she probably ends up halting all over the place. If she holds this play is probably going to see 30. So we'll see here. We'll wait for it. 3-minute candlestick confirmation. I like it over a 1. I'll keep it in a 1 for now because she's brand new. Have nothing, no charting here. Thanks to Kevin bringing this up because I was not aware of this. And she is a barn burner, is this Swimmer play here. So she is trying to hold. Again, this liquidation sweep back down in 23 is going to hold. Finally, actually not halting into another halt up or down here, actually maintaining a little bit of
for the time being. There must have been a hidden seller at 25 because it really was having a tough time pushing through that. Let's see if it can go sideways and get up through that level.
Yep, got the level 2 up here too. It's not as bad as I thought on the level 2. It does get up to 50, 60 cents at times, but it does narrow back into about 20, 30 cents, a little bit lighter. And you can see here, again, massive gap up. You watch for that quick sweep down. That's going to be your demand area for the time being. If we crack it, we'll go down to where we halted up at. Could even find our way into a halt down before we get there.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Buyer's still here. Buyer's stepping in. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you would think after W and W it would scare a lot of traders away, like VCI. But man, we've had some buyers step up today to the plate, and especially a play like this new IPO play, already up about 100% plus on the day there, from 11, whatever you want to call the open price up to 20. So we're already up 100% on these candles alone. And yeah, I think traders brand new play when it come in and challenge that 23 area. Woo, boy, they got some cojones. I will tell you this.
Oh yeah.
Still in my BIF play. Will probably maintain BIF. Of course, we're about to end the live stream. Thank you, Kevin, for popping on in here. First 30, 40 minutes, I love talking. Who doesn't when you live stream and you talk about sports as much as I love to talk, right? But man, it was going slow. And as soon as you pop in, my God, we're at the top of the hour.
Man, it's great being back with you. And yeah, anytime, hit me up. I'll be again just doing some research for chat with traders and get potential guests and whatnot. Otherwise,
and hopefully one day I'd be proud to be one of those that you interview, my friend.
let's do it. Yeah, you will be. Well, man, let's manifest it through 25 SWMR.
Yep.
26.
Traders, remember this. Last little tidbit for me before I hand it back over to Kevin. So Kevin, Kevin, maybe it might be his last time for a while. You never know. Can recap and
Fake halt up.
Yeah, fake halt up right there. So again, remember, team, these new IPO plays are halty plays. When you see massive gaps, and I love these type of plays, and when it gaps up, watch that first lower wick. That lower wick, that very first one, will be the new demand zone as we move up. If it maintains that, you will see most likely new high of day as we saw. Then you use the halt ups below as support. So this will be a support at 2080. This will be a support at 1820 or so. Remember that. That's my last. You saw bounce plays all day from me, from PLTR to you name it. Bounce play machine over here. But for these halty plays, I love trading them. And there's my last little tidbit on that until I see you guys on Thursday. And again, Kevin, how you want to end out the show, Mr. Kevin Avery?
Yeah, if you wanna run Thursday, they're cool with it. If this Thursday or even thereafter, we can let's do it. I'm never gonna leave you hanging. Plus, I love doing this with you. I mean, we're brothers. This is great. So we'll see what they say. Appreciate you all. Keep trading well. Embrace the risk per usual. Accept the results. Josh, this is your show. So over to you. What you got?
Hey, love it. Can't more blessed to be a part of Trade the Pool. Streaming live, meeting you guys yourself, becoming good friends. Have that in the trading community team. Build friendships. Build. Essentially a team around you. Build some people that can help motivate you when you do get down. Especially early on in your career, is the stuff that you need. Someone to motivate you, someone to pat your back and let you know everything's going to be okay, and be in your corner when you need you when you get down and you're taking bad trades, you're going through a lull. Find a good community, find good friends, and stick with them forever for sure. So Kevin, and that magical, earlier Kevin, so real quickly, so we'll end all this BIF. So BIF, let's talk about the magical year robe. So we're slow, and in this candle right here before BIF pops up, I was like, man, I thought of you. I was like, I'm going to take the magical water break. I was like, oh, well, and in my head, I go, well, I want to have Kevin Avery to say, hey, Josh, it's spiking. And sure enough, right afterward, it starts to spike. And I'm like, yeah, the magical water break works again.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. So I had to bring that up. I was like, that was freaking awesome. It worked again. So I was like, all right, that's when I'm like, okay, I just need Kevin around. Whenever I'm in a long, I just need him to come around. I need to take a water break.
That was so epic. I mean, I'm gonna rewatch that probably once every whatever.
Yeah, about once a week. Yeah, once a couple weeks.
Yeah. When I wake up, just part of my morning part of my morning routine. All right, man. Take care, traders. Scanners will be live, and we'll see you guys tomorrow on Trade the Pool.
Yes, sir. See you guys later. And Steve Power Hour, back with Steve and Power Hour. Don't forget about that.
Well, howdy traders, how's it going? I am Steve Tileman here with Trade the Pool. It is Power Hour and we got some stuff to talk about. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys have had a good, profitable, successful, auspicious day. So, getting on into it. We got some stuff. We got some stuff brewing. SPY broke the past 3 days of pivot. We got a nice gap up overnight over these two top wicks that were looking a little bit sketchy. We tested this moving average, this 9 moving average. We filled this gap. We were talking yesterday about this being the upside target for today. So I didn't take the calls. I did short on this gap fill, and target was a retrace to my weekly trigger, which was 670.50. You remember that's what we played off the top part past 2 days up here at 671-ish, and it dropped to 670.50. That was the support today. So this is the daily candle. Let's go to a 1 minute real quick. Oh, somewhere in the middle. Let's do 15. So we need to get our bearings here. We got over those daily top wicks. We tested that moving average that's coming down pretty steeply. And this is where the rubber hits the road. This is where we're going to find that resistance and decide whether we can hold above it. Yo, Joe, what's going on, baby? We got one-eyed Joe in the house. So SPY here. We had this zone that we marked out previously. See how we're just coiling right in it now? No coincidence, guys. So definitely an area of interest. We'll just keep it there so that we're aware of it. We can see going back. This is essentially the level that rejected right up here. Maybe we draw it a little more like that. So we have a seller. We tried to sweep it. We showed an incentive to go higher, but big seller stepping in up there again off that 9-day moving average. So right now we're in consolidation. We're deciding. I am not really looking to play this setup personally. I would be very slightly biased. Like, I don't know. I think we have more room up. I think that we can see volatility compression tomorrow with FOMC. I also think that it opens up a window of potential. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to play out. We have expiration. We have the FOMC. We have what seems to be supportive gamma structure intra-week despite being in deep negative gamma. So we're in a very interesting situation. I'm excited to see how it plays out. And I think it's just very contingent on some macro stuff. You know, obviously, I don't know if you guys have noticed, there's been some macro stuff going on. Speaking of which, big bottom wick and now an attempt to push up on USO, on oil. So we got to watch. This coincides exactly with this sell-off in tech here off of this purple 200-minute moving average. So it seems to me like we might be at the start of a trend down on SPY into the close here and a trend up on oil. So I hope you guys have your hedges in place. We've been talking about how we're hedging and playing this possible oil downside. If you missed it, check out the webinar I did. Oh, apologies for that. There we go. Check out that webinar I did on Friday there, talking about the geopolitical situation, how to trade the oil panic, how to both look for the upside opportunities as well as how to fade it when it is time. So lots of good content there to figure out how to play, because honestly, you know, this is a new scenario for a lot of traders. If you haven't been around for quite a while, you do not remember oil doing a thing like this. Let me tell you, I don't remember oil doing a thing like this except for in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, and that was quite the sell-off afterwards. So this time the sell-off is not happening as fast, and it seems to me like there's more potential for a prolonged conflict. So it might not be the same business as usual there. We got to keep an eye on these oil prices for the risk-on sentiment. NVIDIA, by the way, speaking of risk-on sentiment, yesterday we had the big push up on NVIDIA. We're going to pull back to an hourly candle here, hourly chart, because I want to show you guys how significant this spike and rejection was. And now we have some work to do. This was looking like a really nice setup. We had the double bottom here. We had the nice consolidation here. You could consider this like a handle. We can draw it with a channel if my computer will load. I got to buy more Micron so I can afford to upgrade my computer, I think. So see, we have this nice, neat and tidy handle. We try to break out off the news yesterday. I don't even remember exactly what it was. Jensen was giving a some kind of talk. He said something about demand, saying he likes where they're at, you know, something vaguely bullish. Market wanted to bid it, then sellers stepped in very aggressively. So now we are in dire straits today. We tried to push up once more in the morning, and so far it looks to me like this is a potential bear flag. I don't like to say it. I have half of my challenge portfolio in NVDL. for the market madness. So, I'm playing a dangerous game here if we do not get this push up. I was very briefly number 2 on the leaderboards behind Kevin on this 5-minute candle. But yeah, a little bit dire straits here. We're going to keep an eye on NVIDIA as the afternoon progresses here and see if it can hold the line. Same thing with Qs. It looked like it was trying to hold a higher low, but we just lost that. So it's looking like time for a little bit of downside action here. While markets figure themselves out, let's take a look at some of our other swing plays that we have going on. Ooh, QQQ heading lower. So check out the potential for a move to, I would say, 600 is potentially in the cards if we do lose that low of day. What you could also entertain is the possibility of bears to exhaust themselves before these lows and form a higher low on this overall structure. We will have to see. If we do get that, then this last swing high, this failed breakout, becomes the middle of a W pattern. So look for buyers here after this exhaustion high volumes candle here. And we'll look for oil to sell off as well in the bottom right here. Important to watch these pivots. What else is interesting today? Ethereum continuing to hold strong after a monster move yesterday. If you know me, if you're in our server, you know we've been accumulating some Ethereum in the past couple weeks, and it's finally breaking out. Let's see. Probably Friday. Yeah, Friday was when my personal position size went green. The first ads went green. I bought it a little bit early, but you know what? No harm, no foul. We took our first trim at Ethereum 2300. And now we're sitting at about 2350, 2330, probably something like that. I'm actually not 100% sure, but I'm not sweating it too much. It looks very constructive, very healthy. And I think there's a lot of torque left in crypto if we do decide to catch. Are we going to catch? Is this a mean double bottom, sweep the low out here, and then rip it? Let's see. How will we know? Well, we're going to watch for how price reacts when it comes back into these moving averages that it's testing. So we watch this as well as we watch oil. We want to see oil drop as Qs reclaim these moving averages, and that would look like a failed auction lower off some news that the market was eager to bid up oil on, but then it turns out maybe it wasn't that big of a deal after all. What's the headline? I don't know, guys. I'm busy watching charts. Who cares when we can figure out the response here just by looking at the candles, right? I'm seeing risk on looking decent with this Ethereum trying to hold, as well as NVIDIA trying to bottom wick and higher low. So far, look at that. This might just be a stop run, mean lower high double bottom. When will we know? Well, we're going to need to do some work, reclaim these moving averages, and then reclaim these wicks up high as well. On the top left here on the 15-minute for SPY, you can see another little pinch point, a little pivot with these moving averages as well. So a lot of pivots on different time frames here. Expect a little bit of digestion here, but a pretty strong move up if we can reclaim that pivot. So I like what I'm seeing on this couple candles here. We surge up into the moving averages. We, of course, find some sellers there, but we're not puking off of that super hard. Of course, we still have 30 seconds left in this candle, and we are seeing a little bit of green there on USO, but in general, looking like it wants to respect this low for now. And if it does lose it, then, like I said, look for the low of the day to get violated, because there's not much else left in between. Hey, Talk, how you doing, man? Larry Boyd, how's it going, boys? SoFi flop, got that short report, right? Meanwhile, SWMR, yeah, Joe's mentioning a big one there, and that is a wild one that we got to talk about. So we got to clear some space. We looked at the daily already. We're bumping it. Let's get another 5-minute chart up here so we can check out what's going on in the drones space. SWMR, I believe, Swarmer. Yeah, Swarmer. I see Swimmer, but Swarmer, sure, why not? I want it to be SWRM. All right. That's a me problem, I guess. Regardless, let's look at this full screen because this is a ripper here. So you are seeing the 5-minute chart. This is the full chart's price history. So far, it looks like it's squeezing and wants to go higher. This is beautiful, and it's guiding up sentiment on all of these drones' names. The market has an appetite for little toys that can inflict mass death. So it makes sense with the themes that are going on in the world right now. And you know what? I was early to this theme, and I've gotten chopped up just Play's been up, play's been down, play's been up 5 times since January, you know? Some of them work better than others. ONDS, we got the clean move from 9 to 10-ish, all the way up to 14 to 15, and we are right back in that. That's what we're going to be talking about next, but we got to look at this swarmer chart. So this looks like it's ramping up to go parabolic here to me. I do not think this is done, guys. Watch for volume to push through this 40 handle. Just like we saw on the push through this previous opening handle, expect a big blow off here, then to come back under that pivot and look for the buyers there. That's your entry for the move higher in a safe and controlled way, I believe. Otherwise, you can micro scalp it, just momentum through here and put your stop at break even very, very, very fast and just get what you can get and tap out the second you see a seller. Those are your kind of 2 ways to play this in my book, unless you're trying to short it, in which case, God be with you. I don't know what to say. You're braver than I, and I would not be looking to short this unless you see massive sell volume rejecting up at this area. To me, it looks like we're going higher. So this is causing the whole sector to show a lot of strength here. This is ONDS, the way that I am playing this move. I wasn't even on my radar that Swarmer was releasing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend like I predicted this. I just saw the strength, the relative strength on ONDS day in and day out. It's the stock with 30% short interest that's getting 10% pops every morning and selling off, but holding the line. Let me show you a daily chart just to show you, because it's been impressive. I was so pessimistic in my server. If you caught me anytime between the 9th and the 13th, I was not in a good mood about this stock. I was trash talking it left and right. I was like, it cannot hold a gosh darn push to save its life, you know? These look like pretty whatever wicks now that you see this candle, but in the moment here, you're sitting here going, all right, I'm trading under this previous pivot here. We're trying to reclaim it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, popping 9% in the morning and then closing the day flat or slightly red. It felt very demoralizing, but often those are the best trades. The best trades don't feel good. Very frequently, they do not feel good, you know, because it's always darkest before the dawn or something cliche like that. Who knows? What I do know is that these top wicks, these are more short squeeze attempts that got batted down. This thing has 30% short interest. It's ready to go, guys. They cannot cover in time if this thing gets a bid. I don't know why they didn't cover into this earnings or into this, you know, swarmer, or maybe that's what we're seeing right now. Shorts starting to cover here, but I think they have room. If this was a previous short cover all the way up to 1250 that they could keep control over, I think we got some room and this thing could just rip. So that's what we're cooking with here. I really like this as a swing. I also like this as just an investment. It's speculative for sure, but I think they're a high quality company that's really been a turnaround story narrative wise. Eric Brock, the CEO, has done an excellent job and really navigated this space from kind of being considered a not high quality company to all of a sudden being a major player in the drone space and really vying for these contracts that it needs to you know, see sustained growth in the space when you're up against these bigger giants, these bigger players. So really, really liking this action. And this is one of those names that's probably either a $5 stock or a $50 stock in 5 years. And it just depends on execution and how things shake out. But you know what? So far, looks pretty darn good to me. ONDS. So yeah, we just bought some more of that today in my server. And kind of big chilling. Now that we got this big candle, I'm feeling a lot better. As long as, of course, I'm testing the market gods and they're going to close it flat at this rate. Let's see. Talk likes some things that I'm interested in. So he's talking BE, Duke, and TAN. TAN being the solar ETF. I'm liking this. Basically, I'm looking for money to just come on into the rest of the sector, the rest of the energy sector, all those forgotten little corners, even the unloved ones like solar in a Trump regime, you know? I think that it's actually a pretty good play. Speaking of, how about us recognizing within 1 minute here that this was a false bottom breakout? I should have taken that trade, huh? But this is one of my rules. I don't trade the sloppy afternoon stuff if I had a good morning. So gotta be hands off, but this would have been a nice little cheeky dip buy. And now it looks like we're curling out here, probably going to push higher. And oh man, premiums down there must have been cheap. Beautiful. So they love to do this, guys. It looks like it's going to break out. Looks like it's going to break out. It still wants to, but they just need a breather. So they sweep it on down and then step right back in with the momentum. It's like, as Mitch always says, the squat before the thrust. You know, Get some calisthenics in there. Big candle on Qs in particular. Really love to see tech lead the way, and there's that head bonk on USO. So I know I got a few guys on my server that are trying to short oil and maybe a little bit red on it because they got in a little bit early, but I thought it looked like a potential place to start a position yesterday too. I'm still bullish longer term until we get a conflict resolution, but I think that it can mean revert down, just like I've been talking about all through the weekend newsletter, through yesterday and today now, looking for this mean reversion play back up to this 675 to 680, somewhere in that kind of region. So sellers are stepping in here on Qs. Totally fine to retest the top of this range. It was a little bit aggressive, but we just want to see stabilization because we got way ahead of ourselves on this candle. It's just too much too fast. What's not going too much too fast is Ethereum here. This one's looking really, really constructive for continuation. And I think it's just, I think it's going to be probably the easiest trade I've taken this year because my good friend, very good trader, Exotic Seal in my Discord, he's been just weathering the storm in Ethereum for a while now, just accumulating in this bottoming process. He knew early it was an accumulation process and started buying, but it just is not an easy trade until all of a sudden it is. So when he started, finally feeling good and going green on all his positions and finally taking some profits, that's when I'm like, all right, it's time. I've like leveraged his pain, and now it's time to actually go. So Ethereum, very easy on these mean reversion trades back up into the kind of range. We're going to show that real quick on a daily chart. Let's do 4-hour chart. Hey Crow, how you doing, man? What a day, what a day. You caught Swarmer? Very nice. I'm in ONDS, so not quite as exciting, but I'm catching that wave. Catching a little bit of that wave. So Ethereum here. This is a 4-hour chart. You can see this basing process. So we started buying here too early, but it started showing life. Started adding, going up, finally trimmed, adding, and it's just been a long journey, but now it's just been easy. While the market's been having a hard time, Ethereum's been having a great time in the past week or so. So that's a great sign, and it's showing that the momentum is turning and the sentiment is finally bottomed out. So I think we can rip back up in through this kind of low volume window we have right here. See this big old empty node that we're starting to test into? Big empty candle here from the big nuke down here. I think we can rip back up there very fast, and you can see it on this volume profile as well. Big node, empty space, big node. So realistically, this is a better visualization. This is where all the volume is, up here. Then you also have all this volume here that we're just pushing away from, or trying to. If we can push away, should be a straight shot. Up another, what is that? Pretty good move, 8% maybe? 13%, yeah. Call it 12. So I think there's meat on the bones here. And meanwhile, look at Q's acting right. What did we say? We want to wait for these moving averages to catch up. There they go, catching up. First tap, off to the races. I think we flag a little bit more, base out, and then push higher. Keep an eye for potential sellers when you see a little bit of green on USO and it hasn't broken the bottom of the range, but I think it's fine. I also think NVIDIA holding up A-OK here too. Not too shabby at all. Opens had a nice few days. Let's see. I knew somebody who was shorting it. It seemed like it was working, but I wasn't paying attention closely. I remember looking at the chart and thinking, I don't know, it looks bullish to me. And then you turn around and he made money shorting. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Stopped looking. Let me look again. I'm liking the progression on this flag on the indices though. Thinking that this is probably a valid long entry with a stop under the big candle here. So you can get long off these moving averages, stop under here. And just a quick momentum trade probably. Don't have a ton of time left. But you could swing it, I guess. You do want to see buyers step in off this yellow and the white. Okay, open 1-day chart. Yeah, that's a heck of a day. That's what I was kind of thinking was going to happen. This flag was going to break, and now it's testing the breakout. This is a valid place to short if you don't believe in it. I'm not sure. I think it looks like it can go higher. I said I would like to short if it rejects over 6. I think that's a better place to look. than on betting that the flag doesn't break. Even though, it's like I get it. It's open door. You think it's too high, like, yeah, hammer it, right? Hammer it if it pops at all and pretends to break out. Well, a lot of times it will pretend to break out and you're right, like this, but you'll have time. You'll see the rejection. So don't just short it just because it's in the top of the range. It might run the heck out of your stops pretty significantly before it's actually ready to drop. Let's see what else is cooking. Let's check in on MU. That one was rocking and rolling earlier. I know we caught a few. Oh, wow. Yeah, 461 on the day. So pushing up on in through the high of the day targets, or the ATR targets there. Absolutely. Dominant price action through high of day and into earnings tomorrow night. So expect it to keep running hot, I would imagine. And oh man, how do you play this, man? It moves so fast. I nibbled at 395 after getting stopped out at 400, and I just wish I held, Usually better to just hold these quality ones. It just scared me at the bottom of the range, and that's a bad reason. It's a bad reason to sell. It's a good reason to buy. Bottom of the range and you're scared, I should be buying, probably. Let's see, great short opportunities gone. Hood, Carvana, and SoFi. Man, Talk, you just thank you for setting me straight on SoFi in the beginning of the year, because I put it in my basket of names that I thought could keep doing really well, and you really made me reconsider. And lo and behold, glad I got out over 30 or into 30, over 30, something like that, because just absolutely destroyed since then. Shows how fast narrative can shift and how fast price sentiment can shift narrative. I was hearing nothing bearish at all when it was trading up above 30. Now I'm hearing nothing good, just bad news every single day. And it's half that price. So, it's not about anything other than, functions of liquidity. There's a lot of people selling up here because there's a lot of people who are long from, 15 to 20. So, hey, hammer it right on back down to where people are actually still holding core positions from. Because if you're holding from 15 and it doubles, you sell half. If enough people sell half, it'll go back to where you started. And then you can say, hey, maybe it's time to buy some more. And the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Remember, Hood sells your data to Jane Street and uses it against you. Yeah, screw those guys. Screw you, Vlad. Stay out of my portfolio. It's like that old Lil Wayne quote. You don't ask a rapper what's in his cup. You don't ask a trader what's in his port. That's for me to know. That's between me and God. So, yeah, it's a good industry though, right? That was the big bull case. That's why I was long them from $15. And no, that's not a brag, because you know where I sold? Like $25. So I missed out on most of it. I caught a little more. I bought Hood on the tariff drop. So I did play at 35 to, again, selling it way too short. I think 60, 40, 50, something like that. I think it was 45 or 50 probably. So, definitely not my cleanest trade, but I was right. What does that mean? Nothing unless you execute. So just a good lesson, but gotta leave a little bit on if you think a trade can just keep working and working and working. And if you're in from low and it moves big in your favor, you're allowed to hold a little through some drawdown, or at the very least, make sure you set alerts or passive limit orders so that when it comes back, you are not completely out of something that you basically free rolled a good spot in. I think that's pretty important, I'm in general, I'm not a big believer of the house money philosophy, like, oh, I just made this money, so therefore it doesn't matter if I lose it. It's like, no, but I do like the idea of a cushion. I think a cushion is a good way to look at it, Build yourself a cushion on any given position by scalping around it, and then you have a little bit more wiggle room to let it play and dance a little bit, because all stocks are going to dance a little bit. For example, our short this morning, I did not actually take this one. My system alerted it, but I was in a meeting. Mentioned it before, came out of the meeting. Lo and behold, did play out. So the signal was short on a loss of 670. I'm sorry, what was it? 673.50. Yeah, so I wanted to see 673.50 get cleared out, and then I wanted to see that level get lost. That was the gap that we were looking at overnight. So surged up to it, I wanted to just short it here, but I knew it was going to make me sweat. You know, it was too early in the morning. It was just a few minutes after open. Usually you get this entry about 15 minutes to a half an hour into the session, if you are going to get it. And that by this entry, I mean the mean reversion. Like, I'm still bullish overall for the next couple days here. I think the FOMC does resolve up. I don't know, but I think. So playing with that thesis, I would expect the trend to be up, but when you gap up like this, to need to come back down and kind of confirm. You know, you gap up into a weak little hollow spot and they find sellers there, and then it's a good place to kind of shove it back down and reconfirm buyers. You know, that's totally healthy price action. So what I wanted to see is this little gap here. So call it this 50-cent gap. This was what I was watching. So I was watching price bounce around here, and then I saw it sweep up through. So then I remember thinking, okay, either we're going to squeeze all day, it's a trend day, and I'm just wrong, and then I probably just won't trade because I have longs that are already on. I don't need to catch this. But then this candle to me looked like where it started to show weakness. It came back down, tested our moving averages, came up, formed a higher low. This would have been a valid entry on probably a loss of here, I think is the cleanest. So 673.69 there. And so I think that would have been valid. You could also play a wick back into moving averages into this 673.50 level. It gave multiple chances there. If you were watching this level on your screen, you could have gotten in any of these candles when you saw weakness into/under it and into these moving averages. So real clean, and the short target was the weekly trigger below. That is the level that we surged through overnight, and we need to retest it as support. So that is 671, I believe, or was it? No, it was a little lower, 670 and change, 670.50. Yeah, so we tagged it right here and found a buyer. Then we needed to flush it out once more, really clear out all that liquidity under that 670 level. And then that's when we started finding buyers and accumulating again. Now we are undecided, a whole lot of chop. And that's what I was telling people. I don't know what we're going to do. I knew that once we were up here, that we would likely need to come back down here. That's all I really knew. So that was the trade of the day. Everything else, who's to say? We're chopping, we're bopping. We gotta digest. Slight bias up, but not in the next 5 minutes necessarily. Let's see. Yeah, Kevin is leaving us. We wish him all the best. What a great guy. Been an honor to work with him. I'm going to be taking in that spot on the call-in show going forward. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to hanging out with my buddy Josh, another absolutely great addition to the team. Glad he's hanging out still. Really, really good stuff there that I'm looking forward to getting into. Kind of, the more conversational stuff where I'm less rambling just to myself, and we can kind of get into, whatever these callers want to come in and talk about. So I know we got some regulars in here that have called in. Talked to who? Smoked Tuna, and did we get Crow last time? I think Crow might have been on time before without me, but real good conversations there. So on Thursday, keep your eyes peeled for that. I believe it is noon market time, might be 11 market time, somewhere around there, midday. I will know by then. SPY having a little bit of a hard time getting over these moving averages. We're going to keep an eye on it. Q is actually looking a little bit healthier to me, but in general, just kind of in a wait and see mode. Meanwhile, let's look really quickly at a few of my energy plays. I don't have to watch these too close because they're kind of hedges for my larger portfolio. All right, VG is not in Trader Evolution for some reason. Well, I'm in VG. I added a little more. SOC looks pretty similar. We have this nice flag after a very aggressive push up off of the news that, hey, Trump's pushing an executive order through. SOC is going to be pumping oil from their Santa Ynez, or somewhere near Santa Barbara, their pipeline there. So they're drill baby drilling, giving Gavin the finger there, and hey, I'll play that trade if it looks good. Looked pretty good, saw the flow. I'm currently a little bit red on the flow actually, even though price is a bit higher. So Ivy's doing weird stuff. I don't know. We'll see if it keeps moving in our direction, and then premiums will catch up. Speaking of catching up, nice candle on Q's showing that it wants to stick the move into this moving average cluster. We still have 30 seconds, so we want to see a strong close, ideally over that purple 200-minute moving average. That'll be a nice confirmation of trend change. You can see how it's had trouble closing a candle over it previously. Did close this monster one through, and we just retested that breakout candle and are curling on up now. Looking pretty good to me. Interesting to see oil showing a little bit of resilience here too, but it could always reject into one of these moving average ribbons, or we could have a little bit of an everything rally and everything can push together. Amazon doing things today. Let's take a look at Amazon. Potash is pretty insane. Yeah, I'm still just riding the NTR trade. I wish I followed that MOS flow as well. I know they're a little bit different, but oh, nice breakout on oil there. And of course, a little bit of a head bonk on Qs as the pressure gets put on the tech space and the risk on trade. Amazon having a day here. How about that? Let me zoom on in. I do see Qs still holding moving averages, by the way, so I don't think the fight's over yet. So what are we seeing on Amazon here? Is this going to be a big old flag that's starting to break out? Or is this going to be an even bigger bear flag? That's the question. So it's a tale of dueling flags here. If you're a bear, you see this. You're going, hey, give me up here at the top of the flag. Somewhere up here at 225 in this high volume node, and I'll short the heck out of it. If you're a bull, you got a different idea. You're looking at this going like, hey, that looks pretty constructive to me. We're peekabooing over the trend line. Why shouldn't we go up here? So I think the bulls and the bears both might be looking for higher up here at 225. Right up in there. We can also say, yeah, there's the resistance level. So it might head bonk into it. It might sweep over it even. But either way, I do like this setup. Maybe we get a look back tomorrow, an inside day, as these moving averages catch up, and we could get in around 213.50 or so, 214, something like that. I don't really like chasing it at the high of the day here, but I think that it does look strong. My choice for mega caps that I picked up this week was Microsoft. Microsoft, not as impressive today. So I picked wrong so far, but I believe in it. Gonna give it some time, let it work itself out. NVIDIA is also doing pretty well off the lows here, although not an impressive daily candle so far. So still monitoring these mega caps as they kind of consolidate in and around their 200 days. Apple is another one that's coming in off the 200 day, and I believe it's looking pretty decent off of it. Yeah, a little bit of a, some bottom wick action going on, a little bit of incentive showing that it wants to go a little bit higher. It is a little bit overstretched to the downside here away from these moving averages and nestled up against the 200, which you can't see it, but it's right about at 250 here. So good area of confluence to kind of take a bet off of and plant your flag if you like the name. And hey, it's a good name to like, Excuse me. Their app, Mac Mini sales absolutely through the roof. I don't expect that trend to be slowing down with how many people are flooding into Claude Code. Guys, if you knew how much I was Claude coding out here, you would probably be buying more Apple too, because it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool what you can do. And I think that is just going to keep that demand coming for their products. SPY, are we finally ready to break down? Let's find out. It's taking a sweet time today. But I like that, and it kind of makes sense, right? Into kind of a binary catalyst here with FOMC coming up. I think it makes sense for a market to chill, to be biased to the upside, expecting a nothing burger and volatility to get compressed. As the other aspect of it, as we get closer to the 20th, the end of the week, we will stop seeing as much of the pressure of those contracts, those quarterly March 20th contracts kind of boxing in and fencing in price action. So basically, since it's a high volume expiry, the pressure of all of those calls and mostly puts that have been bought on the indices and individual names creates hedging necessities. Q's trying again. See, this is just choppy. Really hard to get a clean move at this time of the day. So for my system, that's why I can't really play breakouts. What I could play was like these mean reversions, like longing down here or shorting this, just because the move was too big for this time of day. But besides that, not much action going on there. What was I saying? Something, probably. Sorry. Oh, I'm a little brain fried today. It was a good morning, but a busy morning, getting a lot of things done, and then popping into chat to see, hey, some people caught the short. That was awesome to see. Some people were buying the dip. That was cool to see as we started to catch there. Saw some people making money on MU. Saw some people making money on SPY puts, you know? So there's lots of ways to make money in this kind of environment. So it's a really fun kind of trading situation or trading scenarios that you get every day. Like we're in deep negative gamma, but we're still seeing interesting kind of intra-week supportive flows that we're kind of being able to catch both longs off of, but also just, you know, when high volume comes in, we can see these big moves up and then get reverted back. So like this morning that offer really nice volatility to trade into there. So I'm really enjoying this market. And you know, when it becomes easy mode again and it's just time to buy the dips, then that'll be awesome too, you know? I don't hate free money. I don't hate easy money. But it is more fun to do it like this, I think. So you also learn way faster. That's the other thing, guys. You're learning like it's like a advanced course, you know, an expedited class. You're learning about a lot of different scenarios, how price acts in a ton of different situations, and specifically the ones that can, you know, be the most tricky, but also the most profitable if you get a master on them. So short situations in particular, you know, a lot of money to be made if you are ready to pull that trigger and not scared because you bought the dip too early instead of we're looking short. Hey, Tyler, what's happening, man? Don't talk about Circle. Oh, I should have played it. I was like a day late to the idea, and, you know, I just wasn't really thinking. I was like, dollar's ripping, crypto's really strong. Why didn't I think of this 3 days ago? And then I just stopped looking, and I should have kept looking. Crazy move there, crazy move. Tyler says he needs NVIDIA to start moving. I'm right there with you, brother. Yeah, MU is impressive, right? MU is absolutely rocking and rolling. That's an all-star in my port today. Just only wish that I had more. Is what it is. Finally breaking that multi-month range. I would expect that trade to continue as long as earnings are pretty decent. C-Cup? What is C-Cup? Is that a stock? We still talking about money? Let's take a look at C-Cup. Whoa, nice indeed. That is a nice. Sorry, I'll stop. So there's a little bit of a double topping action happening on C-Cup. We did break the neckline of C-Cup. The neckline has been breached. Look for 10. If it comes back to 10, look for that to either reclaim and it'd be a failed auction down, or it would be rejection there. This is CC up. This is something leveraged. I have short talk. I'm having too much fun. What am I looking at? What is CC up? What is C cup? I've never seen one of these before. It's breaking out. Okay. All right, well, let's look for the reclaim of the neckline. Let's watch this cup. It's a Crow ETF. All right, I'll Google it. Fine. I somehow found myself on a page full of stacking cups. No, thank you. Circle long. 2x long. That's what it is. All right. We solved the mystery. No thanks to you, Talk. We're done watching C-Cup. We've got work to do. I will keep it up. I know you guys want it up. Yeah, what is a Crow ETF? It's something that is going to move a lot, and I'm going to miss it, and I'm going to punch air. I think that's what it is. Why did I just type Crow like it's going to pop up? Guys, what am I doing? Hey, Zishan, can you please update on UAI? I cannot update on it because I don't know what it is, but I can look at it. UAI, I'm not seeing that ticker, so tell me what the company is and I'll take a look at it. Crow got that T-Rex granite. He got granite in his blood, in his veins. He's ice cold. You're like an OG. I don't even know. I'm assuming you're kidding, but that would be super dope. I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe you do know those guys. That'd be sick. All right. Qs. Reclaiming the moving average cluster. It just won't die. It just won't break out. It's waiting. It's waiting. And we should be too. We're hanging out, right? We're having fun. We're just chilling. We don't need to force any trades. Big chilling. Big chilling. I kind of think this wants to resolve down before up. Let's zoom out and see if we can find out a potential path here. I don't know. We've just been doing this. Look, chopping all day, trying to break out, fail, slide overnight, break out into the morning. What if we just do the same thing? What if we just run it back, yo? What if market makers are super lazy and they're just like, let's just do the same. Let's just do the same thing. You know? I get it. I have the same order from Chipotle every time I go. I do the same thing too. I get it. So maybe we're not so different after all, and they just run the same thing. We kind of slide it. Maybe they try to run it, get everybody excited. Hello, it's a flag. It's a flag. Oh, you know. Then it falls. Oh, it's the end of the world. Oh, it's a big bear flag. Oh, it just catches off support halfway down or something, and just like this, golden pocket catch, big move higher, expand the range up. Use the scaredness of the market. Use that high fear and greed index reading as juice to pump it. That's what I kind of think we're doing. Right now, structure looks kind of poor, though. UAI is Unified Network. Let me do a little research here. What's the ticker? Is this listed in Trader? If it's listed in Trader Evolution, I'd be happy to look at it. Otherwise, I don't know. I can't pull it up right now, unfortunately. TQQQ, watching with the Qs. Yeah, well, they will move together, brother Snowman. Good to see you in here, by the way. Yeah, the Qs are a great way to play. So you know me, I love my index scalps. And if that's a little bit too slow for you, but you still want to trade with control and conviction using the shares and the precision that shares allow you, especially with trade the pool, where you just get that liquidity back as soon as you sell. So you can keep trading in and out, you know? It's a win-win. We get that commission, you get that profit locked in. You don't have to worry about buying power, resetting, none of that nonsense. None of the rules that the big guy uses to keep you down here at Trade the Pool. So that's the benefit that you get, and it allows you to just trade around these positions, get in and out nicely, and you can use these leverage products like TQQQ to get a really nice return on even a relatively small move on the index. You don't have to be scalping these penny stocks all the time. I know it's fun, but it's like junk food, guys. I'm gonna be mom. You gotta eat your veggies. You gotta take your base hits, your index scalps from level to level when they present themselves, because it's free money. Why not? Eat your veggies, clean your plate, and then you get to play small caps with Josh. You know, that's how it works. Yeah, talk saying the truth. Okay, so first off, Zishan's asking, any idea what will be decided in the FOMC meeting? You know what? I'm bad. I don't really know what the narrative is. That's for tonight, because I don't need to care, because like Talk said, I'm not trading the meeting. I never trade the morning of FOMC unless it's like very quick momentum scalps. If it looks like a really good technical setup and I'm planning on being out within 5 to 10 minutes with a nice 5 to 10 points. You know, that's the only thing I'm looking to do in the morning. And I really don't like it. You know, even then I feel like I get a bad feeling about this, you know. I really am much more of a fan of waiting until after the meeting, because often you'll get volatility in one direction or the other and a pivot point into the meeting and after he's done talking. So those are some really nice opportunities, high probability windows to look to get involved, where you can see price movement and not just get caught in brutal chop. Because FOMCs, if you are mispositioned, I remember one of my worst trading days in my first year of trading options, I got caught wrong in both directions on FOMC. And price started ripping up, so I bought a call, started ripping down, I bought a put. I'm sitting there as it's in the middle of the range holding two pieces of trash worth 50% of what they were 5-10 minutes ago on either side, going, how do people do this? And I'm thinking they're going, man, if I had just done the opposite of what I had done, I would have had two nice little mean reversion volatility scalps. But, you know, that's hard mode. It will, you know what's easier than doing that? Nothing. Just not getting whipsawed. Not getting whipsawed. So if you do trade, respect your stops. Look for small, little level moves in the morning, and really look for that trend to kind of set in and get a trade that you can sink your teeth into after the minutes close. At the very least, after the minutes are released. So FOMC, that's not a ticker. Should be. QQQ still just showing, like, acting like it wants to surge, but the sellers are still here. So there's really nothing to do. Really nothing to do but yap. Speaking of yapping, I've been yapping for 45 minutes now. We have 5 minutes until that mock candle. Apple looking nice and strong into the close here. Liking to see that. Q's trying as well. So we will see how the market positions itself into these market on close candle orders. Tyler saying ROK and ISRG. ISRG, I have one share of that. I try not to look because I think it's been BSing me for quite a while now, but let's take a look at it. Ooh. Still in the same range. Yep. One of these days it'll move. It tried to break above moving averages. Let's bring it full screen real quick, and then we'll pop back because it does look like we're getting a little bit of a lift in Qs. So it tried to get a full breakdown, whipped right back up to moving averages. This could be a great place to short, to be honest, into these moving averages with a rejection. After breaking the range low, you could say, hey, I think it wants to go lower, fill these gaps down here to 450 and maybe lower. So can't say I'm bullish on ISRG yet. Not a good development. If it closed at the high of the day over that yellow, the 21-day moving average, then that would be a very different story. Hey, Usman, good to see you in here. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Any hope for CRM rebound or more downside? Good question. Let's take a look. I'm curious about this one as well. Whoops. I do not know how that got typed. So CRM, it's interesting. I know a lot of people are looking at this name. It's got some interesting consolidation. I actually have some crayons on my trading view chart. So let me pull that up real quick for you. All right, so let's start high time frame. Make sure you're logarithmic. With any chart with a big move, always logarithmic. I think logarithmic for everything, honestly. What am I seeing here? Okay, we're going to start fresh. I don't need any of these drawings. Fibonacci range. We lost the equilibrium. Lost the equilibrium. We need to find buyers in the golden pocket. We found buyers in the golden pocket. All right, we need to zoom in, see what's going on where the sellers are stepping in from. We know that there are buyers here. We don't know if they're going to hold. Sellers stepping in off the daily trigger there, that blue stair-stepping line. This is a weekly chart. We can go to a daily and see it more clearly. So very clearly, this is where the sellers are. If we can break above this range, then we should surge to fill this gap and likely this gap up to 227. You can also see that's where our weekly trigger is up above. So that's the playbook. If we breach above here and back test this level, then we surge up here. That's your long scenario. Personally, I don't think it's quite ready. I would be more inclined to think this rejects, forms a higher low, somewhere off 180 to 190 in this bottoming area, then reclaims, and you get to buy there. That's kind of what I'm thinking for CRM. I'm not ready to pull the trigger. The only software as a service I have is Microsoft, and I might be wrong on Microsoft too. You can see this is my hopes and a prayers, inverted head and shoulder, pennant, holding the line, but it can't reclaim these moving averages. It might need to wash out a little bit more and then go higher, but I just need some exposure in case it does just rip up like this. And I like Microsoft. I think it's a good company. You know, what can I say? So that's kind of what I'm thinking for software as a service there. Awesome. Thank you, Joe, for posting those links. If you like what I do, check me out on Twitter and especially Discord. I'm very, very, very active in Discord, working on building a web presence on Twitter. But that's where you can always find me, in Discord. It's a free educational server. We also do paid stuff, but definitely focusing on education there. So come on in and join the conversation. If you can't get enough there, you need more content, well, there's always great discussion happening in Trade the Pool's Discord server as well. So don't sleep on that. I know every single time I'm popping my head in there in the morning, sometimes even on Saturday mornings, there are active, good traders that I know. I've watched them trade. They actually know what they're doing. So this is like not just, this is like a place where you can actually learn, not just from us coaches, so to speak, but from all the other members of the team here at Trade the Pool. Alrighty, going on. Let's see, we're talking CRM. Let's just look at IGV itself real quick. It's just not what you want to see, right? You have consolidation, you want a higher low, and you get this. Ugh. Yucky. We call that stinky. That's a gross candle, It's just like, okay, technically it's higher than the open. Technically it's higher than yesterday's close, but that's like all it has going for it. I don't think it looks very good, to be honest, unless this can really put some juice into the close at the end of the day here. Oh, all right. We flip back just in time for a big red 1 minute candle on QQQ. Might be a little bit of news there. Oh no, that's the mock candle. So net selling there. Let's see how much retail buys up this dip, but you can't say that's a particularly bullish sign. Can't say it's particularly what you want to see. But either way, you know what? I kind of just want some volatility. Like, you know what? If they need blood, fine. Give me blood. But like, this is a different kind of blood. Look at this volatility. In negative gamma, you can get these violently flat moves where, heck, where are we? The exact same place we were 2 minutes ago. But we just had like a dollar candle. I guess it's a 50-cent candle. I guess I'm zoomed in here. But, you know, it's pretty impressive, this volatility, where it really allows you to pick your spot. For example, if your buy is short, you could get a really nice short entry on the wick back into these moving averages. If you were biased long, you could have gotten long here, assuming that this previous low holds, and that would give you a nice little scalp there too. So there is plenty of room on the tape to make your money. Just gotta respect that you gotta size smaller when the moves are this fast. But it's awesome. Like, for the past couple days, they've given us one high probability traded day, and although I missed it today, you know, it still has been really reliable for like, hey, tape's going to move fast, you're going to get a big move, it's only going to take a half hour, you can go, you know, enjoy your day, you can go study, you can go learn something else, I can go code something cool in Cloud Code, you know, go build. I'm basically building my replacement, guys. The more I work on it, the more I realize I'm just trying to replace everything I actually do with the robot. So we will see how quickly I regret that, and whether the new Terminator overlords are benevolent or not. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, Q's doing nothing, guys. I gotta just riff, because there's really nothing to talk about in the market when it's just barcoding sideways for the whole time we're together here. Yo, what is up, Mike? How you doing, brother? Having a good day? It's been kind of a tough week, huh? It's been a tricky one, but today was a little bit easier for me, at least. Got the direct move that we talked about, and that's all I'm looking for nowadays. One easy move, and then the market can chop and wash out and do what it wants, and I'm just kind of just gonna go with the flow, let it do this thing. Speaking of which, I haven't been checking in on my swing trades. I've just been letting them do their thing. Oh, mamma mia, look at ONDS pushing even higher. I thought that with the high volume coming in at 11 that it might be all she wrote for a while. We got another push higher to 1147, and this is a change of character, guys. So I am holding my full position in ONDS, feeling very good about that. And that's also one of my positions in my Market Madness Challenge account. So NVIDIA, that's my biggest position, and it's levered, so that is no fun. That's going to be weighing me down today, but you know what? I am not out of this fight yet, because I got a good chunk of ONDS and a good chunk of ASTS. You know, the space and the drones. We got the low level, we got the high level. We got a big surge on that SPY candle there, that Q's candle. That to me looks like buyers are stepping in and pairing off that downward trade. I would not be surprised to see this engulf, but hey, if it doesn't, that tells us something too. Liking this push into the close on ONDS, as well as just where this candle's closing on ASTS. A very strong candle, looking to me like it's carving out a W double bottom here. So if that's the case, I sure hope that my boy Rocket Lab can play as well. And look at that, wake up. There's Rocket Lab joining the party. We've been accumulating into and under 70 for weeks now, and holy moly, it has been a stressful trade. Just yesterday I was saying I might have to tap out if this thing closes weak. Let's look at those daily candles. I was saying right about here, I might have to tap out. Big top wick. This thing is really testing my patience. I'm not sure I'm right anymore. So it needs to close strong, otherwise I'm out. So thank the Lord in heaven that it did, because I would have missed this and been very, very upset for holding this for 2-3 weeks. Just sideways, sideways, sideways. Green, red, green, red, green, red. To finally get a big move. So this was time to trim. We swept this high. This previous high, so I was obligated to take a little off the table. Took 1/4 off the table because I'd been hoarding this thing. Next stop is going to be up at the top of this little low volume node, so 80 to 82. We'll trim a little bit of 80 up to 82, and then I'll hold about half of that position and see what is going on there. Whoa, big candle up, big candle down on Qs. How do you trade this, guys? You can't. You got to wait for something better. Got to wait for something better tomorrow, right? That's why I'm chilling. You got to be Mr. Super Scalper to do that. Oh, wow. Look at the 1 minute on Rocket Lab. That's nice buying into the close. You really do love to see that. That makes me feel better. Going around the horn, let's check out Ethereum. And by the way, guys, make sure to close those trades out. We have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Ethereum selling off just a little bit today. You know what? It's about flat on the day, and that's A-okay. It can rest. It can rest. It had a 10% growth spurt. As long as it doesn't freaking die, you know? As long as it doesn't ONDS and go up 10%, down 10%, I don't care. And even if it does, well, you know what? ONDS, it's coming back around too. So we got to let the trades breathe, guys. Not everything's going to go up in a straight line. Yes, I am just telling that to myself because I stress too. But you know what? Things are looking pretty good here for our positions. Time to not get the speed wobbles. You know what I'm talking about? When you're going too fast down the hill on a skateboard and you start getting the speed wobbles, that's when it gets you. So once you start feeling the speed wobbles, just try to lower your center of gravity, control everything, you know, be disciplined. So things are working. Don't get crazy. Don't oversize. Keep sticking to the plan. Keep executing. Whole lot of words to say. Lock in, boys. Got to lock in. So that's where we're at. Rocket Lab just grinding higher and higher. ONDS not too far behind. Q is doing this wicked pops, sweeping liquidity, coming back right to the breakout, testing a hold, testing a failure. What's it going to do? I could not tell you. Could not tell you. But all I do know is that when risk-on names are showing relative strength, especially in the space area, oh man, that's so nice. It tells me that that's where I want to be, and I don't care if the market goes down because we can play the downside just like we got the chance to today. And so what? Our long-term positions might go down a little bit. We will hedge that. We will make more on the downside. Then when we get these moves up like this, it's the best feeling in the world, baby. Beautiful. So you guys can tell I'm feeling myself. I had a good day. Hope you guys did too. We are getting close to that time to wrap it up. So if there's any other charts, any other topics you guys want to talk about, definitely give me a holler. Let me know what's on your screen. And let me know what's shaking. Talk would like some rebounds in NBIS and OKLO. We can take a look at that. Larry Boyd, cheerleading WDC. You in that one, baby? Got some WDC? Let's look at these before we head out. Whoa, mama. That is some action. Crazy. I was looking at this earlier when I was looking at STX or at MU. I was like, well, memory stocks are definitely strong today, but I don't know if it's overextended. It was somewhere here. Sure wasn't. Carved it out beautifully and just surging on higher. Don't fade these memory stocks. Who told you guys? Who told you they were not done? Who doesn't have enough of them? Who's who's sad? This guy. At least I got a little bit though. At least I got a little bit. Meanwhile, OKLO, what's that one up to? Whole lot of not loading. Oh man, big pop there, coming on back. How do we like this? What's the setup here, Tuck? Let's look at the daily. Man, I love this relative strength on ONDS. Pushing up higher, expanding the range, coming back lower with sharp moves. It does this, but it's always like swooping. It's like big up, big down to make room for more big up. It's got like a real... It's got like a drone characteristic. It's got like a drone personality. I don't know how to explain it. All right, OKLO trying to carve out of this downward facing or downtrending wedge here. It is closing, holding over the 9-day there. So, Talk, you think this might be good? You're interested? I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but it's an interesting look. It's like a kicker candle, so it could just be the start of more kind of choppy washout. But I mean, somebody was interested. A seller stepped back in, but they could always step back out. Oh, nice candle on Q. Talking about stepping in and out. Wild 1 minute candles here. And there's the bell, guys. Pencils down. Hope you guys had a great day. It's been a fun one. It's been a fun one. We got some wild moves. Not in the power hour itself, but in the morning session there on the upsies and the downsies. We got some great opportunities to get involved in some swing trades. I do believe we picked up some ONDS in our community at, what was it, VWAP, which was down here at 1070. That one's up about 4% from there, 4-5%. Nice little trade there. Our Rocket Lab is kicking and screaming up through to the top of the range. I know we got some longs in my server. I'm long. We got some shorts. It's a friendly competition. You know what? I hope everybody has fun. I'll cash out, then we go down. You cash out, then we go up. We both make money there too. All right, guys, I hope you had a great day. Let's keep it rocking and rolling, keep this momentum going into Wednesday. You can find me over on the Fivers channel with Dave, and we are going to be talking futures. It's going to be fun. So if you're a futures trader, be sure to be there. If you want to be a futures trader, well, come on over, learn a thing or two. It's going to be a lot of fun. I just opened up my first account with Fivers, and I am really excited to try it out. So be there or be square tomorrow morning. That's going to be, half an hour before the market opens, and it'll be for 2 hours there. So what is that? My time it's 6 to 8. So 9 to 11 there. And what else do we got? I will be on Power Hour as well. And don't forget, we got our normal morning programming over here as well on Trade the Pool. Don't forget, Big Money Mitch and Michael Noss continuing to duke it out. I forget, are they against each other in the brackets? I'm not sure. We got to go double check on those brackets. But be sure to keep an eye on the Market Madness as it progresses, because it's a lot of fun. We've got a tight race, and I think I might make it come from behind push for the top 4. Don't want to jinx it, but stay tuned right here at Trade the Pool to find out. All right, guys, that's it for me today. Have a great day, and we will do it all again tomorrow. Take care.